Either of my coaches, I would probably have to go with like our main coach, Cole. Our analyst, Fred, I think would do a good job with my money as well. Like, honestly, they're both number guys. Like, I 100% would not trust Satellite. Like, no chance. I would make sure that he's nowhere near my money with like a close follow-up from Steven or Smiley.
Probably Retro. He's probably got the most personality. I can never expect what he's gonna do in a round or even like outside of the game.
I'm gonna have to go with Big Nismo on this one. He's my businessman, so if I need to trust somebody with money, it's gonna be him.
I would say probably Ghost. He just has that voice, that persuasion voice. I don't know why. Like, I just trust him.
So I'd probably say Brock. Definitely not Vapin. Every bet I've made with Vapin on football has gone sour. So I'm never betting on NFL football again. I'm never trusting Vapin on another parlay ever.
The first answer would be nobody, but my second answer would probably be my coach, Ocean. He's an old lad. He's been there, done that. I don't trust any of the players, but the coach, I'll give it to Ocean. He's got wisdom. He can invest my money. He can do good with it.
Oh, you know, that would have to be Fireball Ops. Like, I don't know. His family has connections, you know, and I think that that alone is enough, I think.
To what my money? Embezzle my money? Oh, invest my money? Okay, not gonna lie, I wouldn't trust anybody because I hear some of the financial decisions my teammates are making and I'm very concerned. So probably literally nobody. I trust my mom. My mom will handle that.
Sim, easily. You want to put all your money on that guy, for sure. So far in our season and scrims, he's the most consistent shooter. He's vocal. He understands what he wants. He can call around himself. He's basically like an all-in-one package for a duelist player, and I put all my money in him.
I don't know none of them, honestly. I don't want to give them any of my money. Yeah, no, I'm not okay with their purchases. I'm gonna keep my money to myself.
I would say Stellar. He's a very, very grounded, very smart individual. You know, I think he would turn my little bit of money into 10 times the amount. I trust him.
Most used joke right now is we all start speaking in a random ass accent. I think the accent of the week is Italian. It's been interesting. So we'll be, you know, talking about serious strategy and just an Italian accent, you know?
So we've been saying Kappa Pringle, and like, I don't even know what the this word means, dog. I still to this day don't know what it actually means. Like, it's not like I've like talked to Travis and like we've been like, oh, this is what it means. I just saw him say it once or twice. We like threw it around, and it's like, I don't know, it's like a word that's used if like, if this is very absurd, very wrong, it's just like, yeah, nice round, guys, Kappa Pringle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like it's definitely like a goblin word. It's a goblin tier word, but like, you know, sometimes those words could really like do good work, you know? They can really do great work.
Oh, the most used current meme or like current joke is that we all call each other pigs. Yeah, we like all call each other pigs. We tell each other oink and stuff. It's fun.
Probably just like the joke that no one has a job. Everybody on our team, we're trying. Hopefully we get signed soon.
I mean, for some reason, it is the Costco kid big boom meme.
Boom! Boom!
Because we play Teo, we call them the big booms whenever, like the grenades, like the nukes. So we call them big booms. I don't know why, like they always joke about that type of stuff, but it is the Costco kid, the big AJ, double chocolate kilky guy, whatever the hell.
So lately we've been, there's a song by Future, I forget which song. It just sounds like he's mumble rapping, but it sounds like he's just doing, like the whole time.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
Anyway, now we just do this little like sound after like we get a kill or when someone dies or something like that. It's just like a little like sound thing we do for fun, and it always makes me laugh every time I hear it.
It comes from Guiman again, where he says he's like rage peaking or like rage doing anything. I don't know why he says it, but it's like him and Subrosa are addicted to saying like they're rage doing anything. He's rage peaking. He's rage doing any. Like, it's just the most used meme that I hear in our calls. That someone does a mistake, he's rage doing it.
If people know, they know. Like the flight emote when he sticks out his tongue and, you know, shakes his head. I'm not gonna do that right now, but that's the emote we use the most. We kind of use that for everything. So.
All right.
Shit, I think I'm gonna have to give that one to myself, man. I like little organic moments like that to get hyped up and to get loud. I think somebody who surprised me a little bit is probably Scuba as well. Scuba's a little quieter, but when something crazy happens, he's right there in your ear, screaming and yelling. So me and Scoob.
Yeah, I used to say myself, but I think it's got to be like probably pancakes or paint. One of those two would pop off the most. I think me, Brock, and Spaz are usually more low key now, especially after winning at clutch. I mean, I'll look to my left, I'll see those guys like win a clutch and they'll just be stone cold. So I'll probably say pancakes or paint on that one.
Probably Logan, to be honest. Logan's like he's like our hype man. In matches, he gets pretty hype after like a clutch, like a big round. So I definitely say Logan. Darkness gets pretty loud too. The other guys are just like, they're so like focused on the match. They don't really like scream or like do anything like crazy like that.
I don't know. I feel like everyone's kind of the equal, but if I had to pick one, probably Huen, my IGL. Yeah, he seems to be like, he just has tons of energy at all times. I don't know how. IGL for the reason, you know? So
probably between me and Steven. If you look at like the extreme outliers, like I think Steven just randomly, and it'll be like over nothing sometimes. Like we will like win like a 1v2 where he like shoots a guy that's 1 HP and he's like, I'm him, and like it is wonderful. Like I love it so much, bro.
I feel like we're pretty nonchalant, but I feel like Mel reacts to everybody else's stuff way more than her own. Like someone will clutch and they'll be completely silent and Mel will just be screaming into her mic like super hype. So I guess Mel.
Easily, Guimon. Easily him. If you've seen Recoil's Tour post of his clutch, the guy yelling his brains out. Our star smokes player, Guimon. I swear it's him. Best reactions of all time.
I don't know. Honestly, my teammates are pretty ice cold. Like, it has to be Jakey, but it's not because he's over the top. It's because everybody else is just like, no motion in the clutch. So I would say Jakey.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual, like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you have like a sugar rush.
I always shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal
warm up.
So I'll do a vocal warm up. It's also warming up my fingers.
Like, I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going in the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like a warm stream or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
Just becoming happier again and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process. And then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us, the time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just like just believing in yourself and betting on yourself the whole way through.
this year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can all, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
Well, the only one on the team that I 1v1 was Derek, because he like kept shit talking me on like opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I did not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think like that's just like his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on like eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. Like he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, Redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably Paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first enter, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very silly, so he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to take like isolate ones perfectly, and I feel like in a 1v1 he's probably ripping someone's head off, to be honest.
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny, he's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're gonna lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Right now is beautiful. I think that's how we should be looking.
Quarters, he will force 1 and infiltrated the swing back from his steps. It all worked perfectly for Win.
Honestly, I think the competition this year has been pretty weak compared to other years.
On the spike, but nerve. Great shots on the BCJ as he runs away. Perfect read, and now it's Pancakes to just enter.
We're one of those teams that likes to do crazy all the time, but we're gonna have some crazy plays this year.
We are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. Our way, the core way.
The defuse is halfway, and TSM know they have to fight through this. This place can be touched. We did. Thanks for the timing.
I'm excited to transition to a new role. Mechanically, I feel like this team is probably one of the better teams in NA.
I can confidently say that we think we're the best team in Challengers, and we're trying to prove that in the Split 1 playoffs.
You know what? I'm good with it. I'm getting old, Wyatt. Spray popping it down. They pick me up here with the overkill. Redux with the ace.
Teams are getting overconfident. I think people don't understand that at the end of the day, what's going to matter is when we get to playoffs and when we actually play the elimination game, and we're going to win it all, that's for sure.
Doesn't really need to do much work, though, now that that's toxic. Corona doing a good job holding it down on site. Zeldris is reinvaded with that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
We think most of the teams are horrible, so we're just going to dominate and just win everything.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the playoffs of Valorant Challengers North America. A lot of hopeful teams started off stage 1, and now in our playoffs, only 4 remain. It's been so much fun, guys. I cannot wait for even more. Sierra, Roy, and Dan here on the desk. Roy, every day is just these ups and downs, all these upsets. It's just been so much fun for this playoffs.
Yeah, the results from yesterday were just mind-blowing. We were at the edge of our seats the entire time. We had some crazy matches, but we're seeing the competition slowly getting trimmed one round at a time. Now we're moving on to the next round. It's going to be SRB versus Winthrop University. I'm very excited to see that happening, but ultimately the competition is extremely tight. I think it's safe to say that now.
It really, really is. My favorite is with the little hype video. Every team's like, yeah, we're the best, or everyone else sucks. So this isn't going to be close. And Dan, that is just the opposite of what we've seen here. Looking at the bracket, looking at all of these matches, some of these players that are talking about how good their team is are players that we're not going to see again for the playoffs. They've been eliminated. Like, this has been a really tough competition so far.
Yeah, that is exactly what I wanted to say. All the players saying, you know, we're the best team. The competition is not as difficult as it was in previous years, and all of those have been eliminated. So I think that tells you a different story for sure. And I think the teams that we see here are some of them teams that we did expect to be in this instance in the top 4, but maybe not in the way that we thought. Right? We've been talking about it for the past couple of days. Cuber Academy, we thought they would have maybe an upper bracket run. Yesterday we had to say goodbye to Envy, aka Rankers, which is not something that we thought was going to happen. M80 also making it through, I feel like was expected. And then that one crazy team that keeps running and making it far is that Winthrop University squad. So I mean, they were going to see if they were the first team to make it to the grand finals, or if it's going to be Shopify Rebellion Black.
The fact that there is a legitimate chance here after Winthrop University was a team that, frankly, some didn't think that they would qualify to the playoffs after a kind of rough Swiss stage, but being able to play up against then some of these teams that we've praised throughout stage 1, be able to take these wins and be here in the upper finals is really, really exciting. So we'll save the elimination match for later. We're going to focus on this upper finals and talk about Shopify Rebellion Black going up against Winthrop University. And this one is going to be interesting for a variety of reasons. Not just Winthrop University on the other side, of course, as Dan coined, which I still love, the T1 of tier 2 here. But when we're also looking at this match, Shopify Rebellion Black is a team that we've seen a couple of different looks of throughout the stage. And Roy, getting into today's match, this is going to be another look today as illness plaguing the team, and Monsi is unfortunately out for today.
Yeah, that is a really unfortunate turn of events. I mean, I can only imagine you must be feeling extremely sick if you're going to be stepping out in your upper finals. So hopefully he recovers soon. But yeah, it'll be Vapin stepping in, a player that's been around for a long time, now coach. I think he still plays ranked. So I'm hoping that his mechanics are still, you know, a little sharpened. He's not ranked.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not too dull. Maybe he's got some firepower. Let's not sleep on him.
It's definitely a little rough for Shopify Rebellion Black because this roster, this team, since Monsi stepped in, not just as a player, but as the IGL2, taking over that role from BCJ, has been a really cohesive point for this team, Roy. So it's going to be BCJ with the help of Apin. That's going to be IGLing for today's match, but that's still a lot of changes then going for the Shopify Rebellion Black team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fortunately for them, though, there's really just no shortage of IGLs on this team or vocal players on this team. So I think they're going to be just fine in terms of calling or having ideas and how they want to play. So I think they'll be fine in that regard.
It's just a team that still just clicks so much with Monsi, but we are sending best wishes over to you, Monsi. Hopefully you feel better soon. But let's talk about the Shopify Rebellion Black roster and everyone else on the team, because we have gotten to see a really big step up from the entire squad throughout the Swiss stage. Of course, when we are looking at the change, that was something that's really helped. But Dan, even looking at their last win up against M80, it was a map 2, surely that didn't go their way, but a 13-1 and 13-2 on maps 1 and 3 are statement maps from the squad.
It's just insane because we could have seen this in 2 maps. I mean, this kind of result for the maps that you want to play, the 13-1 and 13-2, is just not something that you get very often. And this is something that Shopify Rebellion Black has been doing constantly, right? When they are feeling confident, when they're feeling good, this is the kind of result that you see from them. And I feel like that's really not something that you're seeing from any other team that we have right now in the top 4. A lot of these matches, a lot of these maps have gone the distance, even if it is your map pick, the map that you've been playing since the beginning, since the Swiss stage. We're seeing this back and forth between teams trying to grab that momentum back, but for the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, they seem very confident. They might be just the favorite to win the tournament as of right now.
Yeah, I think in terms of like form coming into playoffs, this team has definitely been leveled up. I mean, even their match prior to that against Blue Otter, they still won 13-6 and 13-3 respectively on those 2 maps as well. So I mean, in the last 4 maps that they've won, the opponents are averaging between 3 to 6 rounds. So I think it's safe to say that the form that SRB is coming into this playoffs is immaculate, and I'm excited to see what they bring into here today as well.
Especially too, the 13-1 and the 13-2. This was like a no chance game for M80. It just, the hold that Shopify Rebellion Black had on this game up against a team that we've also praised a lot going into this was fantastic. And everyone really was able to step up, as anyone from the Shopify Rebellion Black squad is able to do. But Paint, especially on that map 3 and just throughout the series, I mean, Roy, was really, really awesome to watch.
Yeah, luckily for SRB, they have Paint, who appears to be hitting strides right now. I mean, his performance in the last match was insane. He beasted the M80 map, or the match overall. But on the 3rd map specifically, I think he got close to the record. He had a casual 306 ADR, guys. 306 ADR on that 3rd map. 6-0 on the first kills, plus 16 overall on the map. I think he ended the match with like 190 ADR average or something over 3 maps. That is an absolute monster in the server. A scary opponent for sure.
As of right now, Paint is the #1 rated player that we have in playoffs. And if you're wondering where Winthrop is placed, at least right now, is Infiltrator in the 4th position. So you have Paint, Timotino, Kane, Sarah, and then Infiltrator. So Paint, I feel like it's just one of those players that we didn't really talk much about, or we were thinking, okay, we've heard of this guy, but what is he going to be able to do? And just the fact that he's #1, I feel like that's already a statement when you have such insane duelists, especially right now. And not even in the top 4, but since we went into this playoffs, we were talking about Sim, we were talking about what Kane Sarah has been doing, we talked about Timotino, but Paint in #1, I feel like that should give you enough information of how good he's been for the Shopify Rebellion Black squad.
I love that call out, especially too, you're not wrong in the fact that some of the duelists that we have this year in Challengers are just top tier, and Paint maybe wasn't getting the praise before, but is definitely someone that we're keeping an eye on now. And I'm excited to get into that Infiltrator Paint matchup in just a little bit. But let's talk about the rest of this Winthrop University squad, because again, Winthrop University, it is this team that just keeps on winning. And Dan, it's just been really exciting to see. It's a team that's been counted out at any step of the way. And it's a team that, despite all of that, keeps winning. And they're even tweeting out talking about like, okay, like, when will they stop underestimating? When are we not the underdog?
I mean, and that's what makes it the most fun, watching them and winning. I feel like these matches where you're not expecting Winthrop University to win have been some of the most exciting that we've had so far in playoffs. It's a team that, yeah, we know they're good. We've heard of these players for quite some time in collegiate and also what we're seeing in challengers. But they have been stepping it up better than ever. And I'm so happy to see it. They do have a massive chance to make it as the first team to make it to the grand finals today. And I feel like it would be such a good story for them. Like you said, the team that is always the underdog, the team that we're always thinking, oh, they're not winning this match. And they just keep winning. So it's great.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely also had a super rocky road to get into playoffs, but it really does feel like the 4 wheels are moving quite nicely. And I do want to just point to the fact that their last 3 matches, their last 3 wins have been against YFP, TSM, Cuber, right? These are many of the teams that we consider top dogs coming into the regulation for stage 1. I mean, they have that on record now, 3 wins in a row. So I think most definitely this team at some point, we're going to have to give them respect. I think a grand finals appearance would be a great statement for that, to finally get the respect that they deserve and for us to all stop considering them underdogs.
I just love talking to this team too and hearing everything else, because it's just like, yeah, we're just going out there, like they just keep underestimating us, but then also talking about losing to another collegiate team just a few days before. Then they show up to Challengers and then take a 2-1 victory over at Cubert Academy of all teams. I think it's just so fun. And what's really fun to watch about these games too is that they're all just really good Valorant, and they've all been really, really close. Even calling back to that Cubert game, that final map, Dan, that was like a 13-11 win. Like, these matches have been so close, but it's been really exciting to see this Winthrop University squad be able to step up and go toe-to-toe with some of the talent that we've considered this top talent in the league.
And this is what we talked about when it came to what Shopify Rebellion Black has been doing on these maps versus Winthrop, where Winthrop are winning these. But it's not a one-sided affair. It's a very much a back and forth very often. And that's why it feels like that win is the craziest that we've seen, because we think, oh, it's fine. My other team, the enemy on the other side, they should be able to close it out at some point. But no, it's Winthrop who has been doing it all the time. So I really want to see if Winthrop are able to keep a close game in all 3 maps for today. That's already kind of what I want to see from them. They have a tough opponent, Shopify Rebellion Black. They have already played against them in the past, and it was a 2-0 for Shopify. So I don't think it's going to be easy. I think this is the biggest challenge that Winthrop has yet, but it's the one they're going to be the most proud of if you're able to get away with the win, right? You make it to the grand finals before anybody else. And as they were saying, as the underdogs that everybody is underestimating.
I mean, calling back to the last time these two teams matched up, it's really interesting because this is also before each of these teams went through that transformation. So this was before Ali was on this Winthrop University squad, and Ali has looked so good. And on the other end too, this was also still when Brock was on the team, and Brock was amazing, but Monty was that missing piece that they needed, Roy. So it's cool that we have the last result, but both teams have looked so different after the changes. So I'm really excited to see this rematch today.
Yeah, I mean, I think things are definitely very different for both teams in so many different ways, right? Ali coming in for Jerk, they have a player that is a little bit more vocal, who's a little bit more involved with the mid-rounding. And then, of course, you know, Brock Dagon being replaced by Monty. But again, we have to remind ourselves that it's really not Monty playing this time. It is Vaping. Yeah. So things will be a little awkward. And I can't help but feel like that is a massive advantage and a bit of a confidence boost for Winthrop University, because this is a potential... I mean, you know, it's really unfortunate for Monty, but on the other hand, you know, it's a blessing for Winthrop University, because they could make a grand finals appearance here if they just come out like gun swinging.
Yeah, I would love to see how they would have stacked up with Monty there, but maybe that's a matchup we'll get to see a little bit down the lines. But a little bit more about Winthrop University. We're talking about Sack Duelist on the other side. Let's talk about Infiltrator. Dan, you were talking about with our 4 remaining teams left that he is technically placed 4th of the duelists here, but I'd like to think too that it's because we get to see a step up from everyone on the squad. And Infiltrator just doesn't need to go as crazy as some of the other duelists. That's my cope anyways.
No, I mean, come on. He's actually been really, really good. And as you said, I think it changes a little bit because a lot of the teams that we mentioned, and like I feel the players that you see in the top 5, top 10, a lot of them at this point have been eliminated. So Infiltrator is right under paint, and he's been so good. I love how flexible he is. He's really comfortable playing no matter what. And that is kind of the narrative for Winthrop University. Because they've played so many matches in collegiate in the past 3 years, they've always had to do comp changes. I mean, I still remember seeing them last year running some crazy things in Haven, and they're always switching it up. So that means that your duelist is going to be incredibly flexible, incredibly comfortable, no matter what he's playing, whether it's the Jet, the Yoru, the Raze, or you're going to have the rest of the team also able to play the double duelist, play something completely different. I mean, we heard it in the interview, right? Just players deciding what they want to play the day off, and everybody's okay with it because they're used to it. I feel like this experience is what is allowing Winthrop to be in this instance right now.
Love the flexibility of the team across the board, but a little bit more about the duelists. I said that we would revisit this head-to-head of Paint going up against Infiltrator. And 1st versus 4th here, but Roy, when we actually get down to the numbers, like this isn't too far apart, which I think then shows even more how closely matched the talent is that we have here in our remaining 4 teams.
Yeah, without a doubt, honestly, the talent is extremely tightly matched. And I think the very interesting thing with these two duelists is, you know, Paint is a very structured type of duelist. A lot of the play style is very rigid. They have very set plays. They kind of have this they have this vision and they enforce that vision, and Paint is at the head of that structure, right? So then we see somebody on like Infiltrator who's a lot more loose. They're a lot more flowy, like kind of in the mid round. They're a lot definitely like looser. I don't know what other word to use, but loose, but they're definitely a lot more free flowing. So the fact that the stats are not that significantly different when they're so different in play styles is super interesting as well.
I'm so excited for this head-to-head and just the series in general. So I want to start talking a little bit more of what there is to come. Again, with this series, the fact that we've gotten to see them before is cool, but this is going to be a brand new series ahead, and I'm really hoping it's one that goes the distance. Let's head over to our map picks and bans and see how this one's going to be shaking up for the teams. Lotus, first one, Winthrop University. Roy, thoughts?
I'm not surprised. Lotus has been a great map for Winthrop University. They've had some great results on it recently as well. They play it quite heavily and they're very comfortable on the map. So I'm absolutely not surprised to see Lotus being the first pick by Winthrop University. That being said, though, I'm a little nervous just because Shopify Rebellion has not really shown too much of their Lotus. They've only really played it one time. So I imagine they're pretty prepped for this map.
And on the other side, I want to talk about the Fracture too, because we've seen it for the past 3 matches on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. And this is the map where we just saw the 13-1 M80. The previous match as well was a 13-3 against Blue Otter. And the one before it was once against M80. It was a 13-9. So it seems like the team is just getting better and better, right? 13-9, 13-6, 13-1, 13-0 today. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. What? It's just one of the things that you're thinking of. And that is, I feel like, something that is missing right now in Challengers. You're missing teams that are, what is the obvious pick that they're going for. Only a few teams have that. And I love this Fracture as the comfort pick. And this is such a strong pick for Shopify Rebellion Black. There's a big chance that we go to 3 maps. It's definitely unfortunate they're going to be playing with a sub, and it just happens to be the IGL that is going to be missing. But that hasn't stopped teams in the past, especially in Challengers. We've seen subs coming in and the team's still performing like crazy.
I'm just looking at the Fracture and Haven, and I'm calling back to Shopify Rebellion's Black game versus M80. And those were the 2 maps that were just completely dominant. But Winthrop University, they've definitely shown that they're more than proficient on those maps. So I'm still excited for this. And with all the changes, let's head to the predictions. Because you know what? I'm feeling better than ever. I get to have this little talk every single time we get to the prediction screen. But Winthrop University, they have never steered me wrong. So I got to go with them.
Production.
Okay.
Swap my pick. Swap my pick. It's not too late.
It's too late. It's too late. You don't believe in the coach buff, Troy?
I'm putting on the backpack and the books. I'm going to university, dude.
Wyatt's
Let's go, production.
Wyatt's also in the chat talking about the switch. Everyone's seeing the light. Everyone's seeing the Winthrop University light. You get to see it live.
There is no way.
No way. Dan, you believe?
I told you guys before, BCJ just comes and makes sure that I'm getting the prediction for Shopify Rebellion Black. This was yesterday in my chat. He was like, "Are you ready for tomorrow?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? Ready? You're the one playing, not me." And then he just says, like, for the prediction. So I feel like I'm a little threatened and I need to go Shopify Rebellion Black, even if they're playing with a sub. And you know what? They're still going to win. And you're still all going to be wrong. And you're going to be upset because you changed your prediction. And that's okay.
I don't think Dan, I can't remember. I don't think Dan has been here on the desk when I've picked Winthrop University and they've gotten the upset win. And it's just been like the greatest feeling ever. You were here when I predicted them up against YFP. And I just remember in the green room, Dan talking about me being a prediction god. So I'm just holding on to that for today to just double down that Winthrop's going to win.
Yeah. I don't remember ever being wrong, so it's okay.
All right. Well, you'll get another taste of that today. Don't worry, Dan. Our agent select is ready. Let's start looking ahead of the match ahead of us. I think we're all going to be winners. This should be a really exciting one ahead, as again, this is the upper finals. Winner here is going into the grand finals of stage 1 here for our playoffs. And going to Lotus for the first map, Paint the Yoru. I'm excited for it. And then Infiltrator, Roy, this will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're also seeing a lot of different, massive change up from Shopify Rebellion Black side. They've completely swapped up their composition and their approach. They've swapped to the Cypher, they swapped to the Yoru. They're adapting the double initiators instead of double controllers that they ran last time. So this is going to be a completely different style, a completely different pace coming out here from Shopify Rebellion Black.
Dan, we get to see the switch up. You're the one with the belief. How are you feeling with this?
Can I be real?
Are you about to ask get your predictions changed?
Can I be real right now? To be honest, I just like Winthrop University's comp a lot more. I like the race a lot more than the Yoru. But Paint is still my cope right now. Paint, #1 duelist right now in playoffs. So I'm calm, I'm chill. It's been some time since we've seen Shopify Rebellion Black play this map. Why are you guys laughing? What's so funny? So it should be a good match, a little bit different in the compositions, but I want to see what these Yoru are able to do more than anything.
I just laugh because whenever you start a sentence with like, I'm going to cope, it's always just some good stuff.
Can I be real?
Can I be real? Let's all be real. Regardless of the comps, regardless of the switch ups, this is going to be an awesome match that we have ahead of us. It is time to head into the server. Lotus is ready. Our teams are ready. And hopefully so are our casters. Let's head over to Wyatt and Jen.
We are so ready. The Scholars of Winthrop have to pass the ultimate test, beating the Mutineers of Shopify Rebellion, lacking the captain of their ship, and for Vapin to take the place of the Breach role. Those are really tough shoes to fill.
Yeah, absolutely. I did not think that I would be in a place in the upper bracket final where I would preface the match with "It's Winthrop University's to lose." Didn't really expect that, but that's where we're at. I mean, they're going up against a Shopify Rebellion Black that have been peaking at the right time in the playoffs. They found their form, but yeah, obviously the elephant in the room is the fact that their coach Vapin has to step in for Monsi, who has been the critical factor in making this team a juggernaut in Challengers. So he's going to have to really step it up.
And the last time they met, Shopify Rebellion swept Winthrop in that group stage, but we'll see how the pistol breaks down first with sort of a default, very laid back setup for SRB, just to see how confident Winthrop are feeling, especially with this Clove in the lineup, and just off the pistol, how they're going to step up and take the map space. And already some early peeks from moves on Mount, making some contact with SRB, but Infiltrator locks eyes with Paint. That's first blood for the defense, and that means Winthrop can start scaling up through A.
Yeah, it looks like Shopify Rebellion wants to respond by just getting into this C site, using the dark cover to obscure that cross angle from backside, and Waterfall moves, wants to lock this down, play off the Razor Vines.
This is going to delay things and even split them up with that Vise wall. And SRB doesn't matter. Front face, the war taken by them, but moves hasn't been cleared. Gets a headshot, but not the kill on the spike carrier. And it is planted, but it's not very stable for SRB. But the numbers may tell a different story. A great crossfire, and the round ended for SRB as all the cards are on the table. Despite that first blood from Winthrop, it's SRB with a better finish.
It just ends up really being disjointed from Winthrop, with some players trying to dig their heels into the site and actually anchor it. But that was before the rest of the team could actually get there, rotate in and help. Just not feeling connected in their effort here, with Ollie getting caught and then moves slowly falling apart, just trying to get back in. You know, didn't really hit the timing for the flood, and they also didn't play for a full retake with the man advantage.
At least SRB realizing the state of the game and realizing their flash and need to take a second back. Now a lot of action. This is maybe what SRB expected to happen last round. Infiltrator, who's been a top duelist in Challengers, is not afraid to step up, but SRB backs against the wall. They bite back, exactly what an animal does, but we'll see if Nasi can surprise them. Pancakes with the fantastic reads in spawn. The round feels pretty much over already.
Winthrop University, can't blame them for trying to go for a very aggressive effort here on the eco round, do something to, you know, catch that SRB team off guard, but they are far too patient in spawn. Lovely shot from moves, actually. Maybe gives an opportunity to creep back into the site.
Oh yeah, those sheriffs are different. The walk up from Winthrop looked deadly when Infiltrator was still in the picture, and okay, squeezing between the salvos. SRB post-plant moves 1v3 against the rifles, against now even the coach stepping up to the plate. Can't give up on SRB yet.
And I will give a fun fact about Coach Vapin, as we were trying to find any information about him as a player, trying to locate his profile on tracker.gg, but couldn't. But at least, according to VLR, he has 6 recorded matches since 2021. And his most played agent, it is in fact the Breach. So, you know, I'll just go off that and say, hey, at the very least, the agent role he's filling into is the agent that he actually plays and the role he actually plays. So as long as the util is on point, if you have the rest of the guys stepping up with the fragging, SRB, they might still be good here.
First rifle round for Winthrop. Lot of noise. And moves just not even going to try to intercept the cross, but rather just stop them from rounding the corners. So There's going to be 2 on the site defending there for C, but it could all be a fake. Like, SRB were never spotted actually on the site. There's been a lot of smokes. Those have been dissipated. There's also the plan B of just going B, where the Yori there of Paint is looking to make contact, but is currently cut off by some buys wall and moves just head and shoulders above the rest with the double kill. SRB, this is finally the first round they've been humbled at.
Pretty tragic that Pancakes can't find the trade there. Shut down by moves, and now 40 seconds left on the clock. SRB are going to have to make a decision as to where they want to execute. Time dwindling. They're working their way through rubble, where they're going to get jump spotted out by Nasi as well. Winthrop prime position to win this round out.
Oh, and SRB can't even out-rotate them. Winthrop have had such solid reads on the defense, and it's traded. Now, numbers doubled from Winthrop, and SRB now having to fight on the high ground, and now Winthrop taking confident rotations on the flank. Like, this has been really solid for Winthrop to get back into this round.
That was well done. Have to give a lot of credit to Moves just holding it down over at the C site. While the SRB team, they were really trying to prod towards C and B at the same time. I like where they were taking things. They got that wall tripped over at the B side in main. They were pressuring C, you know, throwing down a cage, a dark cover to obscure that cross, make it seem like they could be walking forward, but ultimately Moves just finds the crucial kills, and this is a big round for SRB as their economy is on the line.
I like that SRB just love to cause a ruckus compared to at least how the first couple of rounds started, where they were kind of hiding away. Now SRB scaling up. It's going to be the Bias Thorns that are going to limit them. The Yori clone is going to trigger that, leaving SRB to fade back towards Mound. There's going to be that Teho drone from the defense to sense who is still in spawn, and now Winthrop feeling comfortable that, okay, SRB haven't moved too far.
They have been quite patient, waiting out any potential aggression coming in from the defenders, which hasn't been the case really too much at the moment. They are lacking that breach with the Teho, which is an interesting choice to bring in the Sova, but there's going to be the fight for a Rebel Infiltrator with the first traded out.
Yeah, just the breach from Vapin. Just trying to make that space, and SRB have equal trades so they can start moving up, but crossing them at Baby Door. It's actually smoked off, so Flare won't be able to get vision. And then Pancake's just this lurk that's carving through B is going to command a lot of the attention from the C rotators, and even wins that against moves. Pancakes is a one-man army, and this allows the pivot into B, the fake at A, where Nasi now has to come all the way back around in a 1v4.
That was so sick from Pancakes. He just completely outright wins the round for SRB. There was even a crosshair on him as he was getting out of that smoke that was fading in main. Just doesn't even matter, and might even get the free 4th kill here with this late wrap flank.
To be able to carry all these rifles through, we'll see if Nasi can at least deny Pancakes. He's on like a sliver of health, but anything you can do to limit the economy of SRB, who have had such a strong start despite the circumstances, and for Vapin to have to play on offense of all things, which is going to demand a lot from him and the team to just integrate him probably in a last-minute scenario.
We'll see if Winthrop University try and force into this round. A few of them can buy one player on pretty tragic money.
Wow.
That was you know, the attempts to just create some space, distraction for Reynolds to get in, and hey, it does work out, even though Paint just kind of goes down in what looks like very silly fashion. And you know, Winthrop, they're not going to opt to try and go for the force here, but it does look like they want to play aggressively on the bad buy, push out a B.
Another mid walk-up special from Winthrop, and okay, I like the timing, but the hose down, the firing squad of SRB is different, leaving just moves with the Sheriff. You deny 2 rifles, at least from SRB, so it's not the worst case scenario, but SRB make quick work of that round.
Yeah, these slow pushes from Winthrop, 2 times now they've attempted that, and it just hasn't worked out, with the SRB team playing very patient, you know, to some extent expecting that some of that aggression could come. And it's not particularly explosive aggression from Winthrop. They don't have the breach with this comp. The Sova does not offer anything like, you know, a fault line to be able to swing off of. Since Winthrop really just relying on raw duels playing together.
Who's next?
Now Paint can go exploring, little side quest time to go all the way at the back of B. Okay, waterfall position. He's forcing a lot of paranoia, a bit of a dance. And he's gonna uncloak at C along with his Omen. Hunter's Fury now from the backside of Nasi to just get any pings, any information at B and C. But the flood has already happened. There's about to be some blood too. SRB peeking at waterfall from that Yoru info, but it's Ali with the big win. And the showstopper with the splash. That doesn't happen to me in my ranked games. Teho drone not gonna find much either. Shot before it can be deployed. Winthrop already on the retake with more than enough to overwhelm someone like BCJ, and for Winthrop to get back in the driver's seat. But wait a minute, BCJ was on something for a sec. And again, weakening the economy. With how rich SRB are, it's gonna take a lot more than that though.
A fair attempt from BCJ at the end. Winthrop's refight into Waterfall there was really excellent. When you're getting into that C site, when you're planting the spike, as the attacking team, you want to try and get more space. It's tough to hold the site from just playing within it. So yeah, in this moment, you can see SRB. They want to fight into Waterfall, but Infiltrator just gets right back in with a showstopper. They shut down Paint straight away, and from there, just easy to retake back in with the full man advantage, 5 versus those 3 remainers. So very well done. Winthrop University getting back on the board in an important round. Their economy was hanging in the balance there.
Found them.
And the buy up too from moves with the Seal Garden. There's been a lot of C pressure from SRB, so they really believe that if they can force those pistols, it could go well. But the gamble is actually for SRB to be going towards A, and the cutoff from Baby Door, and SRB just are bulldozing anyone in their path. They've barely taken any damage at all. And SRB are still taking their time to set up at A and not going to pivot into B like they did in the previous round. And Ali is behind on the race. And even if he goes for a flank, guess what? There's someone ready for it. Pancakes, such a good protocol from SRB.
Paint has just been so explosive for this team. Picks up the AWP now, actually. Ali is able to pick off BCJ, but ultimately not going to matter. These last 2 Winthrop players are going to inevitably need to just save these 2 remaining weapons. But in that moment where Flare had sent out the stealth drone over from Baby Door and Paint was able to catch him, that was an error from the Teho over on the Winthrop side, just playing too close. Was in a position where he could have gotten caught and did.
I'm so surprised that Ali even got a kill from that point, getting a vision on someone on the A side. So Pancakes playing around the pillar should have been the one to shut that down, but it's like a A-, oh, why not A+? You know, like SRB are more than enough, doing really well on Lotus, and will have even the money to buy up, and Rolling Thunder, even an Omen teleport, which is always fun to play with that ultimate, getting at the back of C or anywhere. But is SRB going to want to take that risk? So far, any rotation SRB have called, they've won every fight to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems just watching that back again from Winthrop that Flare was under the impression that someone was covering that area of the map for him. Not the case. And Winthrop, they want to play aggro over towards A. We'll see if SRB just respond with an instant C hit. It looks like that's going to be the case, playing off of the drone.
Yeah, being able to use this Yoru clone to get rid of the Senti Util is forcing moves to take a more passive approach. And with the smoke at Waterfall, it's going to delay things from Winthrop, but at least also hide their tracks on what this retake setup could be. A paranoia swing. SRB getting aggressive at top site, and Moop still keeping his life and not trying to take that duel, and not yet. Winthrop have the 2-3 split. Now it's the drone from the Sova and the Teho ult from Flare to push SRB off from the initial door to cause some chaos. Ali will be back as a second life, but SRB, the post plant, what is this jump? SRB, man, that was such a decisive win when Winthrop had the time to set up.
Yeah, that was a really excellent decision from them, finding the timing window where they know Winthrop are going to retake back in using the Armageddon that they had from Flare, and they just fight forward back into halls, find the kills. Paint is getting really proactive. Love to see that from them. And that's after just following what is a very standard line of play on Lotus when you're the attacking team right now, which is you have multiple players group up towards C early. You have someone stand outside A. If you hear the defending team running it down A rubble with a bunch of players in util, you just go right into the C hit and get the site for free. That's exactly what they did. And then they play the post plant to perfection.
As long as SRB mark if there's going to be like that mid walk down from Winthrop, and once that's not happening, it looks like SRB realizing they could scale up very fast against a Sova that wants to get that information and have that as an advantage. That's not anything. Like the Tejo drones have been shot. The Vise util has not been able to slow anyone down because of the Yoru clones. It's able to just trigger all of that. And even the Vise wall I don't think it has been a factor to split up SRB or really ruin their game plan at all. So SRB, despite kind of the situation, are still compositionally doing this really well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they are getting a lot of value too out of the breach that they have in the comp. You know, Winthrop, this is their map pick. And interestingly, they picked it against Qbert Academy in their last match. And it's the only map that they lost. They won the other two. But they're going back to the well here, trying to win on it despite that recent loss. And I struggle to believe in the efficiency of the comp that they're running with the Clove and Sova versus what SRB have. I do feel like there is a bit of a comp diff going on. I think the breach just adds a little bit too much value, but still have a chance to make me eat my words. The game is far from over, though SRB are looking really good.
The recon from Nasi didn't get anything, and this is a change where the Sova is going to be at C, and you're not going to drone up quite yet. You have another recon. Of course, the Vise util is still there, but Moobs is playing safer over at B, and Nasi hasn't had the time to try and use this window to get out of the site. It's just going to stand there and deliver and hope that the friends and family were going to help. And Winthrop are just down 2 for the count. Of course, you're going to get overwhelmed in a 5 versus 2, and great timings on the smoke from SRB, and this is just another day on at the office for this post plant.
And really at the moment, I mean, the only added cherry on top for SRB would be if Vapin can find some of these kills while they swing in, get some orbs.
Yeah, the sheriffs and just the advantage of being on the platform, a little bit of elevation, while Winthrop have to clear in the left and the right of the riverside. This is always going to be a tough retakes with that weaponry, and maybe that was the risk of keeping Nasi on the point or on the site by themselves to just get the one trade. But I never saw like a aggro swing. I never saw him really pre-aim or use a recon when, or maybe there he was trying to think of it, but the timing was a little bit off. The party had arrived. It's tough.
Yeah, SRB as well. They've stacked up plenty of ultimates, and Vapin was really the only one who is not close, but was able to get some kills there, so maybe can get a Rolling Thunder by the end of the half. Regardless of that, though, here comes the dimensional drift from Paint, going to get a lot of information over towards the B site, clear everything out.
It's how Paint can coordinate with the rest of his team, pinching from the backside and managed to keep his life through all the chaos that is the breach util, and Winthrop's back's against the wall, and SRB barely gets spat back at all from Winthrop. Now, Baby Door hold from Winthrop just to maybe catch if SRB were going to try to pivot into B and fake it, but SRB are more than set up and safe to get the plant going. Moobs now getting a read that, okay, maybe Pancakes or somebody holds rubble when they try to cross from this position. Is trying to put shots and see if there's someone in this position. Will teleport, but Moobs will catch. And SRB faced with a 2 versus 1, but with Hallie at 27 HP and no ult, this is an uphill battle, but definitely one that is possible considering how split Paint and BCJ are. Oh, and just catching him while he's inside the smoke and bonk.
Oh, no. That round was just a display of how busted breach Tejo is, especially with the Yoru. When you have the ults active, Paint's just running around in the dimensional drift. He's pinging out Infiltrator here, by the way. Blinds him up with a flash, and then he's getting nuked by the Armageddon. The missiles are coming in. They know he can only tuck into that corner, so he gets aftershocked, and then he's flashed again by the Yoru. The agents are just so busted together.
Yeah, Winthrop just so antsy too to go immediately for the half defuse, not even spotting that player that was to his left. So Winthrop a little bit out of sorts from a team that's been on the rise, especially at the end of Challengers. Like, they got here because of a kind of an insane upset against YFP and have been, if you look at this playoff bracket, you just wouldn't believe the results that you're seeing. But it's only a 6-round deficit. It's still an attacking phase for Winthrop to go to very soon. We'll see if they can put a bigger dent into SRB now with the doors opening. Action to the left side of the map, calling for Ali to be kind of anticipating it and helping moves early instead of rotating in late. And look how B stacked is as well. SRB are going to see if that's left the right side of the map open. And to help prevent this, to intercept is Flare. But now he's so vulnerable to all this utility. Starting off with the blind. When he's been unblinded, the SRB push was a little delayed. Still successful for SRB to keep up their trek towards A. And it's Nasi hoping to prevent this. Has to deal with the trip and didn't get the diffuser. Great backup and supportive play from Vapin and the rest of SRB that sit in tree. Now this is impossible for moves. He did get a rifle, but I guess he doesn't want to save. He wants to go for it.
Yeah, at this point, they're down so much. He just wants to try, but ultimately, there's less than a 1% chance of winning it in that situation. That round was so good from SRB. It almost brings a tear to my eye. It's beautiful. Okay, like, I remember hearing Sean say on stream with this SRB team that early on they were beating everybody in scrims. They were looking so incredible, but it just wasn't translating over to the matches. And now it absolutely is. The way that they were able to work the B and C site for the first 50 seconds of that round, get out all the defensive util, and then just go re-hit into A, clear out everything, just torch Flare, who's caught in the corner, so aware of his position. It is so perfect for them right now.
And 3 ults that are going to come out this round, starting with the Hunter's Fury. Tejo drone, not getting too much info, but I like that Winthrop are trying to go for early peaks. You're supposed to have this information advantage with Sova, the Tejo, and this being your map pick for Winthrop. And now for finally an early peek over at Mound. They'll know SRB are lurking around the aftershock to force that defensive map player out of the position. And because of the paint shells, because of the smoke, Infiltrator will still be in this round.
Anyone else?
Paint, in the meantime, has positioned himself so far forward, catches out Nasi completely. And that's going to allow for the rest of Shopify Rebellion to regroup over towards A, go for this hit.
A few more pings for Paint. Pancakes. And the rest applying the pain for this final round of the half. Winthrop racing forward the dimensional drift to say hello and possibly goodbye to Winthrop. It comes to this round as Pancake's gonna uncloak, but wait, a lot of cooks in the kitchen at the back site. And Ali carves through with an SRB player in rubble, but not getting sightlines on Ali yet. And the swing and the second life for Ali. Looking for more. This is definitely possible for Winthrop to come back. All depends if Pancakes can secure the round for SRB as Ali and Flare emerge. 4 for Ali on the Clove to wake up, but better late than never.
That was a round where SRB started playing like they already won, and they did not. They threw it away a little bit, Paint. I mean, listen, not mad at the Yoru in the dimensional drift trying to ping someone out and go for the stun combo where you just let your breach know where to send the fault line and then pop out, but we're doing a little bit too much, guys. But regardless of the last round, it was still a very strong half from SRB, who are playing with their coach, who has like 6 matches in the history of Valorant played competitively, at least according to VLR. So that is still an insane result to open this up.
It's just been such a good team effort of just Shopify Rebellion kind of deathballing a lot into these sites and just not really wasting time defaulting, looking for info and figuring things out. There's been a couple fakes here and there between C and A, but we'll see what Winthrop can do. Anticipating a walk-up from SRB in mid, because that's been their special as of late. Ali, Flare, the ones who won last round, a bit desynced as Flare pushed back by the salvos. BCJ heard someone else, but now taking shots, realizing there's more from Winthrop than he expected. He'll get his revenge for his fallen brethren, and we're left with a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, Paint now feeling the pressure, wants to back off. SRB hanging around a little bit too long outside of B, giving up that advantage. Now they have to play for an even retake situation, or do they try to flood in off the spike tab?
Just trying to keep their half of the zone before they plant. The smoke's in place. Winthrop just gonna minimize the amount of risks and let SRB the ones who play Ring Around the Rosie. Winthrop hold their position! The 3 came from Infiltrator, doing what his name says. And then the right click, the 2-for-1 was kind of crazy too.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so sick. I mean, that's a situation where you have SRB just locked in, trying to then get the most out of their utility, but it's left gaps in the angles that they're watching. So Infiltrator just totally exposes that fact, gets around the left side of the site for completely free. I think also in this moment, SRB, they're going to regret not just getting out. They didn't need to, keep hanging around. Or if they did, BCJ could have played close, try and fight off Pancakes. It's just really awkward there. They're going to be frustrated to give one up, and, well, they give one up to start this round 2, though. And it's just the eco.
And to just buy up to the Phantom for Infiltrate after the work that he did. This is going to be huge for Winthrop to not only take the pistol, but to make a serious dent into the anti-eco to build momentum and hopefully get back into this game. But Paint is a menace, already the sheriff, but as soon as he gets out of cover, moves, covered the other angle. So Winthrop back into a numbers advantage with the plant that ensues. Not a lot of util besides maybe a Tejo drone to see where SRB could be coming from. And the Thorns are going to be delaying some things, but BCJ has his whole kit to try and salvo that corner, force a bit of a dance, force some movement, make Winthrop uncomfortable, and let BCJ at least get through this choke point. He's going to try and connect with Vapin, who's currently smoked off, and BCJ can't really afford for Vapin to hide, but there's no breach util to make this any easier. At least they'll play as a duo, but time is running out. Not sure what else SRB can really do at this moment, but just go down with the spike.
One enemy remaining. They wanted to see if they could find one more kill. If they had gotten 3, that would have been a pretty solid eco round 2. That's all right. Well, better than 1 or 0, but 3 would have been kind of the ideal number. I liked in that moment too, just a little thing with BCJ and Vapor. They tried to set up a stun with the missiles to find a kill on a player at Bend. Didn't work out, but it was a cool little attempt on the fly.
Well, post timeout from Winthrop earlier, they've definitely had to shake off the boomed mental a bit of just kind of how this game did not start in their favor, but now SRB just keeping this as close as they can. They're going to try and hold back this Rebel push, but the Rays got past them, and Ali strikes back at Paint. So it's first blood for Winthrop, heading their way into A, but they didn't really smoke off or do anything to Baby Door, so they're making sure that that's not going to be a surprise. They grab Orb and may head elsewhere depending on how this lure from Boobs goes.
Those Winthrop players really exploded out of main. They weren't stifled by any utility, and that satchel across obscured the crosshair placement of Paint. Pancakes might have an opportunity to try and fight Infiltrator here, but no, it doesn't even matter. Just the aftershock gets the job done. Infiltrator felt stuck in that situation, didn't know where to turn.
Now numbers are equal, and Winthrop didn't go with plan B from the moves lurk. If anything, they're now gonna ball up and go towards A, and who awaits them is Vapin, still with a fault line to try and delay things if he wants to just head to backside and keep the safer route. SRB aren't really convinced the A commitment has happened yet, but with the door opening, all the dice are on the table. And Pancake's just missing that timing on that player getting through the tree door. And Vapin hopes to delay. Doesn't do much, but Pancake's on the flank is the true terror. And Winthrop don't have a lot of time to plan. And I think BCJ and Pancakes know that. They're going to try and prevent it with the Taeho util that's still left from Flare. And even 2 shots left from Nasi. Couldn't prevent the plant, but he could still try to win the round. 1v2 for Nasi and Pancakes. Beautiful work in that round.
It really was. Pancakes played that so well, and massive credit to Vapin, who he didn't end up getting any kills over on A, but the fault line that he connected onto 3 Winthrop players while they were trying to scale into the site got mega value. And that's when Pancakes was able to get out of Baby Door, get these 2 kills that we're seeing on the replay right now. That was some perfectly timed util from Vapin. And then they're able to clean that up. Really excellent anchoring.
Just recognizing the state of the game from SRB. Just fully collapsed on Winthrop at when the seconds were going by, and great fault line. We'll see if you can have that same level of delay. Now 4 stacked from Winthrop on this, or from SRB on this side of the map. The spike left behind. As Winthrop are testing the waters, depending on how this first blood could go in either favor. Paranoia from SRB. They search for the smoke is limiting, but SRB can see, but still the spray down from Ali before getting through A main lobby is huge for SRB.
I love that delayed refight into Rubble from Shopify. And now Moose is watching on the flank, might have a chance at a duel as the Seaside just taken essentially for free.
What? Oh, the teleport back. I was like, wait a minute, how did that not connect?
Perfect timing on that. Yeah.
That was so insane. Paint will live on. And no corpses for Pancakes if they wanted to go for a neural theft.
Oh.
It's just on the opposite side, but...
Hold on, I mean... Yeah,
Oh.
spotted and is just patiently waiting. Shopify trying to get back into the site, smoke onto the spike to tap it.
Armageddon's gonna force SRB forward, and Winthrop have to march quickly. Time is running out, and Paint is gonna be proactive on the play, and even with the protection of Mound, Winthrop find themselves 6 feet under.
That's just so good from SRB. They just get the... I mean, they know that in that situation, when you're playing against these Taeho comps, it gets nightmarish to try and defuse the spike when time is getting low, because you're going to be forced off of it by the damage abilities. So they, as fast as they can, when getting back into the site, get the smoke down on the spike. Spaz taps it here, and then everybody just fights forward together into Mound, where all of the players from Winthrop were passively playing off the util that they had. They are looking so good right now. Genuinely so impressive. And I'm impressed by Vapin. He's playing well. He's genuine. All of his, like, his util has been good. He hasn't needed to get, I mean, he's been doing fine as far as the individual, you know, he's got his kills. He's got his 9. He's playing totally acceptable. But his util has been really standout, genuinely. He's setting up the rest of the team very well. Pancakes and Paint are capitalizing off of that.
I gotta see this dimensional drift from Paint, though. He's kind of like overheated at some moments, and the round kind of like out of all the rounds that SRB did lose, like sometimes they have a bit of fun, but this dimensional drift plus neural theft, either one, this is gonna set SRB up if they can conserve like all their weapons too. This will be quite deadly for them to go in potentially the final rounds coming up.
Thinking this is going to be a fast hit from Winthrop University. They forced into this. Infiltrator has a judge, so he's going to be wanting to double satchel in someone's face, close the distance, take the fight to SRB.
I don't know if Spaz wants that smoke, well, at least he'll leave some behind, hoping to just get out of dodge and play the retake with the rest of Winthrop. And that's going to be beautiful to just play from the dimensional drift from Paint. And they've usually played it as sort of a pinch maneuver. And, well, I guess you don't even need to use any ultimates when Infiltrator's just going to walk up at you menacingly. But Paint, a huge play to set things up. Space created. SRB on the retake. Nasi back against the wall. Was trying to back away and still managed to go 1 for 1. number though still for this defensive retake. With Neural Theft maybe being left for the next round. You gotta know, once you've cleared, then there's eyes on Waterfall. There's only one place Winthrop can be, and now there's an exchange past the smoke. Pancake steps up. Time is running out. Vapin has to defuse. It's just barely enough time. Oh my god, 0.47.
Oh my god, I was sweating because SRB like, someone tap the spike, someone get on the spike. They're just taking so much time trying to clear out the rest of the site and move forward that no one got on it. Oh my god, I mean, that just comes down to, I mean, it sucks that he missed with the Sheriff. If Moves had any other gun, he would have probably killed Vapin there. But unfortunately just can't connect this headshot with 0.47 left. Oh, the classic spin maneuver where you accidentally shoot the shoulder. Hate to see it.
What a Pancake's MVP in that moment too, to just like throw his body at them to buy those crucial seconds. And he's been such a key playmaker in other rounds too. SRB 1 round away from closing it out with well, light shields from Winthrop, but still winnable. But a Neural Theft, which could really set themselves up. But Nasi could also just put down the red carpet of pain. If he were to use the Hunter's Fury, not even needing to, after just converging against the SRB. And with an op that's making its way from B, this is going to be difficult to play around when it comes to the retake on such a closed-in site like A.
Winthrop are slowing things down right now. Now opting to plant the spike actually front, which is interesting. It's a decent crossfire.
Wow, the reads, knowing where that defense was going to rotate from, leaving that stairs open purposefully. Now Paint knows there's a lot more rounds ahead of them, and they can give this round away in order to keep this op.
Yeah, SRB, I mean, surprisingly, despite winning a ton of rounds, their money's pretty bad. Winthrop University have been keeping them very close. I mean, especially the last one, obviously, where it goes down to the 1 versus 1, and SRB are essentially fully rebuying. So Paint definitely wants to hang on to this op. And despite being down 7 rounds, Winthrop, they've got a chance to get back into it now. Just a little bit off this first. 1 away from the Armageddon for Flare, 1 away from the Steel Garden for moves, so maybe they can capitalize off that, grab some ult orbs. They have the Hunter's Fury as well, so they could start stringing something together here.
For sure. That's the cope we like to hear, for sure.
Oh, it is some absolute cope. I mean, this game is as good as this game is as good as done, but it's my job to cope. That's what they pay me to do.
That's so true. Now, Winthrop believers rise up. They're always hyped to hear like any prediction going their way, and I think everyone wanted to change their predictions after sort of the main roster we saw.
Yeah, now I want to change it back. Oops, I didn't mean to. My bad. I didn't mean to change it.
What? The sneakers from the Clove, and this is why you kept the op, so you can get that first blood. But Nasi just not letting them escape with the Hunter's Fury. But still, Paint still has the op. This is still something Winthrop probably don't want to mess with, and they're just gonna grab the orb and think about something else. But map control, Winthrop are slowly losing that with a beautiful shot from BCJ.
That was a nasty shot from the big man. Vapin's playing up close right now. They're ready to Armageddon fault line if they come into B and just deep fry the Winthrop University team, who are now going to back off to safety.
Are they really just, Winthrop are just gambling that they force this op to rotate somewhere else, but this is quite the gamble to make when SRB are 1 round away, and well, there's some insurance to make sure that op is not comfortable. It would be playing backside if it was, and that's where the Armageddon was placed from Flare.
Winthrop just have such little time, and BCJ still has this Armageddon.
Yeah, and it was all a fake for C. The plant for B goes down, and the Armageddon, not immediate for BCJ. Just waiting to get into different positions for SRB at the different doorways so they can flood in, retake the site once this Armageddon is used. You're not even needed. I guess Vape is just going to go for his solo play. Gives info to Paint. And the kneecap from Infiltrator is barely hanging on. And this is for the win. Now Paige just dropped the op, and Winthrop just hold their positions.
Yeah, I suppose maybe Shopify felt like, let's just save the ults for when we have a full buy and we know for a fact we can just close the game out. But even still, in the 4 versus 3, I'm surprised they just didn't send it. Winthrop only had 20 seconds or so to plant. I really expected them to be more proactive there as we get into everyone's favorite kind of pause, the technical pause.
Yeah, we technically have to wait, but for how long when it's 7-12? Like, Winthrop are on a 2-round win streak, and now they can have full buys, so it's going to be up to Ali that has to convert a lot with now the 2 lives that they have coming up and moves on the post plant. It's got to be a death ball that delivers exactly that to SRB. But with all that awaits them, Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, Neural Theft, Light Shields, worse fight advantage for Winthrop in that moment, but this is going to be an explosive round.
I'm looking at Discord. I saw the production. They're typing.
Uh-oh.
Hold up. Any
Typing
second
menacingly. Menacingly,
I'm
what's the
waiting to see
problem?
what the tech pause is. It's always a if you ever want to bet on what the tech pause is, solid guess is always quote unquote mouse problems. And it is. It's the
Wow.
classic. I didn't charge my mouse last night before the match. The classic cause of a tech pause for online Valorant. It strikes again.
That's why I'll never get a wireless mouse. I thought I was just like really old school and like a boomer for still having a wire. But like this problem I will never be the problem like this.
Oh no, honestly, it comes up way too much. I always forget. And then my mouse turns off when I'm in like a 1 versus 2 clutch. And then I just can't do literally anything. But that's what I get for buying the 10's final mouse, which I do love though.
Nice
Actually,
plug.
I'm not gonna
Nice
lie
plug.
with you. Yeah, just an unpaid plug. I just genuinely like the mouse. And I
Oh,
like
yeah.
10's too. He's a cool guy.
Well, I need Ali to plug in like the best mouse he owns because, like I said, I was looking at this Cloval and this needs to go crazy. And I think Ali has brought a lot of positive changes to Winthrop. And I mean, this is what the deepest run a collegiate team has ever been on, and especially Winthrop. This has been a generational run. But this could be ended. Well, of course, it is the upper bracket, so it's not over, but kind of surprised that SRB playing with a coach is doing this well. Like, it's just been a team effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, frankly, like, even earlier in the season, it was looking like this Shopify team was not going to be all that. Like, they lost week 1 to Burger Boys, and then they lose again week 3. They start 1-2. And then from there, they just go on a crazy run and now look absolutely incredible, giving us an upper bracket final that no one expected to see. An upper bracket final lacking Team Envy, lacking Hubert Academy, lacking TSM. It is just a wild turnout. I mean, no one expected this at all, but I'm here for it.
Both these teams peaking sort of at the last minute, with Winthrop beating YFP to sweep to get themselves in the bracket. SRB sweeping M80 to get into this bracket. Like, some really impressive wins despite how the season or the split started. And even this match was really hard to call because both these teams came off of upsets to be in the upper final just for this bracket alone. But now that we got a new mouse plugged in,
Retrieving flash.
see how this goes for Winthrop. First, they got their lurk set up for A. Gonna slowly scale up to C. You got the Cypher trips all over C2, exactly where they expect the rays to be bouncing forward. Booms is about to encounter a lot more than he expects, but he's still locking in. He's been blinded, and Spaz will finish off the kill, so it is traded. But this is now the time, the window for Winthrop to make quick work of C, and they'll bounce in, and Pancakes gets hit by a fault line and manages to escape just in time with 8 HP.
Yeah, eats the decay from the clove as well, and Ollie wants to get that forward space. I like the idea.
This is for the win for SRBs. The salvos are pushing them even further back and may have even clipped pancakes. And the neural theft would be huge TQs, but this exchange is not going their way, and he won't be able to use it this round as Ali is going to uncloak here, is ready to step up to the plate, and Infiltrator's taking an L2. This is Winthrop falling apart at the seams. But Nasi in a 1v2 wanted to convert it, but it's BCJ with the A+ play to give SRB the win on Lotus.
How did that crumble? How did that fall apart? I have no idea. Winthrop were in prime position to win that round. That would have broken Shopify's economy, and they just got all the ults out of them. That was the round to actually put a comeback on the table, but somehow BCJ just goes nuclear in back halls, clears them all out. Really well played from him. That was an impressive showing from SRB with their coach, who played very well on the breach, by the way. Didn't even matter. I mean, his util, all that was really good. He looked really strong. And now, back-to-back times in this playoff bracket, we have Winthrop picking Lotus and losing Lotus, which happened against Skubert. They won the other two maps to get to this stage of the bracket. Maybe they can repeat history and get into the grand final doing the same thing.
For sure. Everybody take a sip of your water every time this broadcast mentions coach. And you're just going to be the most hydrated, healthy person.
Literally so hydrated.
Literally so hydrated, but SRB take a 13-7 win on Lotus. And after taking a win against M80 yesterday, is this going to be the bracket for Shopify Rebellion Black to go all the way to the end? Coming up next, we have Fracture, SRB's choice of map. But first, we'll hear from the desk. We'll see you after this.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
I mean, I would say M80. We were winning everything in the last 2 years, so M80.
That's a little tricky one. I mean, everybody won a lot, but the price point in Challengers is not as big as NGC. Yeah, well, it's not us because we lost a couple times. I know that, and I've been there the whole time, so I would know. My bank account would also know. I'll say SR Gold. SR Gold for sure. I know I was there in Brazil when they won. They won a couple like local ones too. Yeah, definitely SR Gold.
It has to be M80. Out of all of those, it just has to be M80. I feel like they went to Ascension twice. I don't know if there's prize pool in Ascension. Yeah. So they won MSI, they won the last split, and then they also won a split like before this year. And they went to Ascension twice, they went to 2 finals. It has to be M80. I feel like there's just it's not anything else.
So highest prize for winnings, basically? Oh, Shopify Rebellion Gold. Yeah, it's not even close.
Oh wait, Gold is the female team? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Shopify. I would have answered Shopify because I know they won a lot of things. So yeah, they were winning all the game changers.
Okay, dude, I said it's definitely not them, but okay, so you're counting like champs and for them. Okay, well that's kind of that's definitely a trick question. I kind of screwed myself over there. I'm sorry if they watch this. I thought it was like a challengers only kind of question, and I just walked into it. My fault.
first match here in our upper finals on Lotus. Winthrop University's pick, but not one that's going to go their way, as instead Shopify Rebellion Black. Sure, they're missing Monty, but they're still looking good. Going to win the map 13-7. I mean, Dan, there's a lot of questions with Vapin stepping in, but Vapin's looking good. The rest of the team looking really, really strong, and that's a great way to start the series for them.
Hey, Vapin look actually really good. I feel like better than people were expecting. Yeah, you might not see him being the guy at the top getting the most kills, but he was absolutely just supporting the team, giving kind of what was needed to help everybody else close out these rounds and even started those rounds with a breach. And it was a team that on the first half, they looked so comfortable. It was a 9-3. Going into the second half, they lose the pistol. And we think, okay, is this going to be a curse? Is it going to be some momentum, some bonus going the way of Winthrop University, but they're not able to get anything towards the end. And even closing it, it just seems like every time they had some opportunity to start getting some rounds in a row, they would lose in the most unfortunate way possible. Even the way that the last round went down, it was what, a 2v4, and BCJ closing it out. So Shopify Rebellion Black that continues to look dominant on a map that they needed to win this way. This is a conversation that we had at the beginning. Okay, how close is it going to get between these two teams, knowing how Winthrop has been doing in this map? And I feel like a 13-7 is pretty good for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, they had an almost perfect half in the first half, right? Yep. Aside from the last round where they kind of blundered their little very advantageous pulse plan that they had, it was an impeccable first half. And that just goes to show that everyone on this SRB roster is most definitely on the same page. They're all on board. They all understand how they're playing. They all understand the vision. And of course, you know, Monty not being here, it opens up room for people like Pancakes to go absolutely beast mode, for people like Paint to continue doing what he's been doing. And it seemed like ultimately, as long as they have a good breach that is giving good supportive util, they can still execute their plan and a lot more players can pop off.
The fact too that even just calling back to some of these clutches, these couple of multi kills, I was so focused watching that clutch at the end that I was just not focused on actually speaking in clutch at that point.
Valid though.
But this is really good looks for Shopify Rebellion Black. Even when Winthrop University started shooting back near the end, not tripping up at all, the executions were looking clean, the shots were looking clean, and just the team overall, Dan, that just looked really, really coordinated on the day.
Yeah, that is exactly what I wanted to talk about as well. When we went into the second half and Winthrop University started getting a few rounds, they got we thought that it was going to be, again, them grabbing this momentum, maybe taking it to the distance. But what was really good about Shopify Rebellion Black was those retakes. They were so overwhelming to deal with, and they were so fast. That was the difference maker. And that reminds me of what we see during the breaks when we get to see and hear a little bit from the players, and BCJ is talking about the strategies that they have, the plans that they have, and how they like to get a little crazy. I feel like that's exactly what we saw when it came down to, okay, Winthrop has a spike planted. What's next? They were trying to play towards Mound. Every single one, it seems like in a matter of seconds we're getting taken down, and that is just coordination that is not easy to do, especially when you're playing with a sub. Sure, it might be your coach, but you want to coordinate everything to go according, you know, the way that you want to, and they did it so well.
And shout out to Paint, MVP at the match, and definitely had a great performance. Even with the knife kill, that's always so fun to watch. So hurt so much for the other team. But the two people that actually want to talk about a little bit more about this series is Pancakes and Vapin. Pancakes was someone that was really, really good for a lot of these multi-kills, especially when we're looking at that first half of the map, Roy. And Vapin, well, of course, this is the big conversation beforehand. Vapin having to step in with Monty being sick, and a lot of questions. We haven't really know what he'd be offering to the table, but really being able to step up too and hold his own.
Oh, you can tell that Vapin was absolutely a ranked player because he was literally running it down. I love that from him. He's, instead of sticking the spike, he's the one in the front of the line, just running it down, running down for ecos. You gotta love that confidence coming out from the coach. But back to the conversation about Pancakes, I completely agree with you, Sarah. The first half from him was almost all him. In the first set, like 6 rounds was just Pancakes on the lurk, getting 3Ks, getting these like very important multi-kills that just allowed so much of that first half to just derail for Winthrop University.
Yeah, the amount of those multi-kills, just really, really good stuff. And Pancakes was someone who getting the call up for this team and being able to focus on his own play as opposed to having an IGL has just been a really good look. And it's been really, really nice to see. And with Vapin having a really good step up too, I know, Roy, like you and Wyatt were kind of regretting a little bit of what you guys are talking about in the pre-show, especially looking at these predictions. So this is your one opportunity, man.
Prod. Swap me back immediately.
Yo, no.
Yeah, Wyatt, yeah.
There is no way that's how it works. They just played one map. They just play one map.
So
Guys, you don't know, but production here speaks Spanish. Producción, háganme un favor, regrésenlo, regrésenlo.
No. Keep it as it is, because I got the script, guys. This, no. Back predictions, turn it back. I don't know what that is in Spanish, but we're going to learn right now. Let's switch it back, because I have a monologue, all right? This is important, production. This is some really important stuff that we have here. Now, this is all into place. Winthrop University are no longer the overdog in the series. They are back to being the underdog. And now we got to talk about map 2 of the series and looking ahead at the rest of the series, because sure, Winthrop University, they pick Lotus and they lose Lotus. And losing your map pick, that never feels good. But this is exactly how this is supposed to go. I want to call back to that upper semifinals match going up against Cupid Academy, because they picked Lotus and lost that. You know where we go next? Fracture. The other team's pick. You know what happens? They win. Then they go into the decider and they win that as well. So maybe this looks dire. Maybe this looks a little tough, but this is exactly what the script dictates. This is all that's right in the world, and it's going to be an electric map number 2.
Yeah, so basically the lessons here is Winthrop, stop first picking Lotus, and 2, make sure you guys are the underdog, because you have the underdog superpower theory according to Sierra. So honestly, I can get behind that. I can rock with that.
Well, I can't. So we're gonna have a problem in the desk again.
Yeah.
Fracture 3 matches ago, 13-9, 13-6, 13-1.
Yep.
Wait, was it 13-3? I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Something
but the point is, they've won the last 3 times they played this map of Fracture, Shopify, Rebellion, Black. Why would we think that they were not going to do exactly the same? I mean, the coach already proved himself. He's able to frag out and to keep up with the rest of the team. And also, yes, you guys are talking about last time that Winthrop University picked Lotus, they lost it, but that's just 2 matches. That's not enough info. I have 3 matches to back my facts up. So you're going to need 1 more. And if not, it's okay, because the predictions say enough.
Hey, you're talking about Shopify, Rebellion, Black be undefeated on Fracture. You know who else was also undefeated on Fracture before they went up against Winthrop University? Cupid Academy. That's right. And now they're fighting for their lives here in the lower brackets. So I'm just saying. Okay. There's
chaos.
You can believe in all of the stats that you want, Dan. I respect it, because that is some good stuff. I'm going off of the pure vibes and the script and the fact that I want to map 3 so bad in the series. But I mean, if we're looking at the actual stats, I will say there is a tall task ahead of them. I'll give you that. But Agent Select's ready, and we can get 1 step closer into seeing if it is going to be a tall ask that they can, in fact, deliver on here, Roy.
Yeah, honestly, I like your little statement about Cupid Academy. I think that speaks volumes. But honestly, I'm gonna have to be on Dryad's team this time. I'm jumping ship once more. I think the last 3 times they've played Fracture, it has looked like a slaughter. They had no flaws. They looked so drilled on the map. The neon on the paint neon looked amazing. And I feel like Vapin is an easy plug and play. He just plays the breach. He just throws util and just lets paint do paint things.
Yeah, it's well, we got this from Paint, and I feel like the last couple times that we saw Shopify, Rebellion, Black play this map with Paint on the neon, that's when I started believing more in Paint. I feel like I had kind of these questions of, okay, how is he going to perform? How is he going to open up the round for them? How is he going to take that space? But with the neon, he just looks now comfortable, and I feel like the more that we see him on this map, the better he gets. So I don't know. My expectations are pretty high for this too with Shopify, Rebellion.
I call it for Peyton, who's already been delivering in the series, is a great one. But it's time to head into Fracture now. See if there can, in fact, be that underdog upset for Winthrop to take us into a map 3, or if it's going to be Shopify, Rebellion, Black, the first team here in the grand finals for our playoffs. Let's head back over to our casters, Wyatt and Jen.
The stocks for Winthrop are still rising for some. I know the market is all out of sorts, but did we all just see what Shopify Rebellion Black did? Did we all see how they're undefeated? They're undefeated on this map. I don't know. I stuck to my prediction.
This might be a good moment to it might be a good moment to think long term about Winthrop University. It's not an investment so much for today as it is for the rest of this bracket. You can get in now. Well, the stock prices have definitely tanked since production allowed us to all switch our predictions back after Coach Vapin is evidently a god at the game from what we saw in map 1.
But yeah, Winthrop are going to get to play the same comp they just did. So That'll feel nice, but SRB, I wonder if the pace is going to change now that Paint is on the Neon. One of the best that we have. And so far, as slow as it can be, despite the Neon, but also the Spike being at the top side of the map.
Yeah, personally, I also opted to sell my Winthrop dividends on account of the fact that Paint is about to go nuclear on the Neon. His stats on this agent are obscene. I mean, he just absolutely torched M80 on this map the other day. By far right now in the playoffs, the statistical leader in overall ACS, overall kills per round, overall average damage per round. He's just leading everything.
See if Ali can lead to a first blood, going to be the first one to intercept off the contact of this tripwire placed there by Moobs, covered there by the smoke, and SRB just smartly gonna wait for it, and then that's the time they get hit by a falling from across the map, and it's first blood from Moobs, and Paint races forward to dispatch the problem. And the plant will ensue with an arcade hole 2 at the top site from BCJ, but Winthrop are converging from all sides. And it's already Infiltrator off the Boombot play and contact. That's the moment Winthrop will flood in, and Infiltrator just can't be stopped. He looks at you and you die. It's BCJ left to pick up the pieces, and what a lethal retake from Winthrop.
Yeah, Nasi was just chilling watching that smoke for like the last 15 seconds, so aware that the last player was going to be coming from arcade through the smoke, and he was very correct. It was an excellent retake, and have to give credit to Moves, who was the one anchor. Not only did he get that initial kill, but he brought down Paint to 20 HP. And you could see that in response to that, Paint felt like he needed to do something really proactive, and it just resulted in his death. Felt like he needed to do something and, you know, overplayed it, but can't blame him for doing that. Goes down, and from there, yeah, Infiltrator just pops off. Great way to start this map off for Winthrop.
Ali's going to be more preemptive, stepping up with the Outlaw. To be first to lock eyes with Paint, deciding, okay, didn't get any early looks, and it's gonna fall back. SRB here just gonna walk right into that line of sight, but Paint has been so good at getting revenge for his team and equalizing those numbers, not letting SRB getting multi-killed, shutting down any momentum from Winthrop's side. This is Spike and may just go elsewhere.
Definitely, I'm surprised that Ali went for such an aggro play on the anti-eco with the Outlaw. On the site where they're set up with the Cypher, can easily just take a shot, fall back behind the trips. Had no escape route there, no info on the south side of the map if they'd be getting flanked. That was just a really, really gutsy play, and I think too much so. It's given this Outlaw over to Paint now. Flare is the only target with a half armor. A one-shottable player to that Outlaw. It is over on this site.
30 seconds left.
Timing is messing up Winthrop here. They don't know what and where this is going to happen. But the Tejo drone gave them a hint, and Flare already stops one. And there's no util. Vapin had a fall line, and this still wasn't enough to open things up for SRB. Winthrop have covered all their bases, and SRB just won't even get anything done at all.
No, they had no way of trying to get into that site. Shut down by all of that defensive utility when you're, especially on Fracture in the congested area of the map in A main trying to get out, and you have to deal with a breach and a Tejo on the other side. It is agonizing to try and get out of main. And of course they're at the gun deficit as well, so they
Second Outlaw
ultra
shot
cooked.
was just on the shoulder. That was so close actually on the replay. All right. Infiltrator trying to get a heads up look into the attacker spawn while SRB come through arcade. Ali once again with the Outlaw, and oh, with this Neon skating by. That is a tough shot to land. And Pain eventually finds Ali through all the fire and the flames, but Infiltrator will try to stabilize for this defense. Has now been discovered.
What?
This gives a chance for, I guess, BCJ take away a lot of the initiator util from the defense.
It's just the random spam. They've been trying to get some space on the site. Okay, does win out the duel. Got a little scrappy. Neither player with the perfect accuracy in that duel, and now it's all on moves with the Outlaw. All 3 players are one-shottable.
Moob's taking his time, but should be spotted there by Pancakes. And once Moobs takes that fight, the other 2 can follow, but it's so quick. Moobs redirects. It's going to try and get a better gun for the occasion, but might have overthought it a little too much. BCJ with the finish.
Yeah, seals the deal. BCJ is very steady in those situations. Of all the players in the server, he is by far, not even close, the most experienced at playing in high-pressure matches, has played at Masters events in the past with a lot of high-level experience. So he has a lot to offer to this SRB team, who have, all the players that have just been in the Challenger circuit for a decent amount of time at this point. That's the kind of player that you want surrounded by the upcoming talent.
Either team have been able to win a bonus round so far, so SRB sort of a broken buy. I've been going for that split approach through the, at least mostly just all actually funneling through Arcade side. So SRB playing this more front to back and could see a first look at just committing to A off the bat. But now with that trip left behind, gonna be a lurk from Pancakes with the rest that have to meet Ali. He's always the first line of defense. The Tejo drone, no info for SRB. Fault line, Ali's in a safe position to get away along with the smoke. And maybe Ali got caught by something and it's gonna spray through the smoke. Ali calling for help. And this is where Nasi steps up. Scott flashes, got a fault line. He hopes to delay SRB. And Paint stopped in his tracks before he could slide across. The Armageddon from the attack allows SRB to maybe get into the cover of the site, but Ali makes contact first through the smoke. Nasi will cross, but it's what Pancakes can do to try and strike from behind. Winthrop will go forward and try to ignore it, but Infiltrator deals with that flanker, and there's nothing left from Spaz. What a round from Ali, especially a 4K.
That initial kill to shut down Paint, who needs to be able to create space for the rest of SRB to scale out of main, was really high impact, because after that, again, it's going back to what I said in that prior round. Trying to get out of A main against the breach Tejo is a nightmare. It is so difficult to actually accomplish, and once your Neon is gone, your space creator in this moment, you're just so cooked. You know, they're really relying on that Armageddon to get out with the Neon, and they didn't push anyone through sand. It's really tough. Infiltrator is in trouble.
Oh, Infiltrator was able to keep the op last round, but I doubt it lasts any longer. Paint on the hunt through the smoke too. Able to ping out, gives that to Vapin. SRB just wasting no time to try and match the pace of Paint. But now, no more kills for this offense as they set up for the post plant. Have Vapin and Arcade, the rest watching their own spawn. Winthrop, pretty split, but hope to converge with just such proactive plays from SRB. And Spaz is sitting through the smoke. 2 kills and with the op from Paint. Great thrifty from SRB.
I love that after some slow rounds finishing in struggling A hits, they just hit the gas on one of these. And that is a dynamic that having the Neon with this comp can bring. We see other teams that run the Tejo breach on this map play really fast, tons of just quick, big site executes, like G2 or a team that come to mind on that front. But when you have the Neon in it as well, I mean, you can just up the tempo even more, and Paint is so talented on this agent.
Oh, okay, Paint having to play dodgeball against the salvos. Smart to dodge out of that. Where is this alert gonna go? Pancakes was such a pivotal player last round. Forces out the Ali ult. Ali's forced to take this 1v1 and now takes the ropes. And this means Ali's not gonna get the kill to keep this going. It's just gonna feed it. But maybe you got sights on SRB all being there, I guess.
It is such a tragedy that that was Ali's only option to try and get a kill. Just taking, I mean, they know they're cooked going across, but it's literally the only way they could try to get one. Paint has to be worried about that. Tripwire does break. It needs to slow down temporarily, and Moob's playing off of it really well.
Moob, such a fantastic anchor. As soon as that trip was up, he was ready to keep the site for the defense. Neural theft, plan B. It's over at A. And although Aussie is suppressed, he's hoping to suppress this doorway. And SRB have had such issues getting into the site. They flopped in other rounds before. And they have to go in with confidence. Speaking of that, through the fire and the flames, a showstopper right to the noggin of Pancakes. Leaving a 1v1 Nasi versus BCJ. And BCJ couldn't close it out like he did on map 1. So Winthrop continued the lead.
Timing on the flash and swing from Nasi was so good to shut down BCJ in the clutch. Just a quick rotation back in from Winthrop, playing very proactively. Love to see that. Still though, SRB, their economy is really excellent given that they won that eco round. We're able to carry over all the rifles from Winthrop. So it's still an uphill battle to some extent, despite being in the lead, because Winthrop are still endangered of being ecoed themselves. Their buy here is going to be not ideal with a couple players that only have 3K. And SRB are going to be able to buy again the next round, even if they lose here. So it doesn't get any easier for Winthrop, despite now being at 4 rounds.
SRB getting kind of humbled early, just really hesitating on how they're entering inside of A, which has just been their weaker side overall. I feel like all of their success has been at B, but these trips and moves has been such a problem for SRB to deal with.
Finally, they're making an adjustment and going through sand.
Okay, it starts with the first blood, and even gonna push back through that back staircase. And this really reveals the positions of all of Winthrop. And SRB dispatch every single one and get an orb going. 2 away from the Rolling Thunder. And with a plant secured, this is Ali finding themselves behind. And SRB hoping to match the score very, very soon with just confident plays and small adjustments to clean things up.
And this is a sad 1 versus 4 for Ollie with the Guardian, but it's like, do you even really want to save here, despite the fact that this Winthrop economy is absolutely wrecked at this point? Pancakes nail in the coffin from the back of Ollie. They are left with no cash heading into this next round. SRB economy still flourishing, could get into another full buy, and then crucially, if you look at the state of their ults, you have Vapin and BCJ on this anti-eco that can get to those ultimates for the next buy round to match the Armageddon and Rolling Thunder that Winthrop have. SRB, they're in a solid position here. And this adjustment is what I was waiting on. Something fast through sand. Fight that A site from multiple angles. And they finally did it.
Now Winthrop are going to have to cover those gaps. And even just try to take this fight at the choke point of A. This Tejo drone is gonna at least get this lurk spotted. This Pancakes has to hold back those forces, and Winthrop are just pinching from both sides, and SRB keep marching through B. Great double kill, but a flash that hits Winthrop on the flank, and holy cow, the teamwork and the reaction of SRB to deal with that.
First, yeah, that was really nice. Pancakes was so patient in that moment. Here's the flash come out, the footsteps, and he's just immediately calling for everyone to come back and help him. Screw trying to get the spike down. Let's just kill everybody. The entire team turn back to assist. Clean up all of the Winthrop players who were just on these weak weapons. Such an easy round for them.
Now the buy's getting a little more even. But I think it's the ults that are going to make a difference, as Paint just going to activate the speed early to just kind of fake that and get Infiltrator nervous. Tejo drone early round from Flare has been the usual hit, but it's not going to be shot as early, so even less info for Winthrop to work with.
That does get some valuable info. Didn't see anyone, and now SRB feel like, oh, we should probably go back. They're going to know that we've rotated to the north side. That drone got all the info. So now we're back into a 4-1 split. They want to go back to this A site with Infiltrator jiggling in main.
Oh, he's locked in, saw those blue ponytails, would recognize them anywhere, and Paint forced to take this 1v1, and a double kill from Infiltrator before he goes down. So SRB caught without good tools to initiate besides, what, a flash from Vapin. No salvos yet from BCJ. He's got a drone, but needs something to really hurt Winthrop on your way in, because A site has been so weak for them, but at least SRB coming out at different angles. But no one's even on the site. The Armageddon forcing Winthrop forward. Vapin makes an entry. The Rolling Thunder from Winthrop disrupts SRB and their comfort. And with the Armageddon too, SRB have just inches to work with. Nasi caught on his utility, traded 3, or now 2 versus 2 on the post plant. You saw where the salvos came from. It's time to execute. And it's Moobs, the anchor, versus Vapin, the coach, and now new player for the squad. And will still be on the team, but it will be Moobs clutching it up for Winthrop to get back the lead for the university.
That was an insane finish to the round with all 4 initiator ults being used from both sides, counter-rolling thunders just to cancel each other out so the spike could actually go down. And there was a great push forward from Spaz, but was immediately traded onto. It all really began, though, with the Infiltrator somehow able to find that second kill. How is he able to do that? Being forced out into the open from Tejo's salvo missiles into 2 players looking at him, and still has the reaction time to get one. To find that 2K, get the early man advantage. That is so sick.
Is that the overdrive used? Paint looks so muted this game. And this has been his bread and butter in Orbital Strike. This is just on no man's land. And Winthrop, they will just hold through the backside through Arcade with the Orbital Strike to clear. SRB clear the way of corpses too. And they leave Winthrop behind in the dust. As Winthrop around the corner, not able to get a plan, all thanks to Nasi. What was that? Just shooting through the box? Now Paint looks to make a better emergence, just dancing through his wall. He's the one with the spike now. Will manage to plant safely around the corner. Gonna be a tough one to defend against now a flash from Nasi. And Ali with a full kit. Doing a careful job of clearing. As Winthrop kind of enclosing now the site with the glove smokes, and SRB were ready, covering every angle they can, and we're left with a tie.
Yeah, they just know that they can all swing out together, play with that 4 versus 3 advantage, trade things down in an honest fight. And SRB break the economy of Winthrop again now, despite this being so close. We could just take it, we could track it back all the way to that eco round that SRB won. Their economy has been excellent since then. Winning or losing rounds, they just keep buying. And because that win was a 1v1 clutch on the prior round for Winthrop, they're just back to getting eco'd.
Right here.
Oh, a 3-2 split with Spike going top side, but SRB are going to be outnumbered. And whatever, I think the Tejo drone may have spotted how close Winthrop were and maybe how many shots it's going to call reinforcements, because you did not want to drop that Spike in that position if you were SRB. That was close.
Yeah, I believe BCJ spotted out 2 players there, and if not the third, that SRB, they rope all the way back while a couple players come back over, try and bait out Winthrop.
Uh-oh. Showstopper in the eco round starts off with the first blood for Infiltrator. And then around the corner is Spaz. If he emerges out of that smoke, they just hear the neural theft, and now the jig is up, and he'll still get his revenge on moves. With numbers equalized, Ali stays stable. He'll be able to upgrade his weapon. With Winthrop, the possible thrifty if they can just hold on, but the spike is already planted. To retake with Sheriffs feels impossible. And even with the ult, Ali, a 1v3. If anyone can do it, it's him, but he also doesn't have time on his side when he's rotating from across the map, and will be loud doing so with almost a high-low setup from SRB. Surely they secure the round to get back in the driver's seat. Even Pancakes will catch him before he even addresses that high-low, so great round from SRB.
BCJ collecting a bunch of kills there. I believe gets the plant as well. only used his Armageddon like a couple rounds ago and has another one for the last round in the half to try and cement that 7-5 advantage before the side swap. It's a good initial kill here from Infiltrator, but ultimately, Shopify were so aware of where those Winthrop players were going to be rotating from, just holding all the right angles.
Last round of the half in quick pace, Winthrop to get things done and over with. And they didn't even get to spot Spaz because he's in the smoke and the Armageddon through the top side, and SRB dancing around the forces of Winthrop. Now Ali will cause a threat through the attacker's spawn and Spaz gets the... Oh, Spaz, help your friend out there. Now just being part of the team, I guess. This is troll. This is so troll.
They are so hoping someone else would show up.
Yeah, I was second guessing myself. I was like, they are on different teams, right? But it's gonna be a 6-6 half.
I mean, that is a silly way to just completely mess up that situation. Just watches his teammate lose the 1v1 in front of him. That is pretty tragic. You do hate to see that. SRB had a good response to that early aggression from Winthrop as well. They just hit the gas over on the top side of the map through Arcade, paint scales all the way into sight, just to fight those players that have pushed down. Yeah, this moment though, yeah, that's a little tough. That's that is a tough one.
That's a tough one to watch for sure.
Feels like this maybe shouldn't be a 6-6 half, but all good.
SRB are just that confident. They are undefeated on this map, and after last map, I think you go in with a lot of wind in your sails, but hopefully they're laughing about that and not getting frustrated as Winthrop are pinging all over this A hall. The Salvos are always going to be a pain to just traverse any part of that smoothly.
All right. 20 seconds into the round, you can see SR, they want to explore over towards B. They push down main, re-clear underpass, where they might just run into Moobs, who's inserted himself over into Arcade, while the rest of Winthrop gear up for an A execute.
Camera will be able to spot the flank and what's going on around the site, and with the boombot of the Rays, you get space a little bit easier compared to the Neon pick, and first blood goes to SRB, just catching that flanker. Now all SRB have to focus on is this A hallway, and Winthrop are just getting out of dodge, maybe looking towards moves and what he was able to communicate, and didn't realize how much map control they gave to SRB towards the attacker's spawn, and Winthrop now just have to escape through the only route that they have left to wrap around through A. And to stop them is Pancakes, who's flattened like 1-2. Winthrop hoping to plant soon, and Ali starts things off well to stop SRB from intercepting in time. And Ali is so careful in these tense 1v1s. And Spaz, 1v3, I don't know how much you can really do, especially when Nasi still has fault line and a flash.
Two players on very low HP, however, might be the opportunity for Spaz to get back into this.
Smoke is gone. Everyone in cover playing time, and now he just takes the 1v1, but Spaz skips so long instead of maybe shifting his aim to wherever people could be swinging from.
Just got instantly, he just barely got caught in that stun, so he just was trying to get around the corner, but yeah, unable to do so. When they had that fault line just playing off the contact of Ali, ready to send it out. After this moment, it looked like SRB were in control of the round to some extent, but they really had no control of the map because moves had gone all the way behind through spawn. And despite it being a 3 versus 4, Pancakes on site just didn't even know where to look. There were people coming from every angle. Things collapse despite having that man advantage for SR.
That was so hard to track from Winthrop, and SRB surprised them, but will they be able to hold? Paint is the first to lock eyes, and Pancakes is gonna try and hold back this waterfall of players. At least the rest of SRB are grouped up together, but they're not playing together. Bacon is the first to swing, and it's all out of sorts for SRB to even pull this round together.
only able to net 1 kill out of that. Essentially no investment. Now it's time for the full buy. This bonus round for Winthrop University has some serious firepower behind it, though. Multiple Vandals, some decent rifles across the board. This is very winnable. Not going to be an easy anti-bonus for SRB by any stretch of the imagination. Obviously goes without saying, but must win for them. They've invested all the credits they've got into this next round.
We're starting to see the cracks in that structure of SRB, and to be expected. Wait, get your water? There is a coach playing. So Winthrop are getting smoked off, and the boom bot was used. They still have Flair's drone. They wanted to just see how close SRB are. But now you don't want to fall into a breach stun there from Vapin, so Winthrop have pulled all the attention towards the right side of the map. And they even have moves set up for an A flank, and like, the plan has been changed.
We're trying to wrap multiple players underpass right now, while Moves is just serving as a bit of a distraction, but just seeing a Cypher that's not going to command any serious rotations across the map. Aware that it's most likely just the lurk. Here comes the B split.
Infiltrator in first, and he's pinged through the smoke from the trips and pancakes. It's such a solid anchor defensively for B, although A has been more popular for Winthrop. Plant goes down. Ali has to address Paint, skipping on by, and doesn't really do so, so Flair becomes a victim. There's salvos all over the site from BCJ. And SRB will see if they can thrive through the chaos, approaching that tower side. Paint with 3 kills in this round. The defuse is being stuck, and there's no one from Winthrop that could say anything about it. So SRB stay in that shadow of Winthrop.
Yeah, really excellent retake. I love that setup from SRB, just playing off the kill trips on the B site, hoping they can get 1 kill. They managed to do that, and in the meantime, they have that trio, the death ball that we're going to see running around together for a lot of this half of the Tejo, the Neon, and the Breach. They just push all the way through A main, flank through the south side of the map, and then the retake is coming in from multiple angles. Really well done. They retain most of the weapons as well, which is going to be crucial for them.
SRB with now being able to get their first round of the half, right? So this is where it could be the beginning of the end of Winthrop if SRB get too hyped off of this. And Paint needs to be huge, the same performance that he had last match. We want to see more of that version of Paint. 59 and 32, and he leads this round on a good note. SRB are just stuffing this choke, and Winthrop are too stubborn. And Vapin hits the fault line, and Infiltrator somehow wins that against Vapin and Paint. Are you serious? Infiltrator's built differently. That's why he's a top duelist. And will still do damage for his teammate to convert that kill. And it's just Flair left. And despite how explosive Winthrop were, they were in that 3v5 and hope to turn this whole round in their favor. And Flair will at least set up the plant. Pancakes won't be able to really change this around. Spaz gets rid of the judge. As a team, Flair will swing, spots the hat, gets shot through the box, and it's SRB that stabilizing tie.
I love how the last 2 players, Pancakes and Spaz, handled that situation. Pancakes picks up that tight angle for the cross onto site when someone would have to plant, finds the kill, and then just chills, plays it passively, knows that he can wait to take the 2v1. Spaz throws down the one-way smoke to obscure that angle from default on site. They push forward together. All the little micro plays perfect from them. I mean, yeah, you were calling it out here. It's insane that after this moment, Infiltrator's able to find 2. That Hall setup was really good for Shopify, and it still gets cracked, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, these duelists have been humbled a little bit, but have just grown stronger and stronger and have evolved, especially on Fracture. As SRB going for a quick attacker spawn push, and I think Ali may have heard it. And if anyone's going to deal with it, it's Ali, especially with the ult. But with this raise, you're just going to have a stronger hold of being able to push through this A hallway with a boombot and a Tejo drone, which goes pretty deep into sight, not getting much info. So Winthrop not really stoked about that, but just the Tail drone alone has been enough to pull all of SRB towards A.
Wow, BCJ so aware that that flank could be coming in from moves. He has done that previously in the half. Another set up. Well, I was going to say for 5 years for retake, but BCJ gets shut down immediately.
Ali can go forward past the smokes with Infiltrator by his side while the plank goes through, but they haven't cleared tower, and this is Paint that could just eradicate all of the other team. And the 2-for-1 is still massive, and a really big mistake from Winthrop, leaving Infiltrator with barely any HP to scrape this round together. At least if you can just delay things, and Vapin just walks into the site as bait, I guess, and eventually Infiltrator is found. But SRB went from being behind in this game to being on top.
BCJ just having that intuition to pick off the lurk puts them in nice position for the 5-on-4. And from there, they are, though it was very scrappy, able to trade things out. Went through 2 rounds in a row despite losing. They're getting these plants, and so they can keep trying to force into this a little bit. The buys aren't perfect, but they're getting just enough. That spam kill from Vapin really did have high impact. And from there, SRB just run away. Let the Glow Vault expire.
A lot of ults from Winthrop too.
Fire in the hole!
And it's the showstopper right from behind of A site as Paint keeps A main on lock. And this is just a ton being thrown at this SRB defense. And they won't go down without a fight. They'll weaken Winthrop on their approach. But it is a setup for Winthrop that is developing. An SRB that'll have to go with a retake. Not too much in terms of utility. Unless Pancakes can get in sight of this corpse, and then you'll have a neural theft advantage to work with. Tons of Winthrop can be proactive. There's that neural theft from Pancakes. That's fine, Winthrop. The jig is up. They have to play together off this crossfire. And they know no one's on the flank. It's got to be through A main or Sands. And off the smoke, Winthrop just swing on in. And SRB win all of these duels.
Yeah, Pancakes just really comes up clutch there, getting back through A main, using the neural theft like you called out. And then from there, the retake is just coming in from multiple angles. It's tough for Winthrop to deal with. Again, they get the plant. They can keep buying. They can keep forcing into this. And yeah, something has to give. It's the moment where they're feeling like they need to take a timeout. The weight of this next round is huge. They have both of the initiator ultimates, which are so powerful coming into this. It's going to be must win for them.
And Winthrop with a timeout to just collect themselves, because these rounds have felt more and more scrappy with so many angles to watch for, and especially a lot of these A site hits and kind of leaving or not clearing everything around B, like thinking about how Paint came through tower and just shot them from behind and caused so much chaos. This is Winthrop that have to react a lot quicker and have protocols that are just a little bit more on the fly than previously expected. And then, you know, a ton of ultimates did get used that round, so I don't blame them for freaking out.
Yeah, PCJ had some really good util there as well. That Armageddon timing was fantastic. He's been having a very great, just a really great series overall. Paint is opting to pick up the operator here. What is the game plan going to be there? Winthrop, with the ultimates that they have available, that's where they have the advantage in this round. We've seen, you know, on most of these, the setup for Shopify, it's you have the Breach Teoni on one side of the map, Cypher on the other.
Well, that was a risk that did not pay off. Winthrop have been gathering pretty early at this A main hallway, just having the boombot, having the Tahoe drone as an advantage. And SRB have been able to kick back and sort of wait for Vapin to make the call on the fault line, so kind of surprised off that op play.
I know exactly.
So now Winthrop still feel pretty confident going into this round, taking care of such a big part of SRB's core.
All right, they're going for the A hit with moves wrapping all the way to B. Wants to go for this long flank and is going to lose the duel. So we're back into an honest 4-on-4.
Surprised Moobs even lost that. That looked like he
Yeah, I
shot
am
first
too.
and everything. But Winthrop's set up and even are watching main, and there's the call from Nasi. Has the Rolling Thunder and is just gonna throw it out right away, ready or not. Winthrop trying to make contact, and SRB were able to walk away despite getting hit from that. And there's no ults to respond from SRB despite just teamwork. And it's exchanges back and forth with time running out. And SRB just, I don't know how much they could really try and defuse this just with the one player left, and can't stop giving up if you're Winthrop. They're one round away from tying.
And that was a good hold from Winthrop. SRB, they were playing that well. I like their approach in A main. They grouped up there. 3 players trading out for each other. When the Rolling Thunder came in, you saw BCJ, he threw down those missiles into main so no one could actually swing onto them, capitalize by getting kills off the Rolling Thunder from Winthrop. But from there, still, you're back to the trying to get out of A main when the site is being held with this comp. It is still so tough. So many angles to watch. Must win round from Winthrop, and they come up big.
Yeah, with the, it's kind of like mixed economy too. So this is where SRB, they were on a 4-round win streak. Winthrop went on a timeout and woke up and smelt the coffee. So Winthrop smoked off though. Again, same protocol from SRB to just fault line and sent Paint to finish off the job. Vaping with a Rolling Thunder. It's Winthrop that tried to dislodge it with the tail drone, and holy cow, the firing squad! And Paint paints a beautiful picture of what this round will be for SRB. With the moves, the last one left on the opposite side of the map. SRB will get up to 11 and one step closer to knocking Winthrop to the lower bracket, cashing in their ticket to the Grands. And Paint's going for more too. He's gonna spot out moves, not gonna let him even get the spike at all.
It's just all on him. 35 seconds left. No way that he'll be able to pull off this round win.
30 seconds left.
Shopify, like you said, they are so close to making it to the grand final. A grand final that at the beginning of this stage for 2025, you would not have expected them to make it there. They didn't look like they were that caliber of team just yet, but they certainly are right now.
Whoa. Moves? It scares me. He's so good on defense and will do what he can to put a dent into SRB. Does this really affect their buy? No, we got heavy shields and of course an Armageddon and still the Rolling Thunder. But for SRB, who just went for the fault line and set up Paint for massive success.
Yeah, they didn't even need to use the Rolling Thunder there. They just, off the missiles coming in from Winthrop, instant fault line into the aftershock. Paint and BCJ just double swing. That's not something that they've gone for before, with BCJ also pushing up with Paint in that aggro fashion. It was perfect.
Big switch up from Winthrop going through Arcade. Definitely knowing there's a Rolling Thunder on the menu, but moves. What an impactful player with the first blood for Sheriffs, and not the best weaponry for Winthrop. And now the Armageddon clears things out for BCJ and the friends of SRB, which will put them on match point, series point, with Ali hoping to just get as many kills as possible to get that ult and maybe a second life, because this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint if you're Winthrop, just with how much of a challenge SRB have presented.
Match point.
Winthrop have to play flawless from here on out.
BCJ in that round, he just lets the Armageddon rip. Why not? Let's just get to match point, get one step closer to getting into the grand final. BCJ last year, he came so close with M80, one map away from being in the partnership league this year, but they came up short at Ascension. He's running it back with a new team, surrounded by all upcoming players, and they have become so strong together as a unit. So much so that they have their coach in the game, and they are still looking a cut above in the upper final. That is a testament to just how well regimented they are. And to how good Paint has been as a duelist. His Neon is so different.
Yeah, on offense, it's kind of funny how the Neon is just thriving in its lane on defense, when offense, it was just cut short early so many times. And Winthrop have been good at dealing with Paint before, not so much, getting up to 23 kills. An Infiltrator was explosive in the first half, and now Winthrop have to go X Games mode if they hope to force an overtime. Be off of what this Armageddon from Flare can do and what parts of the site they want to zone off. It should be tower to force them forward, and SRB almost wanted to be proactive and go towards the attacker's spawn, but then you had Spaz say, never mind.
For a slight pause, Winthrop, they drone up, they're trying to get through the main right now. Armageddon to force BCJ off the spam angle.
Yeah, no spam, no fun for SRB. Now following through, there is the Rolling Thunder. Just Paint escapes. Winthrop stuck, and even the aftershock confirms the kill, and Paint is the one splattering through the forces of Winthrop. And Shopify Rebellion more than deserve to get to this grand final with a flawless run with their coach at that. Imagine when Monty gets back, and imagine the beast that will emerge against whatever challenger will emerge. Winthrop will be in the lower final to await Qbert Academy and M80.
Tim, I don't know if Monty's getting his spot back. Don't speak too soon. Don't speak. He might be the new coach after that game. Sorry, buddy. You're going to be calling tack pauses after this game. Vapin's too nice. But that is a sick win for them to get the unlikely upper bracket final coming into this playoffs of Shopify versus Winthrop. And they really do look like they're just on a different tier from the rest of the competition right now. Their team play looks fantastic. Back on Lotus, I was blown away by how they were working the map. And then when they pick up the pace and accelerate with Paint playing the Neon, which is not as commonly picked now as it was back in 2024, but he makes it look just as good as when Neon was maxed out, buffed, and now nerf doesn't even matter. He is still so good on the agent. What a showing from SRB. Really blown away.
When Winthrop had to start playing scared against them as far back, and there just was no stopping him. And also a shout out to Pancakes on that Sentinel. It's been so important to keep things stable and to keep Winthrop back so that everyone from SRB could play as a team, and they will be a team in the grand final against everyone's expectations and surpassing our expectations. But how's everyone feeling about their predictions? I mean,
I'm just glad I switched back. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm glad I didn't even switch back. I just stuck to Shopify the whole time. I just simply knew. I don't even think I swapped.
For sure. And we're going to have to hear the desk yap about that and come up with their excuses after this break.
Yes, Sierra. Any excuses, Sierra?
Congratulations to none other than Shopify Rebellion Black, the first team to make it to the grand finals here in our Stage 1 playoffs. They had stuff stacked against them. They're playing with Vapid instead of Monty. I mean, there was non-believers, Roy and Wyatt being two of them, but Shopify Rebellion Black, they've upgraded, like, they're so disciplined. They're looking so good. Dan, that's going to be a strong victory to close out 2-0.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. We had our questions. I feel like this map did actually get a little closer than we thought. It was a back and forth between the two, but as Wyatt was saying on the cast, when they were stepping up the pace, when they were playing a lot faster with this Neon, it was just insane to see. There were so many cool ideas around it, especially into that second half, that defensive side. I really like what we saw towards that A side. It was the Neon, the breach, that they hold all the utility coming in to go in and get a few picks, and a lot of the times lower than just a few. So I mean, it's just showing everything that BCJ was talking about when it came to the preparation, the crazy ideas, the crazy strats that they had coming into these matches is now paying off as they move into the grand finals.
Yeah, man, congratulations to SRB. That's a huge win for them. And also congratulations to Wyatt and I for picking SRB from the get-go. Let's go, Wyatt.
Guys.
But yeah, I mean, Neon's paint, it's just paints Neon. Excuse me, backwards. It's an insane 27 kills. He absolutely went huge and really, he was a big part of their success here. And I absolutely love their quote-unquote crazy plays and the utility combinations that they've been running on this map. They looked extremely tight, even despite using their coach, not really using their main IGL and their main support player, still looking this fluid and still performing to this level of confidence, this level of synergy, as if like nothing has changed, is incredible to watch.
It was like they never missed a beat there, too, on some of those pushes out. You're talking about the coordination, and that is something that was just so clean and really showcasing the work that the Shopify Rebellion Black roster has put in to be one of the best, if not, well, the best team that we have here, considering they cemented that spot in the grand finals there. Which then also makes me think, too, like, man, if they had Monty, would this have been a complete blowout of a match? Like, what would have that difference maker been? So considering how strong of a win this was already. And I feel like, too, when we're talking about where this was just so strong for Shopify Rebellion Black, you're talking about the discipline. Pain, yet again, a big step up in this series. And Dan, BCJ was also someone we got to see a lot from.
Yeah, and those two players, a lot of first kills coming their way. I mean, Pain was 7-4, and BCJ was actually 4-0. So these guys, they knew they had to step it up because they were in uncomfortable circumstances with Vapin stepping in. And yeah, I mean, obviously this guy was insane. He got 25 assists, by the way. He was helping the team as much as he could. But when it came to getting those frags and getting those first kills, that was the job of Pain and BCJ. Two of the players that we know have some experience in that tier 1. So it's great to see. Obviously, a lot more coming from BCJ. But it's great because now they're going to have a day off where they're going to be able to rest and make sure that the main roster can play for the grand finals, which is what we really want to see.
Yeah, a win here for SRB is the best case scenario. Obviously, not only for the grand finals appearance, but it also buys them an extra day just to make sure Monty's back to health and everything is back to normal. But honestly, the most disappointing part of that entire map was Paint not being given the ace on the last round, even though it was a 5v1.
Yeah,
I think that is very disappointing. He should have definitely got the ace. L teammates, and yeah, that's all I have to say on that.
Expert analysis. Thank you so much, Roy. Appreciate that one. I mean, hey, there's the opportunity in the grand finals for their ace, just saving it until then, and excited to see them play then. But I'm also excited for the interview that we have upcoming with none other than Coach Faven on the line. So let's head on over to that, get some thoughts. Congrats, not just on the win. We get to see you play to the server. How has that been for you?
Crazy morning. I woke up, I don't know, 6:30 this morning, and I got the message from Monsi that he probably wasn't going to be able to play today. And instantly I went to the facility. I've been DMing since like 7:30 maybe, and I still think I only had like 75 ADR. So, but it's fun to get in the server. Every coach dreams of this. I'm just happy that we were able to get the W.
Hey, I mean, the util, you had the impact. I think Dan called out like 25 assists or something, but the fact that we're still getting this 2-0, you having to step into the roster, I want to talk about the Shopify Rebellion squad because it was a team, too, that there was a little bit of ups and downs earlier in the split. And I want to talk about that work behind the scenes because this coordination and the discipline from the team coming today, like, you guys looked unstoppable.
Yeah, there's been a lot of thank you, by the way. But yeah, there's definitely been ups and downs. We've put in a lot of work, and I think early on, the coaching staff, myself and Finn, we were really hard on the guys about fundamentals. And I think we had a period where we were kind of like second guessing a lot of the individual decisions that people were making. And because of that, we were playing a lot slower, but it was kind of a necessary ego death for us in a way. And now we're just all playing cohesively together as one strong team. Huge shout out to the guys today. They picked it up. I might have been calling or whatever, but like everybody was pitching in rounds. Everybody was giving ideas. It really helps to have a lot of experience on the team. So yeah, I'm glad we're trending in the right direction. I'm looking forward for the rest of the year. This is just split one. We're just getting started.
So you just said too that you were calling for the series because it was kind of unsure if it was going to be BCJ considering he IGL'd earlier or if it was going to be you. So it was more so you calling throughout that series?
I would say it was like a group. It was a group thing. They took over in the moments where it mattered most. I was doing just a lot of pre-round stuff, but it really helps. Like honestly, all 5 of them can call. Like I know we only have 3 former IGLs, but all these guys can call. All of them are giving ideas. They have good understanding of the macro. So it was definitely a team calling situation.
Yeah, that's something through talking with the team, like Monty's talked to about everyone being very vocal on the team, which has been really, really nice. And with this victory, this 2-0, you're now the first grand finalist here in the playoffs. So how does that feel seeing all this hard work from everyone on the team pay off?
It feels amazing. I'm just so proud of the guys. Like we're in here 10, 12, sometimes more than 12 hours a day, especially during the hard times. And I'm really proud of them for all the hard work that they've been putting in. I got a great group of guys that just actually enjoy playing with each other first and foremost. And I'm just really excited and proud of the results. I'm kind of speechless, you know, I just hope that we can keep it going.
And I'll save it for one last quick question here. Obviously, Monty not being able to play today, that it was nice to be able to see you play, don't get me wrong, but his presence definitely missed. You do have a day off and then the grand finals after. Do we think he'll be back or are we seeing a reappearance from you?
I hope I'm not reappearing. I think he's going to be back. I think he's going to be good. He went into the ER today to get some meds. So hopefully he's all good to go for grand finals.
Oh, we'll definitely be sending the energy. Glad that we got to see you play with this 2-0. Vathan, congrats on this win. Thanks for chatting. Have a good rest of your day, okay?
Thank you so much. Just want to give a quick shout out to everybody over at Shopify, Chris, Jeremy, Dario, Sean, Leica, Connor, Landon, everybody. You guys are amazing. So thank you guys so much for everything. Let's keep it going.
Excited to see you guys all keep it going. Great stuff coming out from the team. And with that, Shopify Rebellion Black, the first grand finalist here in the playoffs. Of course, we still have a lower bracket to be playing through, and that is going to be Hubert Academy going up against M80 after a short break. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America. Our first grand finalist, Shopify Rebellion Black. Again, huge congratulations. But we still have a lower bracket to go through as still 3 hopeful teams are trying to make their way into the grand finals. Of course, that is a Winthrop University that's knocked down into the lower finals, but who is going to meet them now? It's going to be Hubert Academy going up against M80. Roy, again, 2 big titans of names and elimination match. One we're about to say goodbye to today.
Yeah, and an insane matchup. Of course, Hubert taking down Envy last night in a pretty hard-fought battle. M80 taking down TSM with a nice clean 2-0. Now they're going to be battling it out for a chance to play against Winthrop University, and that will get them the slot finally in the grand finals. I'm expecting a a crazy match, to be honest. That's really the only way I can put it.
I'm hopeful. I mean, it was great to see Shopify lock it up in 2, but I want to see a 3-map series. But talking about this one, you had mentioned that win that Qbert Academy had up against Envy. And let's talk about this Qbert roster. I mean, Dan, what else he said? These are some of the top names. We've said this, we know this, and being able to see them prove it yet again and again in the server. And there's even supportive people on the team, like D-Dog, Knight's example, that still are able to have these really big step-ups. This isn't just the Redux show, even though he also just pops off, right? Like, there's so much to this roster.
Yeah, there's so much, and that is exactly what we saw yesterday, right? We couldn't stop talking about T-Dog towards the end because he was just getting every single first kill, getting every single multi-kill. I mean, this guy was going insane, and that is something that you love to see from teams where everybody's able to step it up, and I feel like that's something that we talk a lot about, but we don't really get to see as much. There's usually there 1 or 2 players that you can rely on, and everybody else just kind of there. But for Qbert Academy, it does seems like everybody is just on point, and they are where they need to be. That's why everybody loves this team so much, I feel like. And yeah, like you said, Redux as well, that key piece that continues to be the consistency that they need to start out those rounds to get those the openings, to get the space into the site. And that's, you know, even when they have troubles, he's able to make sure that everything is fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've sort of evolved away from the Redux show as well. I mean, yeah, of course, Redux is an absolute monster on the duelist, and he is a big part of their opening and, you know, big part of their rounds. But ultimately, if you look at all their match histories, it almost feels like everybody on the team has been stepping up, including Knights, the newest addition to the roster. So I think this is one of those teams where they don't really depend on Redux. Yeah, it would be nice for Redux to have a great game. It would make things certainly easier, but they haven't really required him to kind of go crazy for them to close out important matches.
And the fact, too, that Redux can pop off, or also just kind of sit back, and there's other people that can really just be able to get it done, has been really nice. And calling back to that series up against Envy, this was a really, really close one. I mean, we had a map 3 that ended up going into a double overtime here, Dan. And Scuba as well as someone that came out huge in that series. But to see such a close series in this Qbert Academy squad, I feel like this is where we got to see a lot of that experience for majority of these members really come on through when, I mean, we had such a well-fought series.
And as we talked about throughout yesterday when we were watching this game, we kept seeing changes, right, for Qbert Academy. The slight changes in terms of compositions and Redux. What was he going to be playing? He went back into the Jet for Haven. They were bringing these things that, as they talked about in the interview, it's just comfort. And that's what you need when you're approaching the final stages of playoffs, when you're approaching those grand finals, when you're approaching that lower bracket final that they should be playing tomorrow if they get the win. You want to be comfortable. You want to be playing to your strengths instead of forcing a meta that maybe doesn't work for the team. So it seems like Qbert Academy is at that point where, okay, we tried everything. We tried the meta. We tried a lot of the Tejo. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't work. Let's figure it out so we have the best map pool possible.
I'm really excited to get into this one too, because this is a rematch between these two teams. And it was one that last time Qbert Academy is still so strong with. And the fact that Redux, again, is just so good on this team, but everyone can really just stand up to the power, especially when Envy was a team here, Roy, that we had given a lot of praise to for that pressure they can put on. So Qbert Academy being able to stay calm and disciplined despite that was a really good showing.
Yeah, if there's anything that Qbert Academy is good at is adaptations, not just in the moment, but overall in terms of rematches, in terms of kind of getting reads on their opponents. It really does feel like they play a slightly variated style depending on their opponent. In their last match versus Envy, we saw them do a lot of map control, and they were just sitting, waiting, and just waiting out Envy's just so much proactivity from the Envy side, just waiting it out. But an important thing for us to talk about as well is T-Dog's performance against Envy, right? Now, no shade, but T-Dog's that was a super above average performance for him. He went absolutely berserk on this. He absolutely led the team in terms of stats, in terms of calling. He called extremely well. But there is a factor of how consistent of a win condition is this really, though?
I mean, T-Dog being able to really, really step up, which again, when you're having to IGL through this game and recall and adapt up against an Envy that is constantly pressuring you, to be able to put up such a performance regardless of that, Dan, I think is really, really good. And I think too that this is a smidge on the heels of maybe a couple of other members on the team, maybe not putting up the performance we'd maybe quite expect. So the T-Dog having that step up in those dire moments. So if we are getting to see everybody play to the caliber which they can today, then I don't think it should really be an issue. It's just like, T-Dog, he clutched up when he needed to.
You just need it feels like a few of those players to be consistent enough, and then you have some that once in a while will have a crazy game like we saw from T-Dog yesterday, because he's been a consistent player that is making the right calls, and it's taken them to this point of playoffs. But then you have the consistency of Redux, and then on top of that you have a really good performance from T-Dog. It's a very, very good combination, and that is what I like about the team, that everybody can step it up at any point. You don't know if it's going to be a specific map, a specific day, no matter what it is. The team is going to be ready, and I feel like it's what you were saying, Roy. It's a team that is not just Redux, it's not just the duelist going in, it's the team effort that is making the difference, and we're definitely starting to see that a lot more. Obviously, when we talk about like the tier 1, we're thinking of G2, this team that is so complete in every way. Everybody's able to step it up, but everybody's just playing the role, and that's how they're winning.
Yeah. And I'm excited to see how that fares up against M80 today, because if we're talking about teams, well, there's a player that can just step up and pop off at any moment. I feel like M80 just kind of encapsulates that. When they did face off in the past, this was before Sato had gone onto the roster while we were still waiting. And Sato, I mean, still, M80 won their match yesterday, and Sato saying, yeah, the day before, I'm still moving. Like, I'm still getting settled in. So this is still a team that there's still so much room to grow, considering all the setbacks that they've had with just Sato having come in and have seen so much stacked against him. So I'm really hoping today that we get to see a really coordinated M80 and be able to see a little bit of a better result, or a little bit closer than the last time they faced.
Yeah, the last time these two teams faced, Cuber did take them down pretty handedly, but that was over a month ago. And like you said, so many things have changed since then. And it really does feel like it's a completely different M80 roster. But now the one thing for me that is really interesting for this specific matchup is how stylistically similar these two teams are. It feels like they're all very team play heavy, not a lot of insane amount of individual risk. And whenever there is individual risk, it's within this sort of a constraint of this like team identity, right? Of like how they want to play, this consistent 5v5 retakes or 4v4 retakes. Like there's so much consistency with how both of these teams play, and their set pieces and their executes, and how well drilled they are on all these layers. It's going to be a really interesting dynamic for these two teams.
I'm excited to talk a little bit more about that when we get to the maps, but I want to circle back to talking about the individuals and not just that team aspect, and talk a little bit more about Sato and this performance that he was able to go up against TSM. Again, Dan, we're still kind of a little bit in this Sato waiting room, not because Sato's doing bad at all, but just too with how much we had talked about, you know, this performances that we've had in the past coming out from him, and what he was able to do against TSM. It's still great stuff, but there's still like, we can still elevate a bit more.
He was pretty good yesterday, actually, and I was really happy to see it. I feel like every time that we see this guy, he's stepping it up just a little more and more and more. And, you know, by the time that he's at that form that we saw in Brazil, he's going to be completely unstoppable and potentially the best duelist that we're going to have in Challengers NA. As of right now, he's playing better. I was happy with what I saw yesterday. I feel like he was finally matching kind of my expectations of him on the duelist role, and even switching it up a little bit on what specific agent he was going to be playing. So this is a Sato that you need to keep watching. You need to keep seeing him grow, because he has been, I mean, he was honest about it in the interview. He's kind of going through a lot of that adaptation process of not only joining this team of M80, but moving to the US from Brazil. I mean, it's such a crazy cultural change, and he's feeling better and better every time. So I'm happy for him.
Yeah, it's not even just about the culture. It's quite literally like the logistics of having to move. It's quite stressful. And the fact that he's just doing it so gracefully is honestly a massive statement to his character and to his resilience. And I think that is the identifying sort of word for this entire team. It's not just about Sato. This entire team is resilient. And it feels like even when they're in their last loss, when they got decimated by SRB, I had doubts about how they would bounce back, right? But it really does feel like they've grown a lot from that loss. They came back gunswinging in their last match versus TSM, having a clean 2-0 victory against them. And it really does feel like this team is most certainly on the uptrend, and their growth is undeniable.
Especially too, looking at their last match against this TSM in this 2-0, it was something too where, yeah, we get to see some great stuff from Sato, but again, this team's so team-oriented that we get to see really even performances kind of across the board. So that was just like really cool thing. I mean, B-Dog is someone who's just clutching every single situation. Al's just been so clean. Okay, Anios with this flex, Roy, has just been top tier. And when you're seeing like all the potential of these players to have, like cleaning up the series in 2 is nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been a big fan of Oki. I've not been hiding my how much of a fan I am of him. He's played so many different roles. He's played duelist, he's played initiator. I know he's trialed under different roles as well. He's very flexible, especially for such a young player. And it really does feel like the level of confidence that he has, the level of impact that he has, it almost doesn't feel that different no matter what role he's playing. He's getting value from his gunplay. He's getting value from his utility. And like I said, these are the 2 teams in the league where, yes, they have a very rigid sort of playstyle, but there is so much room for individual expression, and there's so much room for individuals to have these hero plays that make these wins easier for themselves. And I think that dynamic between both of these teams is going to most certainly be a factor in this matchup.
I mean, Dan, looking back at this last match in this win too, I mean, TSM is a team that we've praised a lot, especially with this core, but I mean, M80 cleaned up the series in 2 is definitely a strong look and great momentum to take into today.
It is not what we expected at all, right? We were expecting the 3 maps, and from the beginning, we even thought that map number 1 of Split, that 1311, was going to go overtime, and TSM were going to take the win potentially. Then it was going to be a little bit of a back and forth, but it was a 13-11 and then a 13-8 the M80 get and close it in 2, which again we haven't seen that much anymore. And I'm happy to see the growth, the effort that they've put into this team, the little strats that they have as well, the set plays on that map of Fracture especially. I remember, I think have been really nice, and we are not seeing any teams right now that are remaining in the competition that don't have those in-depth ideas. I mean, you need to have them for these maps. We're seeing a lot of Split, we're seeing a lot of Fracture, a lot of Lotus. So it's always those close matches for that reason.
Looking too at these teams, I think a really cool thing to be highlighting here is these IGLs and kind of the differences in between that. The fact that Caillou is someone who's consistently been able to step up, and we're seeing T-Dog come off of a really, really strong performance. But also T-Dog is someone who's been calling for quite a bit, whereas Caillou, Roy has been crushing it, do not get me wrong, but still a little bit newer if you're having that kind of comparison. So I'm excited to see the 2 of them call up against each other today.
Yeah, me too. And especially considering the fact that this is Caillou's first time, really his first season being an IGL for such a prominent organization. I think there's just how smooth this transition has been from a player to an IGL within this kind of dynamic is crazy to me. And of course, he's going up against T-Dog, somebody who's, I mean, he's pretty much only ever been an IGL. He's been a leader for almost every team he's been on, if not every single team that he's been on. And I think that experience versus that the drive and sort of the growth that Caillou's had is going to be a factor. And I do wonder how it's going to affect the calling and the mind games that are going to happen between both of these rosters, because we're at a point in this tournament where you don't really have that much more to hide. I mean, almost everything that you could be doing, you've sort of done. Are you going to do any variations of those things? So it really is going to be ultimately a chess game between the IGLs, the coaching, and how these players can adapt in prep and in the moment as well.
Yeah, it'll be really, really cool. And T-Dog's someone who's definitely been able to prove himself with this calling for Keyword, and Caillou has time and time again and has really stepped up in press. But you're talking about the chess match between these 2. I'm excited to see where that's going to take place. So let's head over to the map picks and bans, see what we're going to see ahead of today's series. So starting off, M80, my favorite map. Dan, they're going to be going to Split. I think this one's going to be fun for a variety of reasons.
That map of Split is the one that we saw yesterday against TSM, that 13-11 that we thought was going to go overtime. So I feel like it got a little bit closer than they would have liked. But it's still a map that is pretty good for them nonetheless. Once again, I'm looking at what Sato is able to do on this map on the Rays. He was fine. He was having a lot of set plays that now we've seen 2 or 3 times. Some aggressive plays towards the on defense pushing B. And if we've seen them a couple of times, and we've seen that as well towards mid, I'm wondering if we're gonna start to see those reads coming for this out of Cuber Academy, or is not, or if it's not gonna be the case. And I mean, still, I feel like this map will continues. I mean, I'm saying map 3 for sure.
Oh, okay, I like that. But
for
yeah,
sure.
Okay. So much confidence. I love that. But yeah, dialing it back to map 1, I think Split makes complete sense. Yeah, they did have a pretty close result against TSM at 13-11, a whole 24 rounder. But against Shopify Rebellion Black, one of the most dominant teams that we've had in the league, they absolutely blew them out of the water in that match. It was 13-6, and that was only 4 days before the match against TSM. So And another thing as well for us to know is unless there's been some compositional changes or some agent changes, it is going to be a mirror matchup. So in terms of what util they have to use, in terms of, what things they have to at their disposal, I think it's really going to be about who's going to be more prepped and who's going to be more efficient and which duelist is going to be getting the most value as well.
Mirror matchup with Sage as well, right? Because it's something that we were talking about yesterday, kind of how we felt about the Sage. I was saying that, I'm not the biggest fan, but it's something that is given results for these teams. But when you're going to a mirror matchup, I feel like it plays very, very different. And the post plans for these two teams continue to be so strong, right? You have the Tejo, you have the Astra, you're going to have the Sage as well, the Raze Pain Trails. You have so much to work with, but both of you know that.
Yep.
What's really exciting too, looking at the fact this is a mirror composition, M80 only started playing this Sage and this composition after losing to Qbert Academy on Split, when Qbert Academy was the first one to go to it out of those two teams. So they really said, oh, okay, like they got a firsthand taste of what it was like to go up against this Sage and this double initiator. And they really just said, yoink, I'm gonna take it now. And then Roy have been able to be looking a lot stronger since then, because that was a 13-6 loss up against Qbert Academy, losing to the Sage, and then winning up against SRB and TSM in a really strong fashion. So it's definitely something, it goes back and highlights too, you're talking about how these teams function very similarly. And when you said that, my first thought was to this composition and how it is gonna be a mirror.
Yeah, and I think you and Dan are both correct in the sense that when you run this composition, it's not like you're only playing it in officials. You are practicing this composition in practice. Like, you are scrimming this so many times, so you are very in tune with what strength your comp has, what weaknesses it has, how it functions, how the timing of the utility, how to counter Sage, and there's so many different layers of like, how do we get by the breach util, like what works against us when we're scrimming and what works against us when in officials, and trying to use these things against ultimately yourself, right? Because you're very in tune with those strengths and weaknesses. So I think that the level of proficiency and the level of play that we're going to see is going to be super high in this first map.
That's the one thing I love about the mirror match. And looking at, we'll bring up the Qbert Academy last composition, despite the fact we're still talking about it being a mirror. So I will get to see the same thing locked in. But I really, really like that. And I think, too, my biggest question is going to be, despite the fact that M80 did switch this right after that loss to Qbert Academy, technically out of the two teams here, Qbert does have that smidge more in officials practice and has looked really, really disciplined on that. So I'm kind of wondering then too, if that's going to be where there is the wiggle room to change, or if we are just going to run back down like the exact mirror here.
Yeah, most likely we're going to continue seeing this mirror match that we just talked about. But I think where it makes a difference, obviously we just mentioned if you're playing the same composition, you know what the strengths are going to be. I just feel like Qbert Academy just has a little extra experience to adapt on the fly on little things that M80 could be doing to them. We talked about the set plays on the defense that Sato has, the double satchel in, usually gets 1 or 2 players towards garage. So you have these plans that I think what Qbert Academy has is that T-Dog is very quick to adapt and very quick to understand what the game plan should be. And it's something that we saw against Envy, one of the toughest opponents that this team had to face. And because you need to slow them down, you need to have a good read on them. They were able to do it against them, so I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do it against M80.
Yeah, even like beyond the compositions as well, like they have Dapper as the coach. Dapper has been infamously known with the previous Sentinel roster that they're very good at rematches. They can get quick reads on the players. You have T-Dog, you have Dapper working in tandem together, probably an analyst as well. So I do imagine they've made a lot of adaptations. They're definitely read up. They're definitely prepped coming into this matchup, and it's gonna be quite interesting. But in terms of moving away from comps and theory, let's start talking a little bit about the players, right? Because there's so many head-to-heads that are impossible for us to highlight all of them. But now that we have a little bit more time, totally down for it. But specifically, B-Dog versus Scuba, 2 controllers that have been quite proficient. Bao as well, he's in there as well for M80. They kind of swap roles among themselves. So it's quite crazy the level of talent that you have, not only in the duelist role, not only in the IGL roles, but in all of these other positions as well on the team.
Yeah, that's why talking about predictions for this match, this one was a really, really difficult. I didn't hesitate locking in my prediction for the first match, no matter which way this went. But I had to really think about this. Yeah, all right. So me and Roy on the same page. I actually voted Hubert Academy first and then thought about it for a few hours and then switched back. This is how close it is. I think when we are looking at just the sheer talent on both of these teams, that it's so stacked and it's so close. But I'm still looking at this. We haven't seen 100% M80 and they're still looking good. So surely then 100% M80 just wins, right?
And what makes you think that we're gonna see 100% M80? I mean,
I don't know.
What I want to know.
Give Sato more than one day of moving after moving to
It's so
settle
funny.
in.
It's like, it's not like we're trying to argue, but I'm just always the opposite as you guys. Like, what's up? What's up with that? I think Hubert Academy, again, as I talked about, I think it should be a back and forth, but they have the more experience in challengers. They have the more experience compared to what M80 has. And with a Sato that I feel like if he has, if they are able to get to the 100%, I do think M80 should win. But I just don't think that's going to happen just yet. I don't think M80 is ready for that yet. I think they're still going through the adaptation process in Hubert Academy. They've been really comfortable for quite some time.
Yeah, I think their bounce back from their last loss has really lit a fire under them. I think M80 is really bouncing back. I'm leaning slightly in favor of M80. I do expect a potential long 3-mapper, so I make sure everyone stays strapped in. But ultimately, I am leaning slightly in favor of M80. I think they're just a little bit more well-rounded.
I still think it's going to be so close. And I'm just hoping the prediction from Dan that, we're getting map 3 is certainly true. But let's go back to this map 1 as our agent select is ready. We already highlighted, we expect this to be a full mirror composition from these two teams, both running Sage as the Sentinel, which definitely has sparked a lot of discussion, but we're going to make it official and eyeing things up. Yeah, Roy, it looks like it's going to be exactly what was expected.
Yep, and everything that we said before was still true now. It's going to be a mirror matchup. It's all about the prep. It's all about which team is playing fundamentally better. And most importantly, closing out the favorable scenarios. There's really no, I feel like there is no room for these kind of errors. You have to close out the favorable rounds. If you find yourself in advantages, you got to make sure you close them out because this is going to be a tight series.
And it's a mirror matchup, and this is all fun and games, but you got to remember this is elimination on the line for Hubert Academy and M80, two teams that we had in that top 4 right at the beginning of the Swiss stage, right at the beginning of playoffs. Now in their lower bracket, they're fighting elimination, and last time they faced each other, it was Hubert Academy getting the win 2-0. So there's a chance that can happen again. M80 has been growing a little bit, but this is the real test, right? When you're facing the composition that you've been practicing for quite some time, and it's exactly the same on the other side.
The real test ahead of them, but it's time to see if they can pass. This is time to head into the first map of the series, a mirror composition. And of course, you want to make sure you can take the first map and be one step closer of keeping yourself safe from elimination. It's time to head over to Split and to your casters, Wyatt and Lemon Kiwi. Have fun, guys.
A series worthy of a grand final will be decided in the lower bracket. Sentinels Hubert Academy had them in the first encounter in round 5, but who's going to get the last laugh? Wyatt, this was so difficult to call.
Definitely. Both of these teams have stepped up in the lower bracket after being sent down to the lower bracket, which is what nobody even expected in the first place. And this is a great map to kick things off on. I mean, in total, these teams have played it 8 times so far in Challengers 2025. So it'll be exciting to see a map where both of them feel pretty comfortable, both of them running mirror comps, so also seeing which side is better with this meta look.
I also just love drama, so to stir the pot, like Nisma was on M80 for the Ascension run and has a chance to, and not that this has Ascension stakes. Yeah, we have a lot of stages to go, but you know, facing your former team is always spicy. So Hubert already having that boombot patrol through the mid side, and we look at a garage hit from Hubert with B-Dog just jump spotting and could be in a lot of trouble. This fault line gonna hit him, and here is the flood with the Sage wall. Hubert can ignore that heaven side, and it's smoked off too, and Bao emerges. Quick flick from Knights, and Hubert just have to round this corner where Caillou could get a surprise kill. And along with Scoob, or not Scoob, I should say, B-Dog, in case they decide to break down that Sage wall, it is going to be a free plant for Hubert.
Yeah, they had to take things slow, weary of M80 Util coming back in onto them while they were planting the spike. This wall is such a nuisance for M80 trying to get back in, however.
Oh, just taking the time to break down the wall, and Qbert went around, and they just haven't taken an L, and it's all up to Caillou, who's just gonna be aggroed on. So yeah, we were wondering how these Sage walls were gonna do when these Sentinels are really stepping up to simplify things for Qbert on B.
Yeah, Knights was really the highest impact player in that round. He gets the entry kill, but literally he just is a Sage and puts down the wall. And the wall got mega value. It was never broken. It's tough to break when you only have pistols. Not like you can really spam it. So everyone just has to push sight from the same angle. And when you're doing that against the Breach, the Tejo, the Sage, etc., you're so cooked. I mean, everyone is just staring at this angle. There's nowhere that they can go. They're getting fault line. It's tough, real tough.
See if it'll have the same impact going forward, because wall is expensive too, so it's got to get value. Boombot, same one for Qbert, checking vents, and definitely some presence there. And with that smoke and mail, just hoping to catch a peek from M80, and this double push-up is dispatched by Knights. Beautiful double kill as M80 have high hopes for an A push in the 3-on-1. Scuba still surprisingly gets a trade, as Qbert have weakened the B side of the map off that double kill from Knights, so they're going to waste no time getting a plant.
And Scuba at that extremity was one of the players who just only had a ghost anyhow. And maybe are going to keep things nice, short, and sweet for us, so we don't have to talk for another 45 seconds waiting for the spike to be planted and go off. We can just head right into the next round. I appreciate that.
It's minimal risk too with the salvos. How quick Qbert get map control, I don't blame them. So that's been now 2 B hits and no mid presence this time from Qbert, although they may split off T-Dog, but we'll see if Caillou can hold them back. No kills yet, only 1 kill registered from M80, so now with this rifle round, they hope to make a better splash.
Got that fault line ready from Caillou. Contact out to Okeanos, who's stunned up and doomed at that point. Vandal recovered as well for Redux.
They just did a backflip on his body. Like, so disrespectful. Qbert are so well drilled on these executes. Now time will no longer be on M80's side with the plant. Caillou will be in heaven. Will be slowed but not obscured. Now has to try and converge with M80. We're thinking about coming through the back and all these angles. So Qbert have to hold it down. And that's the start of something good for Caillou with the flash out. Here is the flank from Bao and friends. And Qbert hold their ground, but only for a little while. Just 2 site holders of Nismo catches 2 before being traded. Beautiful salvos, 1v1 B-Dog with the spike touch, says no to his opposition, but will have no time. So it's a Qbert win nonetheless.
He's on the bonus, and it's just off Redux initially being able to double satchel in. Okeanos had revealed himself, gets caught in the fault line, has no chance to trade anything there. Not even trade, he would just have needed to get that first kill before going down, but that is impossible in that situation. And from there, Qbert have a pretty good post-plant setup, but a lot of it also comes down to the fact that Sato's nade, he didn't bank it into hell. He messed that nade up, or that would have connected onto 2 players, so the Knights was able to get a kill from that position. Pretty disastrous little mistake.
Qbert, wow, just the free walk-up from B-Dog punished, and the jig is up. Double satchel, and Qbert have control of B, and M80 really struggled on the pistol to retake this through all the smokes. And now Qbert have even extra time to wrap past the site, but I think it's Sage walled off, so they're really holding it down. And Nismo with the read from the mid-rotation. Traded as Caillou will get an upgrade possibly on the weapon, but either way, now you have to invest the flash, and you'll have another one to try and actually get into the site with. Okeanos is the one with the Vandal. It's M80. Down a number, got the attention of Qbert from main, and you have 1 in heaven from M80 trying to find the right timing. Qbert is just so quick to flick and turn, and M80's timings need to be perfect if they really want to shake up Qbert. At this point, Okeanos is going to save his Vandal. Caillou goes down with the ship, and Qbert are looking so good.
They really are. Heading into the next round as well. Knights going to have that res, as does Bao, matter of fact. So we'll see if either Sage can find some high impact by getting the opportune moment to bring someone back to life. Yeah, this is looking clinical at the moment for Qbert. Off that bonus round win. Economy in a nice spot for them. M80 feeling that pressure. They're already going to take this early timeout. They do need to stop the bleeding now. As a matter of fact, they're going to buy up an operator for Sato, which is very frequent. He has the op in his hands constantly on this team. Depending on the map that we go to in the pool as well, they do a lot of attack side opping too. And of course, Qbert Academy are going to be very aware of that, very prepared, but it is a big factor going up against M80.
How does M80 protect B? I think that's what needs to be talked about. First, it started with a B dog kind of jump peeking around the central pillar. Then he gets fault lines. So, okay, do you have to play further back, a different angle? Then you just try to be proactive and you walk up B dog or you walk up members from M80. They get drilled at garage. So they're just giving up B and don't even have the right numbers to even retake. That has felt really impossible. And then you never know if Qbert's just going to randomly go to A. And that's been a little bit more contested. M80 have tried to flank. But ultimately came down to time where M80 couldn't win that round. So I think Qbert can just keep hitting B all night long. But they're going to get some orbs going. Or no, it's the defense getting orbs going.
Out of the timeout, Qbert have actually gotten the operator on attack for Redux. So intentions of taking the pace of the game down a notch and just allowing that op to work the map. Try and find an M80 player that's pushed up a little bit too far or walking forward. Drone is going to clear up ramp. It's also out of position, and what a perfect timing to take that peek as the drone just elevates to go for the scan, draws Sato's crosshair away. That was fantastic.
The drone did not respect the 1v1 there. You just never know how that would have broken it down, and Redux gets the edge against Sato. And that op will be left in ramp. So now 3 stacks from M80 over at B. And what's most important is having Caillou in this picture with a fault line. They need to be on preventative duty because once M80 give up B to Qbert, it feels impossible to retake. And there's the first fault line. Caillou gets an early pick, but then it's resurrected there by Knights. And Qbert, now no, there's a lot more to expect around the smoke, and just the spam from B-Dog limits Qbert numbers-wise. Cosmic Divide from Scuba, and Qbert just don't have time to plan. B-Dog and Okeanos can just get the chase down, but no, a disengage from Okeanos to depend on the Armageddon to prevent the plant. Smart plays from M80.
Yeah, just guarantees that round win. M80 just barely, but confident in the read that that hit was going to go back to B, and not even so much as a read, it's just Okeanos over at A as Qbert were rotating to B. He was just staying on the line from screen to main, didn't see anyone cross. All right, just stay stacked up with the other 3 players at B. Try and hold it down. The only way we win this round is by hard anchoring together. And they're able to reset up a great crossfire here with B-Dog pivoting to back sight, and then Okeanos swinging through the wall to assist. They played that so well defensively. Oh god.
It's down to just like the dust left from both sides. Hasn't been like a clean win from M80. And now with one traded from either side. Boombot. Okay, good dance from Okeanos. But he's still smoked off, so trying to swing out of that is sketchy as hell. So you got the drone to do what he was supposed to do and just get vision on mid and no one there. So you feel safe about Mail, I would think. M80 have to try and cover this entire map. Showstopper gets into B, and B-Dog wants none of that. And Redux is going to go past that and still not going to make contact. Salvo's coming out. Redux knows. And it's B-Dog with the finish. This could give M80 an entry, and it's an early Sage wall to prevent that from happening.
Oh, I like this from Scuba. Gave himself the Nebula to play with, and now the wall is just going to force M80 to have to rotate away from main or spend the valuable time to break it while the spike ticks down.
Ball is broken though.
One enemy remaining.
And it's just Okeanos that creeps up through hell or heaven. And T-Dog tries to synergize with them. The boom bot not out in time to discover T-Dog. It's now just playing their lives as Qbert. And M80. Oh, I don't.
He doesn't have the time. This is over for B-Dog.
Oh, wow.
T-Dog just wasted enough wrapping around the corner on Pillar. He played that so well. T-Dog in these past couple playoffs games has really stood out individually. He's been finding a lot of lights out moments just like that to step up for the team. Breaks the economy of M80 with that round win as well.
Yeah, Qbert in these dying moments, as long as they have the spike planted, that's their ability to survive here. Like, T-Dog could have definitely just 1v3'd and just wasted so much time. And yet the Cosmic Divide on defense, which did delay some things. But 5-1 as Qbert faced a pretty broken buyout of M80.
Sato just trying to prod forward, hoping that someone would maybe push into the smoke, get in that shorty range, but it's not going to happen. Again, Qbert opening with the 1-3-1 setup, just Sage and then Scuba over on this A side to passively control the map. Don't need to rush anything against this anti-eco.
At least I would want to avoid ramp hearing that shotgun, at least from shooting that drone. So you don't want to take unnecessary risk if you're Qbert, at least not at this stage. M80 are not doing any kind of walk-up in garage, knowing that that's been unsuccessful. So I like the just dialing things back if you're B-Dog, especially off the shorty. It's the best position for it. Qbert wanting to take mail, pushed back by the Sage slow, and even the salvos. A good reaction from Qbert. Realizing just who was up there, the Sage and the Breach. Let's go to the part of the map where that won't be a problem.
Yeah, exactly. And they're just right back to Sato, who's been chilling with the shorty. Maybe a chance to get something through elbow. Great aftershock to just deny that angle, deny any assistance for Sato, who's then just trapped alone.
Util's been so solid for Qbert. Like, they don't even need to take gunfights, at least vanilla ones. They're just forcing M80 into such uncomfortable spots. Like, even then, M80 somehow win that despite getting hit by something. And this is a possible thrifty. Bao did get an upgrade on the weapon. Everyone started with either shorties or sheriffs. And Bao has a resurrected. It's gonna wall and go for the defuse. And they have to, Qbert have to shoot this down. He's gonna hold it. I thought he was gonna hold it. That would have been so close and troll.
So silly. All right, Qbert they got a little bit too silly in that round. Like, Knight's going for he's going for the long flank all the way through B, but then they're like, Redux is 30 HP. They're swinging into the players in screen that just have classics and shorties. Like, we can relax, guys. We're already winning the round. We can just let ourselves win the round. We don't have to force it any further, but all good. They win that out, but with all that damage dealt, their economy is not in a great spot right now. It's still relatively low. That was a chance for it to become a bit more bolstered, but they kind of threw that opportunity away.
Big round for M80 to try and come back if it goes their way to break Qbert's brains and economy, but same on the other side. And now it's 1-1 for op kills between Sato and Redux. And Sato will get to keep his, and he has a showstopper, so if they break this down, well, I guess the gun will do all the talking. And he's going to try and play as safe as possible, because Qbert have util that could easily overwhelm him. Now mid doesn't seem to be very pushable, and Knight's just freely walking through B main is not going to be helpful either.
It has been a bit of a slow dismantling one by one of Qbert. Knights at that point, they're down 2. He feels like he needs to find a timing, make a play, open something on the map up, but is immediately just in the crossfire when he gets out of B main.
30 seconds
and then
left.
that initial shot from Sato, Love the positioning, getting on the wall, but I'm surprised that Qbert just happily slow walked up mid off the wall break. Like, they definitely should in that situation be expecting, or at least are aware that there's a possibility that he just repositioned in vents and is holding that angle.
10 seconds left.
Past 2 rounds, things are getting a little bit messy for Qbert after being on a run of some pretty flawless play.
Yeah, early round M80 looked like they had dialed things back, aren't going for early peaks because Qbert have just kind of blown them out of the water in those early engagements. And now that Sato has an op, he wants those engagements now, and getting 2 kills was everything. So now Qbert have to just be a lot more careful, as you said. Just to get the second one, to re-peek that and still not get punished is crazy. Like, no salvos, no util, hit Sato, no push into vents.
I guess maybe on the replay, the thought was that the guy spamming was going to break the wall the same time Teo would peek, so they double face it. I don't know. Regardless, though, it could have been a bit more smooth. Wall instantly placed, instantly dealt with from Qbert. They have certainly made their presence known to M80, who are fast rotating across the map and took control of B main.
If you're M80, you have no idea if Qbert managed to cross into ramps from that smoke. Especially with the orb still up, and Qbert don't have that sage wall at least to worry about for the moment. And then there's just this free mid control from Qbert where they have their breach inserted there from T-Dog. Fault line in both flashes, so really the sky's the limit for Qbert. They are just scaling back up towards A, thinking M80 bit on the fake and are overreading this, but with how pushed up Sato is at B main, letting M80 know the jig is up. It will be the rest of Qbert bouncing their way into A. There was a bit of obstruction getting limited there, and T-Dog catches Knights mid-util usage. And Redux is so aggressive. Holy cow, a little too much though, and Bao has the res, kept themselves safe. And it's M80 with full numbers now to still try and deal with this sage wall, so they get full vision, and it's the Rolling Thunder from Caillou to lead M80 into the site, get themselves some space. And the smoke is up, that last player, position known, and T-Dog doesn't have like the ranged weapon to really fight back, and is doing the rotation to get maybe a weapon upgrade, but the defuse goes through and M80 takes the round.
Yeah, there's just no way for T-Dog, unfortunately. Man, things are just starting to get scrappy for Qbert. They were looking so on point, and now players really trying to force things, find advantages, with Redux pushing past the wall, trying to get in through elbow. Knights is pushed up, ready to place the wall before they even have control of elbow. Timing there just a little bit off. And then when the res comes through, the round is essentially as good as done once they're in that 5 versus 3 and they have the Rolling Thunder.
Ooh, Qbert are looking pretty broke if this round doesn't go their way. They have a res in their favor this time. They haven't hit B in quite a while. They've been confronted a lot more at A, and they're gonna try and test things out at mid. Already just first priority was to deal with vents. That's where Sato has been hanging around. Has the op again. And through mail, that's a lot of info you just got from the Teo drone. So Qbert kind of expecting a swing or just trying to hold on, take their time.
In the meantime, Bao's Sage Wall was placed over at A main. It just expired, but that was just allowing M80 to play elsewhere on the map. Now they have to be more concerned that at this point, Qbert could be wrapping back down mid. They could be going for a split execute onto A. It is possible. But it's T-Dog just pushed up alone and caught by Bao. No breach util for the execute.
30 seconds left.
As they try to get in through heaven, into B, but they don't even have control of B main.
And the 3 from Qbert at B are about to get outnumbered, and they still have a scuba lurked somewhere else. So Qbert are gonna have to clutch up big, and it's just barely being won.
One enemy remaining.
Now there's just no time to plant and no carrier
10
to
seconds
even
left.
do the job.
Watching here.
Scuba might have got a W at the opposite side of the map, but it just doesn't matter.
M80 did a great job controlling the map in that round, but I mean, to the extent that I think it really threw Qbert off, their play in that mid-round got really disjointed. Scuba was outside of A main the entirety of the round, and then you had T-Dog pushing up into a heaven on his lonesome, and then after he's caught, the round is just done because M80 have been keeping a player inserted in B main. Like, even if Qbert went 1 for 1 with that player on B site, trying to get the player out of B main when someone is also coming spawn, they're just cooked. They're so cooked. M80 controlled the map perfectly. Yeah, this is definitely a time where Qbert need the timeout. A good call on that from their coach Dapper, because things are starting to spiral. They're still in the lead, but these past few rounds have honestly been a bit of a mess. And M80 are capitalizing off every little mistake that's adding up.
30 seconds left.
And Qbert, I feel like the map started off so well, like very one-sided, just flooding in through B main, not really overcooking and caring too much about mid control. They would just smoke it off or put a sage wall and simply ignore every other angle. And now Qbert are just cooking up mid pushes and worrying about A. Maybe just going back to the fundies of just, why don't we just go through B main again? Because Qbert won like every trade that happened, forcing M80 to have a much more dialed approach. But maybe Qbert are worried that, okay, now they've inserted Caillou there and the fault line's going to be a problem. And how about this Armageddon just corralling Qbert? Now all the ducks are in a row, and that's allowed M80 to take B garage, and Sato gets a double kill. So Qbert are going to be very behind on this, especially having no salvos. They don't have Redux with the showstopper, so a lot less win cons for Qbert. And as soon as you scale back M80, okay, I thought M80 should have got those kills.
Yeah, this, how are they in a 4-on-2 man advantage now? The res comes through from Knights. Okeanos, that's a tough one. Hate that we caught that on stream. Might have to delete the VOD. That's tough. And this is also on a round where M80 commit their Armageddon into going for this crunch play to just destroy the ecoed Qbert team, but now it requires a miracle for them to win this round.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 were winning 5 versus 3, but here's the double
there's the
and the
miracle.
triple
There's
from
the miracle.
B-Dog.
What the hell are we
Holy cow.
watching?
Scuba 1v2. Quick reactions. Now safe plant. The Cosmic Divide still in play, and from the skies, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a dead guy, and it's just a 1v1. But B-Dog has an op, so this is gonna be pretty awkward to react to. The Scuba blocks in and gets the W for Qbert.
That round was absolute chaos from start to finish. It opens with M80 sending their Armageddon through Ramen combined with the missiles to force everyone into Sato, who's pushing out of B main. Sato gets his 2, and then I mean, from there it just devolves into madness. Like, Qbert had no business winning that round. Absolutely no business. How frustrating is that if you're M80? And then B-Dog almost pulls it out of nowhere with this 3K. And then they get clutched on. What the hell, man? It's a crazy round.
Comedy. We make content that is just comedy.
That is the content round for sure.
All right, Armageddon clears vents for Qbert. Okay, we get it. No one's there, but now you have to shoot down the Sage Wall. So M80 are going to delay things, but it's not even going to be a male push. But now it's having to push into heaven where there's going to be a crossfire from M80. This could get ugly, but then you have a showstopper if you're Redux. When does this come out? You got the double satchel too if you just want to ignore the Sage Wall. Surely there's someone on the other side thinking they're just so safe. And the person is on top of the wall too, so ow. Oh, it wasn't on top of the wall, on the box, but either way.
What is the move here from Cuba? They want to go into this B split, but M80 are stacked up on account of Sato controlling A main with the operator. No reason to have these 3 players rotate.
30 seconds left.
Okay, kind of getting hit by that salvo. B-Dog could not take the heat. And then a 1-for-1 trade off the showstopper. Cubert, someone else that's being a problem here. Caillou unable to help anchor B. Scuba with having control. Sends 2 right there.
10 seconds left.
And Sato with the op is a problem. And managed to get the showstopper shot off from just being so wiggly. But Knight says goodnight to that last player, and we have an 8-4 half.
Oh my god, yeah, we're getting some insane plays to end the half. What an attempt from Sato. After you just see the clinical 2-piece from Scuba, who had been inserted in mid, waiting for his opportune time to flank. Perfect timing window, he hits. Mental half, M80 coming back into it. But the last 2 rounds, Cubert suddenly returned to sentience after going to sleep for 4 rounds.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Just these ops are going crazy too on such like a small map. It's not like you're holding an op on a long angle. You're just like satcheling in, or you're bringing out the shoddy and you have like a double kill with the op. It's kind of nuts. Now there's slow orbs, and there's just Sato with a ghost who gets the edge against Redux. This will get the attention of Cuber to converge into that mid lane, while M80 see if they can test the waters against T-Dog with fault line and a flash.
Drone going out.
Time for Nismo to come over, get the drone up. Gets the info, more than enough info as he's getting missiled and stunned. Barely gets away with his life.
A hit Nismo too, and some good damage, and T-Dog brought down to 0. You got the Sage Wall at the top of the site. M80 have invested more than enough to succeed in this round. All depends on if Knights can be successful on this flank. The Tejo drone's gonna see that. And then you also have B-Dog in sewers who can come around and assist, but it will just be Cubert having to play this from front to back. Taking care of that star duelist is a good start. Nismo makes contact with Caillou. There's the flash. Cubert halted, not stopped. As time is on M80's side, especially with these kills following through. And it's just Knights in the 1v4. A very clean pistol from M80.
And once M80 are into that post plant with the wall down, it's feels like it's just over for Cubert from that moment. Again, just having to spend the time to break that on a pistol round is so frustrating. And then by the time they finally do and can get back in, the salvos that were used earlier have cycled back up, and they're just getting destroyed in elbow by that recycled util. Important pistol round to pick up for M80. They're back in the game. Got 1 Phantom coming into this, couple ghosts.
Phantom and light armor, like, it's like being rich. Jeez.
They haven't gone for the crazy investment on this. Just 2 players with the ghost right now, so Sato going to need to get some work done with that Phantom for sure. Cubert are stacked up for a big mid-trap play.
Boombot gonna reveal Redux, or at least someone there. Will M80 fall into the trap? They also have eyes in B main, and Ropes gets tested. B-Dog takes an L, and M80 give up on the mid push, not having the numbers that they would want. It's trying to get any kind of eyes on top of heaven. Not gonna ping much, so M80 used the Sage Wall to get in, and Val was sort of separated and walled off. And it's Sato, where the Phantom getting a ton of value. Nice nade around the box. Okeanos picks up the other double. M80, well drilled on the anti-eco.
Yeah, they can recover in that 3v5 just on account of having the better weapons. So it certainly gets scary, despite, you know, the Sentinels Cubert team not able to recover real weapons. They only got ghosts. They're still playing against the raised Tejo breach. You could still get cooked by the util on entry. So Sato stepping up with that one rifle that they have. And now we're on to the full buy here.
Yeah, Sato is already having such a good map 1, and this is just the beginning of the series. But now the next round underway. Sato carrying through the Phantom. Now Teho Drone will check out Mail. Slow Orb committed from Vents. And Redux, the way he's kind of posturing makes me think he's gonna come out of here guns blazing. Now with the Sage Wall up, Knights and friends kind of smelt that M80 we're thinking about going through, and the salvos and the Sage Wall to elevate themselves above. They catch Redux and they want to get the chase down onto Knights. So well coordinated from M80, but does this result in a map win? The salvos and the counter util from Qbert halt M80's progress. The momentum now not on their side. 4 versus 4. M80 just take a step back just to rush back in. As Qbert have 1 left on the site, and it's Scuba. Friends rotating from mid and back, and Scuba can't live any longer or prevent what feels like the inevitable, which is a plant. But T-Dog will be at top site. Or at heaven with no util, and M80 are just being so proactive and have such solid reads on where Qbert are coming from.
They really punished Knights, who after getting the trade, bringing it to the 4v4, was, I think, too happy to try and take another engagement to find the advantage. Ends up overfighting, extending himself too far into Mail, runs into the double face, goes down. And from there, it puts Scuba in a horrendous position where he knows he's going to be getting crunched on from Heaven and B main. Tries to tuck in the corner, but of course that's going to be checked. He is just really hung out to dry. It's a tough situation. Just Nismo, the one player able to save a gun out of this, with M80 not only converting their bonus, but they're able to pick up the fallen rifles as well, which is going to put their economy in a really fantastic state moving forward.
This could allow them to get back into the lead and generate a lot of momentum from I just love this wall blade. You're like, what the hell is that? Just 4 players just rising like that.
30 seconds.
And you were able to like delay, you know, you could appreciate the delay out of Qbert. But man, M80, just these plays on the fly are so cool.
Qbert have forced up what they can, ensuring they get the full buy in the next. Nismo, he was the one who saved that rifle, and he wants to take an engagement with it, try and be the hero.
Salvos and vents, I think, and 3 stacked from Qbert. Still with a drone too from Nismo. And they're gonna invest the wall. Or no, they didn't have the wall, but they do want to keep eyes on mid because that's been a pressure point for M80. But they've already pivoted all the way to ramps, and who holds ramps has been Redux. This time with a Bucky. I don't know if you want to mess with that, but is Sato gonna double satchel there or through main? And Tito catches him before he could execute on the satchels. And the fault line, aftershock, and more. But B-Dog gets the spray down through the smoke of all things. There's still 1 player around the corner, and that will be Redux. Everyone brought back to full health mostly in M80. Keep the goal in mind, getting through Heaven, maybe wrapping around the backside, and no one's gonna early peek from Qbert to contest Heaven. And B-Dog just keeps taking W's and still turns and burns on Knights. What the hell was that? This better weapon, better player, I guess. Scuba, Nismo. Not much to work here.
And now it might just be time for Nismo to save again and bring this rifle into the next round. And Scuba can attempt to go for a kill, attempt to recover a rifle. At this point, economic damage, who even cares for Qbert? Look at the cash for M80. And again, 4 players alive going into this next one. They're damn near all capped out when it's all said and done on round 16. Qbert had a decent chance of winning that out, even with the shotguns with the bad buy, but M80's adjustment to get into Heaven, play together, exposed Redux, who was up close.
Last player standing.
I can't even collect on Takayu. Just going to get another orb for his trouble as well.
then Papaja. If you compromise your
It's a
position...
4-round win streak and a flawless half for M80 so far. And Sato with a showstopper that can just break on in. Just has to be careful when he decides to double satchel into A main. I'm glad the replay is going to talk about this. And a forward hold from Cubert. You know, with the weapons that they had, tried to trip up M80, but it's M80 that will just be flooding into A. And Redux with an op. He holds this angle. Could be pretty fruitful.
Yeah, but oh, he has to run. Showstopper's in so fast, and it gets the rocket off before the suppress.
And the op is down for the defense, and M80 break in, but they lost their own duelist too, so M80 hesitate on getting over there. So their plan B, or usually their main objective, has been getting into heaven and taking care of Nismo. Takes care of a lot of problems of not having to worry about these darn salvos, but where is T-Dog inserted? This flash could really hurt. Give an advantage to T-Dog and Knights if they want to swing on this. Caillou has his own flash.
Yeah, maybe are more than content to just slow the game down right now, keep their guns out, wait to see if anyone from Cubert tries to push forward, be the hero, make a play. And in the meantime, B-Dog is just getting some space on B for the rest of the team to work off of. Does he clear this corner? He does! And he's able to win out the duel. B-site is totally free, and it might be another sad save for Cubert. They really don't have the option to go for it.
Yeah, that's tough. And M80, this is now going to be 5 rounds in a row. And they were able to match things up despite starting with an 0-4 deficit to come back and cause a lot of chaos. And now M80 find themselves in a lead shortly, and pretty good to come back from that.
And yeah, early on, it really looked like Cubert were going to just dominate this map. They were up, what, 6-1? They were looking flawless. Yeah. And then little mistakes have just started to add up to the point now where M80 are looking like they're in control of the game, getting close to a lot of their big ultimates. Cubert have recovered that operator into the next round. Do they want to try and force up around it? Probably not. They just need to save for the next to get a full buy in the future. M80 are really looking good. That was a sick rocket kill from Sato to open up the round. He fired just as the stealth drone was about to suppress him. And then Okeanos just having the awareness that someone would be playing in this smoke in heaven, and Nismo would be up there where the drone came from. They missile him out, get a free kill. Really lovely round.
I think Redux just has to pivot, like, where are you going to posture this op at? Because if you play too close, you're just going to get fault lined and kicked in the teeth. So
yeah.
How far back Cubert want to play?
Yeah, and they actually do have enough money to force up around the op. I mean, it results in T-Dog just having a stinger. There's a Guardian on the field, but not too bad overall.
And Redux is just going to play in that same spot. Surely Lightning won't hit at the same place twice. He wants to go up against B-Dog if he checks that. At this point, just keeping Cubert in their place, and it's going to be a mid battle as M80 will be facing a Sage wall. And Knights is not going to be on top of it this time.
All right, Cubert get a lot of info towards A with that stealth drone from Nismo. They know that B-Dog hasn't tried to lurk up when he had the Nebula on the cross on A site. So the defenders can keep their attention drawn over towards mid and B, where the hit looks like it is going to actually be coming in.
Cubert keep giving up more and more map control, and M80 can also use the enemy Sage wall to, like, impose a fake and go elsewhere, but M80 just hope to make contact. Quick swing from Sato to get revenge. B main progress ensues, and M80 get wins across the board. You don't blame Cubert with kind of not having as much armor, not having the best weapons. M80 dodged the salvos, doesn't hit the planter, doesn't even force him to reposition. And Redux and Nismo feel like they have to fight this. even with the state of their economy.
One enemy remaining.
And that is just a free kill. I mean, even if Sato didn't hit that, Nismo was going down to B-Dog. And that felt like a moment where Nismo and Redux are just sick of saving. Nismo saved so many times. Like, I just want to fight. I just want to try to win one of these rounds. Despite them stacking the proper side of the map, Qbert still just get dismantled by the M80 hit. The placement of their utility is really excellent. And even at the end, when Scuba is tucked backside B, as soon as they have that timing on when Scuba's Nebula is going to drop, he's aftershocked. He's got multiple people ready to fight him in that position. It's so orderly for this M80 team. Qbert are forced to take their second timeout. Things are looking pretty disastrous at this point. They have the max loss round bonus. It's been 6 strong in a row, so they can keep forcing up. They can keep saving the op. Just keep buying around it. We got to keep trying. We have to win around at some point, and we have a hell of a lot of ults to do it.
Feels like a lot hinges on Knights with male control and how they've just kind of paced back and went further and further back. First, it's just been the wall, and usually when that's been shot down, Knights throws out a slow orb, and that buys enough time for Knights to get a little bit more help on that high ground. But then why would you ever want to play male after this play? You never know when they could even just sage wall on top of it or break it down. But this defense needs to find a way to delay more on mid, or you have to just hope you can get multi-kills, because even when first blood comes out of M80's defense, it's like immediately traded. So, or out of Qbert's defense, I should say. One here is awesome, but no trade or nothing more.
I would really like to see Qbert try and take and fight for some of the map control, because on both sides, attack and defense, M80 have been dominant in that regard to the game. Like on all those replays, you're seeing all the Qbert players are just trying to anchor in sights all the time, and they are getting torn apart by the array of utility coming in from M80. They need to control some forward space, which will allow them to set up some better crossfires when the hits come in. Just being relegated to these passive positions, and they just can't fight out of the fault lines, the missiles that are coming in on top of them.
So much depends on if Redux can make something happen with the op. That's probably why Qbert are buying up. They just think this is really going to work out. But this has been an M80 that hasn't lost around this half, so getting pretty close to the end of the map too. This Qbert have to turn their odds around, and it won't be when it comes to breaking M80's economy. They are so rich. Redux can find a first pick here. And wow, Sato just swings on him with the Phantom and gets the win. No op for Redux. An M80 site broken into. Knights is smoked off and slowed, even if you would think about dropping. And Armageddon is what can buy the real estate back there from Nismo to stop the plant, to delay things. This could work out for Qbert. All hinges on the duels, but man, Caillou is so good. The 3K has all of Qbert hope to drop out of heaven. And Qbert are 6 feet under.
Caillou has been so sharp with the aim from beginning to end of this match. I feel like every time we're on his point of view, he is just snapping perfectly to someone's head. Lines them up for that additional 2-piece after the first. I mean, and then also, listen, we just got to take it back to this kill from Sato. This is insane. The swing out crouch instant headshot is some filthy work from the Brazilian import, who is evidently here to just take over the scene.
Wow, Redux is so muted this game. And he's trying to be the big playmaker. He's trying to be the hero, but Qbert's Academy has been... their economy has sucked for so many rounds. You're expecting the L here. You tried to go for something flashy and surprising. Qbert haven't gone for an early round jump out in quite a while. Now M80 are about to be on match point, and I don't think there's going to be much Qbert can do about it. They've had full buy rounds that haven't put too much of a dent into M80. Now Qbert will have to play flawless from here on out. See what the 5v3 yields, but It's not looking good for Qbert. If they pull off this thrifty, I'll eat my words. Like, I'll go bald, but like I don't think this is gonna happen.
Go bald. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a 0% chance of bald Gen in 2025. Unless you want to make that bet again in a different situation. But yeah, this one, no. Not gonna happen, sadly.
Out of charges. One enemy remaining.
What the culture needs, it will not get.
I would not be a very good looking golden boy looking character in this. So I'm so sorry. So sorry, everyone. No content for you, but
It's tough. I mean, you kind of have the GB glasses. Like, they're like similar
true.
enough. Damn, it's too bad. Wait, there's still a chance though. Isma's alive. He can pull this off, surely.
I believed you for like a half second. I was like, all
Surely
right.
he's got this. Hold up.
Oh.
Hair saved. M80 just look a little bit too good right now. Qbert try and mix in an aggro play, just send Redux through B main, but even at that, the play was pretty light, and Sato refuses to miss a shot. I think I recall the desk calling upon him to show out, and he heard the call. He's going crazy right now. 21 for 15, hitting some not just insane shots, but high impact ones. Some of the entries have been really outrageous.
Yeah, Q would have to unboom themselves because even TSM went like 11 to 13 against M80 in their last showing. This is M80's choice of map, of course, so Lotus will be coming up to see where the series will go. But M80 also are stacked up of ultimates. You got the forgiveness button on Bao, a showstopper from Sato, who's converted on pretty much even every single one, including when he's been shot at. Here's the adjustment from Qbert, because Knights has needed some damn help on this high ground, and it's got to be Redux. No action yet, though.
Slow's just being used to temporarily control mid as Qbert want to go back in towards B. It looks like they want to re-clear B main, but it's smoked at the moment. And Nismo's been holding this line, so the defenders really think that this hit is going to be a B split. But Nismo is about to feel massive amounts of pressure.
And M80 know that the Tail drone was just used, so they got to worry about these salvos. But if you can't see, maybe it's not a problem. Cosmic Divide to seal off ramps, and he's suppressed, so now you literally can't use salvos. So plant goes through from M80, and this is for the win on the map. And there's a Sage Wall blocking off screens, so Qbert are just stuck. At least they have a full buy. This is the best chance they're gonna have in several rounds. It's been a flawless half from M80. And can they keep up perfection? It's the nades that force M80 back, and Salvos catches the tail end of Bao. Sato gets the trade, but the flooding continues from Qbert, and they resurrect themselves back to 5 with the fault line from Caillou to hope to stop the defuse. It gets to halfway. The rolling thunder from T-Dog and the rest of Qbert come together one last time to break the streak from M80, but no time to defuse wall with 0.48 left. Wow.
And all it required was a hell of a lot of ultimates from Qbert, but playing for the full retake is not a bad idea when you have this comp, and I'd rather see them do that than play in the way that they did in some of the previous rounds where M80 were just rinsing their site anchors. They do a great job scaling back in together, playing off of that rolling thunder as well. The backside util is great. It combines with the salvos from Nismo. Yet Bao just forced to run into them because of everything that was coming in through elbow. That is what I want to see more of from Qbert on defense.
Still the judge buy from T-Dog. But hey, this is the map to rocket judge at, but ooh, peek, and oh, wait, okay, at least the showstopper still goes off. And both duelists remove. Bao has a res, gets Sato back in, and Qbert are smoked off, so they can't even swing off of that sound cue. So we're left with M80 in the lead.
Again, taking their time in the mid round, as always, leaving B-Dog to work this A side of the map. And if he goes too close, it looks like he's probably going to go down. No, never mind. That was the instant snap on a T-Dog. Puts him in the grave.
Hey, B-Dog versus T-Dog. I just noticed that. Crazy. The judge didn't come out quick enough.
He's cooking them.
B-Dog, the alpha, and M80 to surge in, and there's only so much that Scuba can do.
Off your feet!
And his head is just underwater at that point. Knights tossed up from the Rolling Thunder, and M80 command map number 1 on Split.
They go on an absolute tear on the side swap. Their site executes were fantastic. All of their utility was getting a ton of value, and the attempts from Qbert to just hard anchor the sites were being absolutely dismantled piece by piece. Players getting flushed out by util into the crosshairs. That was some excellent play. After Qbert start looking electric on their own attack side, they're up, what, 6-1? And then it just begins to completely spiral out of control. What a run of rounds. That was so impressive from M80.
To be down 1-6, like M80 is built differently on that attack. Clearly they came in with all the protocols to just pull off a perfect half to get Qbert looking so lost. And Qbert's been one of the best teams in all of Challengers, and that we expected to go to the grand final, and we just may not even see them in the top 3, which is so insane to say. But Qbert have our map pick coming up next. It's Lotus, but first we have to hear from the desk, so we'll see you soon.
We started extremely late. I kid you not, we have 3 weeks of practice. I said this in the first week. We walked into the first week having 1 week of practice, right? But the amount of work that we've put in compared to everyone else is absurd. It's like an hour and a half to nearly 2 hours of server, 4 blocks, and review afterwards, and with homework afterwards, right? The team is like gelling together pretty consistently. Obviously every team has some days where we're peaking higher than others. I think we recognize what we need to fix instantly, and I think that's what makes this team so special. I always put 100% into whatever team that chooses to play with me. Obviously, Blinn was a more unknown team. It was like a collegiate esports club. While M80 is like, the principal of tier 2, they have made essentially grand finals twice now, so they obviously have that level of prestige to them, and so that obviously has to affect my demeanor as well when it comes to just overall like how I present myself, right? Because right now I'm not just establishing and representing like a group of people that enjoy the game. I'm representing like a high profile organization that has had tons of gravity in the tier 2 scene, right? So I obviously have to hold myself up to a higher standard, and I'm trying to do that. But I'm also blessed and grateful that I was chosen to be able to, fill in.
You know what?
Last time these two teams had faced off, it was a Qbert Academy with a victory, but starting on this very first map of Split, a mirror composition, and it's going to be M80 to put on the masterclass and clean up the map 13-9. I mean, Roy, when we started off this map, this was a Qbert Academy quickly gathering rounds, but M80, as soon as they put a stop to that bleeding, they did a full takeover.
Yeah, I mean, Qbert definitely had us going in that first half. We saw their attack. It looked impeccable. There's so many good takeaways. There's so many good micro plays coming out from Qbert. And there was a point where I almost losing faith in my prediction for a second. But then the second half comes around and, you know, the key word that we keep ascribing to M80, which is resilience, it really showed in that second half, because as soon as they got on that second half, the pistol round, secured, bonus, secured. So many of these important things that allow them to propel that half. But then, okay, look at the way they're playing. They're executing perfectly. They're playing the macro perfectly. Their util did not miss a single time. It really felt like everything about them was just so on point.
And it was just such a chaotic map as well. In the first half, like Roy was saying, we thought it was the Qbert Academy that was going to take the win, right? It was 5-1 at some point, and then it started getting closer, but that second half, complete domination on the side of M80. 8 rounds in a row that they get as well, and I feel like we just got a little bit of everything. A Sato that was popping off, and we finally get to see, I mean, how many first kills did this guy get? It seems like he was unstoppable, 6-3 that he ends up, and it feels like all 6 of them, I gotta be honest, were towards Redux. I mean, it was with the operator, it was in the pistol round, it was with the rifle. No matter what Redux was trying to get to get the opening, Sato just had his number every single time. It was insane.
No, he absolutely shut him down, like to the point where Redux was hardly on the scoreboard. It was actually insane differential happening on the Raze opening. And just the fact that he was getting rifled while Redux was opping is wild to me. I just feel like it's almost never a favorable engagement unless somehow Sato's the one doing it. Then it just feels favorable for him every time.
It was crazy to see some of those circumstances. Like the one on B, I think that's the one that we're replaying in our mind. At least I am. We're Redux with the op. And I think too, when we're looking at an M80 with such a high ceiling that we haven't really gotten to fully see, I think we're getting closer and closer to that ceiling with every single match here. Sato, it's been 2 days since he moved, but it was someone who absolutely popped off. But even across the board for this M80 squad, it was more than just Sato. I mean, B-Dog was some of these engagements. There was like the one with the 3K over on A. I mean, someone who was able to step up, and not just him either, Roy.
Yeah, no, B-Dog, I think it was just a lot more than stats. He was completely opening up so many of the rounds for them on the attack side. He was a big part of their success. He opened so many pathways, but I think Dryad had a specific point about that as well.
Yeah, no, just talking about what B-Dog was doing as well, having that map control, playing his game. I mean, that was one of the, what was it, the last round or one of the last rounds that we saw that he was playing towards A. We think he's going to get taken down. We think he's getting baited. And guess what? He gets the second. He goes back. And the rest of the team is towards B. They win the round just like that. But he was doing this constantly, right? There was another round where we saw him play towards A with an operator, gets 2 kills, with a shorty gets 1 more. He was doing this constantly. And this is such a, when we saw that operator play, that was such a B-Dog play. I feel like it brings me back to like 2 years ago and the things that he was doing.
This M80 squad, I mean, for a team too, where we had focused so much on the earlier part of the split on Okeanos as everyone else was ramping up, to now see across the board everyone really being able to hold their own, I think was really, really nice. But we got to bring the conversation back around to Sato. 23-18 on the map, in the 300s for this ACS, and someone too that was just popping off. I mean, Dan, we talked about the Sato waiting room, and I think the waiting's starting to pay off.
Yeah, it's definitely here. Sato did so good on this map, and it's the best that we've seen from him. I mean, look at the ACS 311. I think like every time that we were seeing him, he was kind of in the 200s, like low 200s, and just putting up these numbers. And more than anything, just seeing the way that he plays, I think you get an understanding of why M80 wanted to bring this guy from Brazil to play as the star player for the team. And it's really good. I mean, we talked about it, the operator, the opening picks that he was getting against Redux, the set plays that were revolving around him, everything was working out.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that I will always appreciate about watching Sato play is that how just well-rounded he is at finding value no matter in what context. Like, he's good at opping, he's good at rifling, he's good at captivating set plays. He's good at just like securing so many advantages for his team in so many different ways. And on the topic of, you know, better late than never, if you're gonna have a late peak, let this be the time you pop off. Like if you're not going to show up during regulation and you want to decide to show up during playoffs, like hell yeah, I'm down for that, because this is the time where they need it most. There's really no more room for error. They lose right here. They're eliminated. They need him to step up, and he stepped up beautifully at the perfect time.
I mean, M80 have a small room for error now. As up one in the series, it's now Cubert Academy that one wrong step and they can find themselves being eliminated. As we now have to look at the next map in the series and look towards this Lotus. And I'm very intrigued about this one for a variety of reasons. This is Cubert Academy's pick, but Dan, last time we did get to see M80 on this map. This is where they kind of switch things up. So I'm intrigued with how it'll show up.
Cubert Academy, they played this map yesterday against Envy, and this is actually a map that they lost. They lost 13-10 against Envy, and it is kind of the beginning where we thought, kind of, is it over? What is going to go with them? I'm a little concerned, I'm not gonna lie, about my prediction, because Lotus, I feel like it's just, they had some very clear ideas for some rounds on the more aggressive plays towards the A side, the more aggressive plays towards the C side. But after that, it got really messy. That's when I was calling out Nismo kind of doing plays by himself, things not really being resolved in the mid round to be able to close it out. So I gotta say, I'm a little concerned of why Cubert is going on this map and what can they do.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and second that as well. I mean, split defense should not be as hard as these teams are struggling with it. Like, it should be a little bit closer to a 6-6 at the very least, right? But obviously their attack sides are impeccable. They're almost flawless. They're playing it so extremely well. But now we're going into a map, Lotus, that is traditionally very hard and very awkward on defense. So it's going to be even more of a challenge for these teams to get some of these rounds. Yeah, their attack side is good, but Lotus attack is generally easy to play, a little easier than a lot of the other maps. So we're going to come into this map. It's going to be M80 starting off on the defense. How many rounds will they be able to secure in that first half? And then, of course, how many rounds can Cubert get on their defense when things flip over?
Well, talking about a little bit more about the compositions for these two teams. So both times we've gotten to see these teams last on Lotus, it was the losses, and it was also with bringing out a different composition than what they've been normally running. So for M80, this is one too where we're talking about, okay, you know, these duelists that we can see, you know, from Sato. I'm curious then what look they're going to have for us today, Dan.
It's something that we saw yesterday on the set of Cubert Academy, where Redux was playing the Neon, and then just yesterday against Envy, he decided to go with the Raze instead. And that might just be the case as well for M80 today, because last time that he played it, it was actually the exact same result. It was an Envy getting the win 13-10 against M80, but Sato was on the Neon. So there is a big possibility, I feel like, that we go back into this race. I mean, Sato is definitely feeling himself on the race. We just saw it on Split, and it's a composition that works well against what Cubert Academy is going to bring as well. So,
and talking about Cubert Academy, as they're fighting for their lives to try and push themselves into the lower final, you're talking about the loss to Envy. One again that was decently close, but Cubert Academy going a little bit more into this comfort. And I like this too when I see this raise for Redux. But Roy, it'll be whether it makes enough of an impact in this map, considering the shutdowns in the last.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams have lost to Envy 13-10. So I think if that means anything, that these teams are almost it doesn't mean anything. I was gonna say it could mean that they're like equal in power slightly, but I do want to touch a little bit on something that we kind of glanced over. It's the compositional changes, right? We saw Redux swap over to the Raze playing against Envy, who was infamously known for running crazy Cypher setups, right? Neon struggles a little bit against Cypher on that map, but now the Neon side for M80, they're not really up against a Cypher on the Cubert side. It's a Vice, and Neon pairs slightly better into a Vice than it does against the Cypher. So I think in terms of duelist changes, I think it's slightly leaning in favor for the M80 side, but of course, Raze is still a great duelist on this map, so I'm sure they'll find values in many ways.
And there is still the possibility there is a little switch up going in today, considering the tendencies of these ones to change. So let's get into the agent select and see if we are going to be running back the last comps, the ones we've been highlighting, or if we are going to see a little bit of switch ups with either the Sentinels or the Duelists going into this. But yeah, Sato back to the Raze. So considering what we just saw, Dan, I like this.
I like this, yeah. It is what we were just talking about on seeing this raise for Sato, because last time it just didn't the Neon really didn't work out as much, but more than that, Caillou is also going to be on the Viper, something that we didn't see when they were playing Envy. There's a couple switches here and there that I feel like are really interesting, including also the not playing the Cypher for Bao anymore. We're going to be seeing Device on both sides, and the composition just seems much more feeding for M80 to what we were seeing before with the Neon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a complete switch up in style, right? You're going from double initiator, super run it down style, contest A control, challenge it with brute force, C traps, right? Now you're going into a composition that's a little bit more about denying information, shrouding what you're doing, sort of deception, if you will. So I think there's a massive stylistic change here for M80, and the clash between these two comps will be very apparent as it goes on.
I love the switch up. We've seen it from them before, and it did result in a win. We'll have to see if they can take that win yet again over a Cubert Academy that is now fighting for their lives. It's time to head into Lotus, potentially the last match of the day. And back over to your casters, Wyatt and Jen, to take you through.
Thanks, Sierra. Yep, M80. The sights are set on getting to the grand final, where the winner of this faces Winthrop first in that lower final, but a journey that leads them through the lower bracket with no second chances, and Cubert, no second chances where the series is at.
Yeah, absolutely not. They need to bounce back, I think, mentally alongside just the gameplay, because, man, that was a rough second half on Split. They got completely destroyed by M80, who are coming into this maxed out confidence with the comp switch. Definitely a big difference in how these two are going to play. M80s does not have that explosivity that the one over for the Cubert Academy does when you have the breach with the Tejo. We know how that plays. It is the standard meta stuff. The Viper a little bit of a throwback on this map. Wow, Sato, they are fast actually down to fight for A main control though when he gets that opening pick.
And it's on Redux, someone that's really needed to step up big for Cubert. And he's usually such a loud and aggro duelist in Challengers. He's definitely met such a challenge against Sato. And Cubert begin down the person who's supposed to be exploding onto the site, and got sort of a one-way. You'll be able to see the cross. I like this from Caillou. And M80 with this double controller. What better way than to start on a defense where you're already limiting Cubert's options?
P-Dog just jiggling that angle, does get eyes on Nismo, doesn't want to take the fight. No reason to do it, but doesn't feel comfortable trying to escape up the rope, knows the timing isn't there, and is caught anyway.
And Nismo's going to have to continue making space, can even push back sight, but really doesn't want to take any huge risks, and is being called to put salvos around, giving a chance for Bao to get vision, and just a headshot from T-Dog is so clean.
30 seconds left.
And then there's even more information for Cubert to work with. And now Nismo has the power of friendship to back him up on this top side push. He's actually going to get naded out, has to jump out. And with the util from the fade, M80 have some information to work with, but Cubert just have better firepower, leaving Okeanos in a 1v3. But our former duelist is hoping to make a splash, making this very possible against Scuba, who's not gonna swing on him after hearing the spike get tapped in. Scuba, stay steady.
Ice cold from Scuba, who in their last match was coming up with multiple 1v1 clutches and other 1vx clutches, was really, really cold in those situations. Continuing that trend, important to capture back a little bit of the momentum after getting destroyed on the second half of Split. Get Cubert right back into the game, and even just recovering this round after Sato opens it up with that nice A fight.
Ooh, just being able to jump away instead of getting three-piece like that. Like, Scuba just barely got out of that. But a win's a win there on the pistol. Even Redux spying up to a Phantom. A Guardian 2. Got the Haunt placed from M80 to take control of Rubble and maybe even get into A-main lobby, as Knight's just the one headshot to end it all, and Bao will trade, and M80 try to make progress, but Cubert are at arm's reach of their team. Salvo's out from Nismo, swing out from Redux. It's M80. Are not able to suppress Cubert for too long right now, just with their controllers left.
Fair little bit of damage being dealt. They've recovered that Phantom onto Nismo Kai taking the long range duel, and that's just against a ghost. We're into a 2 versus 2.
Anyone's game. B-Dog and Tree. See if Qbert just want to double push that, but B-Dog definitely hears all the stomping going on. He's got the pings and he's got a paranoia. And he's just trying to play
30 seconds left.
safe, and they're gonna have to clear this. The right click, the double kill. B-Dog is A-Dog. And it's just evens things up for both teams.
What a crumble on round 2 after Scuba clutches out the pistol win. So disastrous. And it just comes down to players on M80 winning duels. Okeanos playing close after this initial engagement with Sato. Bao trades that out. I mean, that's basically just a pistol round fight. But then Oki gets his with the right click. Qbert have to clear out so much late. B-Dog could just play in a ratty position. You really hate to see that.
Sato hates going down this early. Redux gets his revenge. And Qbert, you get some pings or get pinged out by the fade. And M80 try to limit things, reposition off the Viper wall. Just checking this corner with the boom bot. Redux feeling safe enough to go forward, and you just got random spam coming from Baby Door, and M80 take full control back using the Nightfall from Okeanos. And Qbert just have got no space to work with. B-Dog is on a tear.
Crazy. That's the round 3 Nightfall coming in from Okeanos, who has been able to get a bunch of kills earlier on in the game. Rip that. Has been collecting some alt orbs too. And that turns the tide on the round where Qbert had a fair shot, you know, because they had the pistols on round 2. They got some hero weapons there. That's how Redux was able to win that initial duel against Sato with his Vandal. So listen, all things considered, not the worst for Qbert, but because M80 won that eco round, their economy is still really great.
M80 are so aggro at A and have already shifted towards just keeping their controllers to patrol the right side of the map. It's Qbert. See how they deal with this Vise util, starting with the Tejo drone. Now, compared to our last series, you don't have a Yoru clone to try and trigger all of this. Redux is going to need some help. Because even they could get split up by the Vise wall, which is all that's left. And Qbert have to scale and re-clear through A.
I like this adjustment right now from M80. Sato is just going to reposition his op elsewhere. They've still got the shear, that trip from the Vice over at C main, so the defending side can just focus all of their attention elsewhere across the map, position themselves for this A hit that is going to be coming in. With Caillou and B-Dog anchoring the site. You know, there's of course the potential though for Qbert to go back to B, but not straight into A.
Oh, the rolling thunder from the offense. It was sort of slowed by the paranoia from the defense, but ultimately B-Dog and Caillou couldn't spit back at Qbert on the entry. Even Okeanos thought he had the edge. Nismo gets the finish on the follow-up on Sato. And M80 don't put too much of a dent at all into Qbert, who'll be able to match up 2-2.
They really just get crushed by that rolling thunder. Both players, I think, got connected onto it as they were both trying to anchor in that site. One back site, one playing from Tree, both concussed, overwhelmed by so much util. Multiple players running it through Tree. Just a big execute from Qbert that works to perfection.
Flashing.
Now forced to save. M80 got more than enough cash to buy up into the next, though.
You wonder how M80 adapt from here on out, because they've had such good stops committing more members to the right side, and then they just trusted that, okay, Qbert
Control their choices.
got kind of messed up, so surely it won't be a full A commit again, so they just leave B-Dog and Caillou, and that just wasn't enough delay for Qbert, who just know how to play against those double controllers. Now this time you'll have Sato to help out through the right side, and there's some positioning shifts from M80 to really try to download Qbert. That's what made M80 so good on Split.
You can see the pings out over towards Rubble from Qbert. They want to get out fast again.
Sato versus Redux. Redux takes some body shots and manages to satchel out before revealed by Fade Util. It's a good start for Qbert. losing your Teho, not having those salvos to drown on those positions. You have one flash from T-Dog and a paranoia from Scuba. Those people get into position, but then you don't have B control, so this door could open from M80 and they could flank from behind, but it's not going to happen yet. Instead, M80 go towards Waterfall. And to limit them is Bao at the top site. Here's the Prowler in. Qbert are so delayed by this Thorns, and as soon as they make vision, M80 have the sightlines ready, and Redux just solo swings. There's a lot more members from M80 around the corner. And Waterfall rotate in. M80's retake is gorgeous.
That is a nice little display of just how good Vice can be. Both of those Razor Vines really got max value. The first one did a ton of damage, slowed up half the team from Qbert to get in. The second one just completely stops them before they can get to bend, even attempt to plant the spike. And all the while, the M80 players had more than enough time to get over to that C site, assist Bao, flood in together before the spike can be planted. Excellent round.
Yeah, just a bit of hesitation from Qbert and no really backup lane. We double satchel and you can't get around the Thorns. And I was wondering what was sort of limiting Qbert to just take full control of C, because just holding their half, if not their 1/3, allowed the reflood from Waterfall. And okay, M80 don't go for a crazy flank from the B-Link door, but it still was so well executed on the retake when Qbert just barely had any angles to watch.
Yeah, this moment here is finally when that Razor Vine expired, and the moment that Qbert tried to push forward, M80 are just already rotated into the site, already posted up. All right, out of this timeout, Qbert have significant ultimates at their disposal with that Armageddon and Showstopper. And it looks like they want to do their explosive entry into A, Redux satchel forward off the fault line.
No presence from M80 here is so different. Like, look how much Qbert were like investing. They have Redux just locked in for an engagement with Sato that he usually has to go up against. Qbert are so paranoid. They've been conditioned to be fearful on this approach, and better safe than sorry. Now the Teho drone to get vision on site.
And looking at the bottom of the map, 3 players are pushing through on the flank right now from M80.
Go ahead.
It will be the showstopper from Redux, and where the hell did that just come from for the paranoia? Might have been even his teammates' paranoia, but Qbert are just stuck in this flank. And even they're losing the front war. Qbert have to deal with a flank. What a crunch from M80 when Qbert hesitate on every step of the way. Nismo deals with the Prowler, and okay.
That's just disrespectful from Sato. That was an awesome round from M80 coming out of the timeout called from Qbert. They just completely switch up the setup, throw something new into the mix. They've got the Vice over on A, and they push out of C and B early. Also, to some extent, thinking that out of that timeout, you know, there's a strong possibility that a big 8 is going to come through. And Sentinels, Qbert have been putting emphasis on getting out A early, and it completely throws off Qbert's attempt to get into that A site. A really cool response. Now they are back to that early A control game.
Just the need to make sure that Omen didn't teleport forward. Trouble control for M80, but Qbert wastes no time to just pivot to the other side of the map. We haven't seen too much B action from Qbert. But they really need to find out where is this Vice Util going to be at. Steel Garden available too. This could be M80 retaking the site with just better weapons. They can hit Qbert where it hurts. Teho drone from Qbert isn't going to see too much, and Qbert is just not stoked about having to cross through a smoke either. And then they don't have a lurk inserted anywhere, so it's just going to be a slow reclear.
Yeah, one of the nice parts of having this Viper plus the Vice is that there are a lot of mollies to stop people at choke points. Keep Qbert at bay. They're trying to get out of Rumble. Sato going to feel the pressure.
Oh, big win from Sato. It's just been a laser today. and he managed to go back to a safer play and one where he can play off of Bao. But meanwhile, Qbert trying to make some headway at C. Paranoia is going to slow them. M80 are also on the flank through the B door. I was expecting last round. And Qbert are so split from each other with the spike down, and Scuba was just can't even use the ult to get out. It's all up to Redux with the Sheriff. And I don't think a weapon, or he tried to get to the weapon to upgrade, but the real upgrade has been M80 in this playoff bracket. Holy cow.
They are looking incredible right now. Look at the state of their economy. Qbert maxed out buy right now. Going to have to go up against 3 very, very crucial ultimates that M80 have to win a round. Sato has been playing at a really high level today. Everything is just going right for this team.
Me hyping up Sato, and he's actually bottom fragging, but it's been such a team effort, and I guess B-Dog went to teleport away from what salvos that were going his way. Little silly, but finally maybe an advantage for Qbert to work with to try and stabilize themselves, because it's now a 3-round streak for M80. But look at the ults that M80 have. I mean, they already pitted up towards A, but a showstopper to break on in. Sato gets Qbert in the corner, and then T-Dog then addresses the corner. Steel Garden
Spike planted
from M80. Qbert still get the plant. Prowler shut down. Caillou hopes to zone them. You got Thorns. Or no, that's still the Steel Garden. I think maybe now used by Knights, but I see rifles from Qbert's side. That's all I care about. But the lineup is easy for Okeanos, even against the high-low. The Nightfall from Okeanos to push down Knights, who's left in a 1v2. Spike defuse going to be held, and Oki dispatches the problem.
Crazy that they were able to win that out. Okeanos, individually, such a good player. Whether he's on the Duelist, Initiator, doesn't matter. He finds his moments of individual impact, and that 3K was exactly that. On a round where M80 expend all of the ultimates that they have, they will be more than happy to come away with the win after being at that immediate deficit because of that lightning fast shot from Redux. Crazy. This was in the 2 versus 4. Just lined up, and Oki finds those kills.
M80, their quick flicks are so gross. Just when Qbert do everything right, it ends up being wrong somehow. Now defensive buys util right at the front of B. Qbert, even a Vice wall and the Viper wall and smokes. Like, Qbert are still trying to get in here. They're flashed and cooked. I'm surprised Nismo and friends felt that was still a viable way to go.
Now Qbert want to try and pivot, and sorry, Molly in your face. You're slowed down again. I mean, this is so frustrating. Every time they try to get back into C, M80 are so aware of the timing, and there's just either Molly from the Viper in their face or a Razor Vine going down. How annoying is that? And now they have to try and get back out over towards A, contend with Sato.
Whoa, there's no way. The Phantom 2, he's just too good with it.
Down A.
He's the walking stop sign. Qbert just make no headway, and the spike is down. Knights is going to give us a tiny bit of cope, but look, M80 are just going to converge at the baby door through spawn. Knights has a chance to 1v1 here, but did I hype up Sato too much? Maybe a little. Knights, though, still has 12 seconds, so at this point, how many rifles can you take away? But M80 have thousands of credits, so this is just about Knights keeping his own rifle, if anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Just damage doesn't even matter. Sato feels like, why not hunt for the kill? I'm getting close to this showstopper. Let me go for it. Dies, still gets an orb, still has tons of cash. Just does not matter. Easy to buy up again. M80 are taking over this series. It's just been since that second half of Split. They have not eased up whatsoever. Nismo isolated with the wall being popped up, and even just wall being stunned. Sato does not care. Locking down that angle.
This is why you invest in a player like that. He's going on a tear again. And then B-Dog catches Scuba swimming solo. And no Raft to go pick him up. And, well, Cooper, you know, got Sheriff. So, Knight's got the Hero Vandal, I guess. But he's lurking over at B. And keeping that on watch is important after the M80 flank. And now that Vandal's gone. So, good luck, Hubert, on this post plant with Sheriffs. Unless they could get an early win against Caillou and recover that. But it's mollied, so... Caillou looks to lock eyes.
Lance is going to go down in Ben, but M80 don't care. They are ready to just set up for this 5-on-3 retake. More util, better weapons.
Better pizza. Brand name. But my brain thought to go there. And with the fault line and everything, like, you couldn't even escape. Still, the numbers are not too bad with the Rolling Thunder from that hit Sato. He only goes 1-1 with the Showstopper. Wait a minute, Nismo Oki 1v1, and Oki is 1 HP. No way did Cooper just pull that off after we were just kind of...
I mean, that's
throwing our arms
insane.
up.
That should be over. That should be over. It's a 5 versus 3. They've only got Sheriffs. Redux just fights forward, 2 headshots. Nismo cleans up the rest of the 3. There were definitely some whiff shots going on to him. He had a lot of time to get that kill. I think that was onto B-Dog.
The 3v5 win.
That first one is insane. And then even Redux uses the Showstopper, so he's lost his ult. Oh, B-Dog was actually stunned there. I didn't even notice that the first time. That's why he couldn't get that kill.
How did Hubert figure out how to get through A main without getting cooked? Well, shooting back, I guess, while Sato and friends satchel back.
What?
And what the op in the shorty? He just dropped out to Hubert, though, but whatever. They still have to get the spike. They've got more problems.
What is this man doing? He can't be getting away with that. You have Okeanos and Caillou set up in this crossfire. The spike is covered. What a timing! The intuition is perfect.
His aim is perfect, too. Did you see that? Like, no hesitation. No wiggle, no nothing. Oh, my God. M80, though, did lose vision on the spike. That's Gonzo, and I'm not seeing Bao have too much energy to go and just set up for C, or just rather make sure that B's not taken, and there's only one place they can be.
This is another moment, much like the last round where M80 have the advantage. All they have to do is trade this out.
Surely, right? Okay, the teleport over, and Knight's like, I don't need no fancy tricks, but Scuba will still support him so well. Bao uses the door to isolate, but overcooked with the util. And Hubert are not done yet.
Somehow they are right back into this game after being down 7-2. Off the back of the miracle 3v5 with Sheriffs, now into the 2 versus 3, which I do love how they play that. Just taking the fight into Mound where they knew at least one player would be flanking. That teleport to set up a nice double face from different angles. That was really cool. Little micro play to give them that advantage.
This is getting a lot closer now, but to come back from a 7-2 deficit, Hubert gonna full send it on the last round of the half with a full buy. And an Armageddon to boot. So if M80 want to tussle this early, all depends if this Paranoia swing from Sato and B-Dog scares Cooper into submission. But who's going to pull the trigger first, the Armageddon or the Paranoia? And we got a stalemate.
Yeah, Sato's just ready to take that contact. Insta Paranoia off the back of it.
Oh, the flash first. Sato gets cooked and B-Dog teleports out. Uses the Paranoia to delay the Armageddon. And the Paranoia gets thrown from Cubert, a full clear of the site. You heard the escape through Waterfall. The Boombot reveals he's close. The Steel Guardian's activated from the defense. And there's the retake from M80. The T-Dog tried to hide away. Nismo can't help. And Now this is an M80 that are ready to boot Cubert out of this bracket.
30 seconds
All
left.
depends. Oh wow, the early teleport from B-Dog, thinking he could just outrace Cubert to the site. But Cubert want B.
Yeah, I like this. They've cut noise. They've walked in here. Okeano's close in the smoke.
Oh, and the swing. There was only one. It wasn't well timed with the second player. 10 seconds. If M80 could somehow prevent the plant, it's a molly to weaken the player, and that's enough for Caillou to finish the job.
He plays that really well. Great molly onto the spike there. And I like that they try and take that fight together, deny it the first time. They go 1 for 1. And then B-Dog was going to come through late Baby Door if they needed him as well. All played to get their 8th on the board. And since that second half of split now, M80 total are up 17-5 in rounds against Cubert. Full control of the series. We need to see that Sen team rally back right now, or they're going to be knocked out of the lower bracket.
You have to go up against M80's offense, which was so disgusting last map, but it's an offense that has 2 controllers, so obviously that's going to be stronger on defense. We'll see what tricks they have up their sleeve, because it wasn't even just the composition of M80, but how they executed it that was really superb.
Those instant missiles just so Cubert can get a little bit of forward presence. Hey, and okay, just some nice spam. Love that.
Caillou not loving that immediately, but M80 quickly enter B. The Thorns are gonna hurt Sato, and he'll take some unnecessary damage, and now Cubert can try to get sightlines in, and everybody Redux looks at, dies, and we need him to go huge for Cubert. They hope to come back in this deficit. The real deficit is M80, with not really much map control, or at least site control. The Vise Util, that just flashes him and forces M80 to kind of scatter and head in another direction.
Heights taking the tool against Okeanos. They know he's stuck at this cross right now, but he's able to get back to safety. Dark cover recycled on B main as M80 slowly creep up A.
30 seconds left.
Okay, giving them a sense of safety. Could get a big backstab if he follows through on the B push, or just make the call. Converges with the rest, and M80 take back control of B, despite that's kind of what killed them in the first place. Now that all the util's gone, actually the Thorns are back, and M80 get a plant. Time is on their side, and Bao brings... Actually didn't even hurt Redux too much. At least you know where the retake is coming from. And Redux hopes to make M80 uncomfortable with the paint shell throw right up the front door. B-Dog with the right click. Redux hoping for the ace, but it's Knights that has to finish what he started. 1v1 Oki versus Knights. Spike tapped. Oki knows he's below. Oh, it didn't get the headshot. And now Oki's position is revealed. The Knights climbs up, and Cubert will get the defuse.
Love how Knights played that, able to get over to the side. Oki doesn't know if he's actually sticking the spike down there. Feels the pressure to move forward. And Knights was just on his flank. That was really well played in the 1 versus 1. I think Cubert made a lot of really good decisions in that round. I like how they got back into B. Were able to get the kill on Sato, who was isolated in past the Razor Vine, flash him up with the paranoia, get back in. And then from there, they just stay grouped up with the 3 of them. That little repush into Baby Door right here. The nade over top to kill B-Dog. So many good little decisions made.
Ooh, Cubert had to really struggle with that pistol. That's huge. Now they hope to build momentum off of that to try and take the anti-eco, and I mean, that's the ideal scenario. M80 have been quite lethal with the pistols. I just think about B-Dog with the double kill, right clicks. Like, he's been insane in clutch scenarios, so I think you have to full respect M80 at this point. If you're Cubert, going to have better weapons, and M80 have to cross through Thorns and a smoke, and the timing of that paranoia. Oh my god. Well, That's pretty much the round over.
I respect the effort and the idea. What? Okay, how does B-Dog get away with that? How does he get another with Nismo as the util out? I mean, okay, that's ridiculous. It doesn't really matter all that much, but that is so ridiculous.
Yeah, and it was actually the offensive paranoia, so Scuba didn't even have to use his. They just had the firing squad lined up. That's kind of what at Teddy Bear, that's kind of what M80 looked like last round. But this means Qbert can start the comeback, and they'll carry through 3 rifles into the bonus, so still good.
Nismo's going to be so frustrated. All right, Redux fighting forward past that Viper wall. Complete control of Rubble for Qbert early.
Oh, the paranoia. Okay, Redux gonna take a step back. Respect this hold out of M80 and try not to push their luck. It's Qbert got Sato 2 to 24 HP, which is gonna make him think twice on where and how he satchels into whatever space he wants to take.
All right, last Prowler has just been used by Okeanos into B. That's an important tool for re-clearing A, and they have nothing on their info gathering initiator to do so.
M80 have been heard at Mound. I saw the pings there from Knights, and he puts the Thorns in position, and Bao still gets the win. So
that's pretty crazy. Just finds the timing, feels confident to take the duel. Little intuitive moment.
Now the plant and T-Dog with a Sheriff and no upgrades in sight unless Qbert can actually flood in. They're taking different positions, waiting for Redux to come through top site with the boom bot. And this corner is what Qbert has to dislodge, and M80 are so grouped up, and Bao continues to be lethal. And all of M80 are insane right now. And it's just Nismo who will get his HP back, but not for very long.
No, and you can't ask for a better round than that if you're M80. Pretty perfect. Huge credit to Bao. Finding that first kill really changes the dynamic of the round. Like, legitimate just intuition, swinging out of the smoke. Finds that snap headshot onto Knights. That is beautiful. B-Dog does actually have his ultimate coming into this next round, and Lotus is one of the maps where teams like to go for a teleport behind the team fast site execute. Could see something like that. It's possible.
He would have already adjusted, now having a one-way to have M80 forced to use util earlier. So M80 have even less to use when it comes to the C site. Now there's a Vise wall there, so M80 could have themselves split if they don't approach this right.
Important to feed the ult orbs over to your Raze on this map, especially so when you're on attack. Just so important for getting into the sites.
Okay, Rubble contest. And it's Justice Lure from Kaya just keeping everyone's attention. At least 2 from the right side, including Redux with the showstopper. Meanwhile, M80 are blocked off by the Vise wall from helping Sato. He'll go 1-for-1 on top of the teleport. Great read from Knights. Steel Guard in use from the defense, and M80 are just gonna have paper clips to use to try and scratch back at Qbert, and the spike is just gonna leave forward from Caillou against the entire squad of Qbert. M80 definitely got humbled in this round, and this is time for Qbert to scrounge together some rounds, and definitely a better half for them so far.
This one is over for Bao. Carry the rifle into the next. M80 will have an opportunity for a full buy. I want to say that B-Dog intended on teleporting over to the far box, but it got clipped onto the wall, and so he died in silly fashion, where he looks like a silly guy. But I don't think that was his intention. Pretty unfortunate, though. They had a really cool entry into the site here. I love this. The paranoia with the haunt and the nade. So Scuba is just bogged down by util. Yeah, B-Dog was definitely trying to teleport over to the far box with the jump, but he just gets cooked by the wall. That's tough, buddy. You hate to see it.
How do they get around this Vise wall? And it's going to continue being there, and that was the crux and the key to success. And it's not like A main lobby is a good place to be when it's getting salvoed, naded, mollied, whatever. There's always like so much thrown. Kai will hold that. You got the showstopper peek from Redux through C main. No Sato, no double satchel play, no showstopper for M80 to kick things off. Trigger pulled by the defense first. It finds a final blow, and now a second from Cubert. Now 5 versus 3, and they really haven't even needed to shift gears. They're just holding their positions.
Bao was trying to find another one of those lurk timings to get a kill, and damn close. Hit the dink onto Scuba, but that's not enough. And I was just about to say, this is something that M80 haven't been able to do enough, which is just getting the wall out earlier in the round and then re-hitting C late. It's been a couple rounds now where that wall has completely boomed them when they're going for the actual full execute.
Where the Viper is.
30 seconds
Set up forming, and Cubert on prevention duty, but now they're getting mollied off, smoked off. There's a haunt.
Planted.
Cubert are not going to show face until they're ready. And I look towards T-Dog with full breach util, or even a paranoia from Scuba. There's a lot in the tank from Cubert, but the plant has already got down, and B-Dog tries to get ahead of the game, and he's out of the game. And Nismo has to go out and peek, and at this corner, Kaya waits for the perfect moment to double kill. But there's still more numbers left from Cubert to defuse.
Okay, that was almost crazy. Somehow that aftershock was not connecting onto Caillou in the corner, huh? Hello? I don't know how that was the case. So they thought he was cleared. That's why no one was looking over there. Got the 2 free ones. If Oki was able to get one on the player running in through spawn, that might have been a situation for Cubert. I mean, you're forced into the timeout now, as the game has gotten a bit out of hand. They definitely need to begin to deal with this Vice utility earlier in the round. Now, that being said, Cubert have been contesting towards C-Mount early, so they've been making it difficult, but they can't run into any of these situations again where they have to get past the wall during the actual execute. That has been their undoing twice.
Cubert's defense has been so aggressive in the early round, from like peaks from Redux over at C or A, or just everything thrown at A main lobby. Like, it's so sketchy from M80 to take any map control at all without losing bodies, before you can even have your own util to create an advantage. Oh wow, what a showstopper kill there too, kind of blind.
I do love as well how Cubert are approaching A on this defense. They have not given up rubble hardly ever, and it's kept Caillou from being able to get any space, any timings. There really haven't been any moments where it's like, okay, Caillou's inserted himself up towards tree. He's at the door. He's on the alt orb. And because of that, the team can pivot back and get into an A hit. Oh, he's just stuck in the choke. Can't even get out.
At least he's not dying. So, like, silver lining. Good try, and showstopper makes no connection from Sato, and he knows the tails there, catches him droning out. And T-Dog, the timing of the util.
My God, man.
And after aftershock doesn't get Sato. Was the smoke to play off of? What? How did the thorns kill him? I don't even know.
Not the slow walk through the thorns. No.
Interesting. So meanwhile, there's a plant. And there is just a lot going on. Possible thrifty for M80 too. They have a steel garden to try and even up the playing field.
They caught 2 players.
Some of Scuba, or some of Cubert, still love gun. But B-Dog just gives a warm hug to Scuba. Headshot connection on Knights. And Redux is gone. They're gonna go collect those weapons, and it's a thrifty for M80. try and end things quickly.
What an absolute disaster on the B site. I mean, I like the play. We're on an eco. Let's just send it with the showstopper. Let's try and win this out. And then Sazo just catches the timing, running through into heaven. I think Nismo was under the impression that that's being watched, but he gets punished, or rather the team gets punished for their lack of eyes on that angle. And T-Dog dies to the Razor Vine. No, he walks through it. He had like 19 HP. So he just goes down for 2 ticks of it slow walking.
Need the steel toe next time. Then you got Nightfall play from Okeanos and friends. Hubert conserving a lot more of their ammo. Or should I say util, instead of just dumping it all at A main, because Caillou hasn't stepped up. Viswall still for C, and that's really hurt for M80, but they found success elsewhere.
This is finally a moment where Caillou's able to get some forward space on A while the rest of the team are working towards C. I would love to see M80 try and get this sheer wall out now. Okay, teleport from Scuba. That's going to acquire a bit of information.
Caillou is spraying down the smoke and returning fire. Reveals that there's 2 players on the site. Still valuable information, but no picks yet. M80 are going to have to confront this 5v5 and get this Nightfall in position. As the door opens, there's the Nightfall. Hubert on the site. Just have to kind of hide it out while being low HP. And the Armageddon in response from Nismo to buy time, but M80, the Executioners have come in, and yet B-Dog throw the Paranoia at that staircase. A big win for Nismo.
Bomb buddy out.
But the plant has already ensued, and you have 1 player in tree wrapping around Azoki. Forward 2, bow. Now the Paranoia hits from Scuba. 2v2, getting M80 closer to the grand final. And Sato, and his 1v1, he wins. 1 more left against Scuba. And it's a 3K for the duelist.
He just swings out into the nade. He does not have any regard for his own life. He is so confident to take that duel, continuing to have high individual impact. 3-piece was insane. And suddenly Hubert are forced onto an eco after having a fantastic start to the second half. Forced into the timeout now as well. Going to be on an awkward half buy. I mean, it looks like they don't even know exactly what they want to do with the buy at this moment, because you have Knights with the Guardian regen armor, Scuba's bought down, but no one else can really buy. They're definitely weighing up right now. Do we try to force this and win this round out now? We can buy what we can, try to get an orb for T-Dog and win with a Rolling Thunder. That's an option. Or do we save? Just buy where we can full buy the next, and essentially at that point, you're playing for overtime. So that's a tough decision that they have to make on the precipice of being knocked out of this lower bracket.
Yeah, and going for an orb play when you have a weapon disadvantage, and Redux is just popping out with the showstopper, and there's peaks at C. And with the Viper wall from the opposite side, like, see if they could try to go for the B orb, or the A orb, I should say. That feels a lot safer.
While they're doing it, they are sending it on the Force right now, and it's not a terrible buy. They've got 2 Vandals, the Guardian, a Judge. That's in the hands of Nismo. He's going to play close up on B. And you can see out of this timeout, look at how M80 are expecting that aggression to come. Some kind of set play. T-Dog has gotten the orb. So far, things are going according to plan for Hubert out of the timeout.
Good force and good ult. But now it's M80 that have to walk into your trap. Caillou's already forced back, but hey, knowing that the breach is on the right side of the map is important for M80, but the real crux has been, what the hell do you do about the Sentinel at C? You got shots on the Scuba, so you know what, Paranoia could really hurt things for M80 on their way in. Teho drone from the defense reveals M80 haven't made much progress, but at least they can play off this Viper wall to safely re-clear things. As M80 take this 1 step at a time. Wow, T-Dog just goes for the rolling thunder. And who's there to capitalize? M80 had a responding paranoia, which limits Cubert's ability to really react. But there were some players that weren't blinded. And the judge sets up at B, limiting the backup plans that M80 could go for. He'll still storm in, and Nismo's in trouble dealing with the Fade util, and he couldn't get his crosshair up in time. Sato with a big play and a big double. 10 seconds left for the plant, and this will get M80 in a match point unless Scuba has something to say about it.
Oh, we've seen him clutch up a lot recently, but this would be otherworldly.
Oh, the spam through the smoke. Oh, I just would have kept doing it. Just one more bullet could have ended Oki. But it's M80 that have just been way too good, but Cuber are putting up such a good fight in the second half, and after that force, it really came down to the wire. And Cuber are going to be forced to keep buying up until they can go to overtime.
Everything worked to the intended plan that Cubert had, but unfortunately, they only are able to go 2 for 2 in this fight in Rubble. I love the decision. You had Redux jiggle peeking off his contact into the rolling thunder, but then Nismo just trying to do too much in B, caught, punished by the haunt. And now M80 on the precipice of moving on into that lower bracket final against Winthrop. One step closer to making it into the grand final.
Close to so many ults too, like an orb for M80. One away from Viper's Pitch, Showstopper, Omen Teleport, but I don't think we care too much about grabbing it for him. So you would have their Vice while at A. That's interesting.
Remember at this point too, Sato has only been playing with this team actively for a few weeks at this point. It hasn't been too long, and this is how good M80 have already gotten. They want to end this series with an A hit right now. It's a deal with Knights and Redux backside anchoring.
Not ready yet.
But if Redux can just get the one, he fire back with the Showstopper, but Redux loses his teammate, and he's gone too. M80 full clear the site, and they got the Viper's Pit up from Caillou's pick. And this is going to be so difficult for Cubert to retake, especially still with the Guardian and Light Shields. And around the corner, it's a duel that Nismo can't keep up on. Just one left, the 1v5 for Scuba to save Cubert from this bracket. It starts with 1, 4 more to go. And all sights, all eyes on Scuba. As he crosses over, tries to use his smoke, knows where the fire is coming from, puts M80 ablaze, and they go to the grand final.
What an impressive showing from M80. Again, these guys have just gotten so good, so fast, since Sato has been able to finally link up with the roster as intended. Back-to-back dominant map wins, frankly. That was, since the second half of Split, just an absolute show out from this team. It never felt like Cuber could really get back into it until that very end of Lotus, where then M80 were able to win that eco round, and from there just spell disaster.
One match closer to the grand final, but with Winthrop in their way, maybe I shouldn't call it too early. Winthrop are looking like a different beast, but M80, ooh, they're on their way to something big. And just the one-sided affair against Cuber tells me this could easily be them going to the very end. It all depends on what Winthrop are going to look like after just kind of getting boomed by a team that were playing with their coach. But if anyone can pull off an upset, it's Winthrop. They've beaten strong teams in the past. Excited to see what M80 are going to have to say in their interview. And coming up, we'll hear from the desk. We'll see you soon.
And with that, M80 to win the rematch in 2-0 fashion, one step closer to the grand finals as they're now making their way into the lowers. This lower bracket run continues, and Roy, I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon if this is the form they're going to be showing up in, because they just impressed through and through with that series.
I mean, an absolute masterclass. I think they quite literally played it almost perfectly. But I think the big thing for me specifically that I'm just in love with is the flexibility from this M80 roster. The fact that they're able to pivot compositions to such a high level with so little time for prep is just deserves so much credit. And just their approach to this match was impeccable.
I mean, really just a huge statement then of the work and everything else that's been put in behind the scenes, Dan. And going into the series, all of us had talked about, okay, M80, we know there's so much potential here, but will they be able to show up with that potential in time up against this Cubert Academy that has shown up multiple times? And the answer, at least for me, has to be yes. This was great form coming out from the team.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm just so impressed that they were able to win this series 2-0. And the one yesterday as well against TSM, winning it 2-0. We're always expecting these matches to go the distance, but M80 continues proving themselves as potentially now the better team. They continue to move forward here, and I feel like they look cleaner than ever, and cleaner than many other teams that we've seen throughout playoffs. I mean, that's why they're here. That's why they're going to be playing that lower final tomorrow. I love what we saw on this map of Lotus too, because as Roy was saying, they're changing the composition pretty drastically. The playstyle, the tempo, everything changes a lot when they're playing with this Viper. Okeanos playing on the Fade as well, and it just worked out so well. They were so proactive in looking for those kills together, in moving forward together, in setting up Sada for success so he would get that first kill and back up, and everybody else was there to help out. So there were so many different layers that, I mean, it just made it impossible for Cubert Academy. They were trying to adapt them to the second half, but it was 4 rounds in a row for M80. They just closed it out and moved forward.
Yeah, and I might have bad vision, guys, because when I see what this one specific player on M80, I see B-God, not B-Dog. So something's going wrong here. But yeah, the level of impact B-Dog's had in this series specifically is just amazing to see. It's just so many. I felt like literally every single kill he got was just a massive turning point in the round. The level of lurking that he brought in the first map, the level of multi-fragging, and the level of just post-plant impact was just crazy to see coming out from B-God. And of course, Sato as well, popping off again, showing his true form, all of it coming together at the perfect time is set them up for this lower grand finals tomorrow.
My favorite was just after some of these kills, you get an up and then the instant shorty kill right after, and Wyatt's just going, you can't let him get away with this. And I mean, just so true as well. Some of the shenanigans B-Dog was pulling off, Dan, was just absolute sanity. Someone really being able to thrive in this chaos. And when he's on a team that's just so solid, gotta call out Sato MVP performance yet again. Just everything just on the day. M80, can they be stopped?
No, honestly, I don't know. I don't think so. I'm starting to get a vision. It's just, I don't know. The set plays that they have are so clean.
Nice.
And the adaptation as well that they have when things don't go the way that they want to right at the beginning of the round, it's just so fast. I feel like that's what we're missing for a few teams. And I was pointing it out yesterday for example, TSM, that we're kind of stuck in that mid round, don't really have the right answer to close it out. But this M80 is one step after one step. There's so many different layers that they're tackling it, and they're just making it work out this way.
It is just such a fun game to watch, and to really be able to see this M80 squad scale up throughout everything has been really, really nice. So again, congratulations to them for still moving on. And now we have none other than B-Dog, or as Roy would like to say, B-God, here for our post-match interview to chat a little bit more about this. Congratulations. What a win. This was a rematch going up against Cuber and a very drastic result. How are you feeling going into rematch and now to get such a strong 2-0 victory?
Yeah, I think we kind of have caught a nice little stride in these past few days. And I think starting with the TSM rematch, that really started it. Kind of showed ourselves that we kind of have the edge on these teams that are playing. I've always believed that when you beat a team once, it's really hard to beat them the second time. There's just some mental factor to it. So I think we kind of had some advantages going into today, and we really capitalized on it.
I want to talk about the skill ceiling for this team, because a couple of weeks ago I had talked to, I believe it was Caillou, talking about M80 squad and everything kind of coming together, and he had said the team was about 60%. The skill is definitely there, but you're still integrating Sato in everything else. The last couple of games have been so clean. Do you think we're a little bit closer to what we can expect of peak M80?
Honestly, I have zero clue how high we can go with this team. The skill is insane. It's just about just staying on what we're doing right now. I think we're on a good path. But honestly, I can't even predict how good this team can get. Everyone is so young, and there's still a lot of moments where you could tell that we're still a lot of inexperienced players. But if we can keep improving and keep getting better, I think our ceiling is very high, and I think we can have a really good year.
I love how you say that too, because when we look back at the series, I mean, we were all thoroughly impressed on the desk with how clean everything was on the team. So I'm excited that we still don't know where that ceiling is. Looking back on the series, I want to talk about the composition for Lotus, because we have seen you play this in the past, but last game you had pulled out quite a different composition. Now you go back to this paper, and I want to know why the switch-ups all the time? What was more compelling about this composition to bring to this match?
We just like to keep multiple comps up our sleeve. We're trying something that last one, and we just knew we always had this comp to come back to. The last match, we kind of failed using the other comp, and we're probably going to revisit that, work on that. But we just wanted to make sure we have multiple comps. So we were always comfortable on this one, and we just wanted to play into our comfort. And the other comp was just, kind of like an experimental comp.
That makes a lot of sense. And now you move along in this lower bracket yet again. You're up against Winthrop University tomorrow in this lower finals, and it's a best of 5. How are you feeling going into this match?
It's going to be a marathon. It's going to be something. I don't remember the last time or if I've ever played a best of 5, but it's going to be a while. And I'm excited though, but I don't know how excited, just because the way they play is kind of annoying, if I'm being honest. I don't know. We were playing a warm-up scrim the other day, and I'm just shooting bodies 4 rounds in just because they're doing so many stupid things. But I guess, whatever works for them, and it'll be fun to see them tomorrow.
I'm definitely excited for this match and a marathon ahead, so I'll make sure you can go get your rest. B-Dog, congrats on this win. Thanks for chatting. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Back over to the desk to be wrapping up our day. We have a grand finalist in Shopify Rebellion Black, and we have a lower finals tomorrow between Winthrop University and M80. Now to see who's going to be joining them, Dan. Oh, it's going to be a fun day tomorrow. Best of 5. Surely will be a marathon ahead.
My prediction, I just decided who I'm going for.
Wow, already? Okay, we're clipping it and we're shipping it, chat.
He has an Edward Cullen shirt. Can we talk about it? What was going on? What is that? I was always Team Edward, so that's it. I'm sorry, M80 winning tomorrow. That's my prediction. Okay. And it's just that simple. It's just that simple.
I want you guys to know that, so I got the both monitors, so I'm locked into this interview, and I just see Dan in Discord freaking out about this shirt. I had to close Discord to cut off all production comms because I couldn't with her. Freaking out mid-interview. That's it. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, no problem.
Funny.
All right, it's to bring it back to Valorant, talk about the bracket, because definitely it's exciting times ahead. That is, unfortunately, the end of Cupid Academy and their run here in the playoffs. 3 teams remaining now, Roy. Shopify, Valiant Black, M80, and Winthrop University.
Yeah, I mean, one of these teams is definitely not like the others. It's a team that none of us expected to be here, but they've had an immaculate run in the upper bracket, of course, losing their last match to SRB earlier today. And I'm excited to see them against M80 tomorrow. I absolutely agree with B-Dog. I think it's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. A best of 5, a true test of a team's strategic depth. And we're here for it. We're excited.
It's going to be such a fun day, especially, too, at the best of 5, being able to really explore the highs and lows of each team, because if there is going to be any holes in your map pool, there's going to be any holes with, well, even just the compositions that any team can explore throughout the series. I think that's going to be really, really exciting. So I cannot wait. A great lower finals ahead, but that is it for us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. The desk for crushing it. Dan laughing about the shirt and really, you know, making me have to keep my composure over here. And you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for the lower finals. Have a great night. Good luck in your ranked matches.
The zone before they plant. The smoke's in place. Winthrop just going to minimize the amount of risks and let SRB the ones who play ring around the rosy. Winthrop hold their position. The 3 came from Infiltrator, doing what his name says. And the neural theft would be huge TQs, but this exchange is not going their way, and he won't be able to use it this round. This alley, he's gonna uncloak here, is ready to step up to the plate, and Infiltrator's taking an L2. This is, yeah, no spam, no fun for SRB. Now following through, there is the rolling thunder. Just Paint escapes. Winthrop stuck, and even the aftershock confirms the kill, and Paint is the one splattering through.
Destroy the ecoed Cuber team, but now it requires a miracle for them to win this round.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 we're winning 5 versus 3, but here's the double
there's the
and
miracle.
the triple
There's
from
the miracle.
B-Dog. Oh, are you able to help Anchor B? Scuba with having control, sense 2 right there.
10 seconds left.
And Sato with the op is a problem, and managed to get the showstopper shot off from just being so wiggly. The Viper wall. Just checking this corner with the boom bot. Redux feeling safe enough to go forward, and he just got random spam coming from Baby Door, and M80 take full control back using the Nightfall from Okeanos. And Cuber just have got no space to work with. B-Dog is... Now the paranoia hits from Scuba. 2v2, getting M80 closer to the grand final. And Sato, and his 1v1, he wins. One more left against Scuba. And it's a 3K for the duelist.
He just swings out into the nade. He does not.
The zone.